भूगर्भ की तेज़ हो गई हैं, जिसके कारण 500 से अधिक मकानों में दरारें चौड़ी चौड़ी पड़ चुकी हैं। कई मकानों की छतें गिरने लग गई हैं। लोगों को अपना घर छोड़ करके बाहर जाना पड़ गया है, शरण लेनी पड़ गई है। पुनर्वास के बारे में हमारी सरकार योजना बना रही है, लेकिन अभी तक किसी को पता नहीं है कि आखिर हो क्या रहा है भूगर्भ में, किस कारण से ये सब कुछ हो रहा है। और जब तक ये पता नहीं कि किस कारण से हो रहा है, तब तक ये भी पता नहीं हो सकता है कि कितना तक होने वाला है। आखिर ये बात कहाँ तक जा कर के रुकेगी? क्या पूरा नगर समाप्त हो जाएगा? क्या कुछ अंश समाप्त हो जाएगा? क्या दरारें आकर के फिर धरती जहाँ की तहाँ रुक जाएगी? ये कुछ ऐसी बातें हैं जिस बारे में अभी स्पष्टता नहीं है। तो एक तो सबसे पहली ज़रूरत ये है कि इस बारे में अध्ययन जल्दी किए जाएं और एक स्पष्ट जांच सबके सामने हो कि ये बात है, और उसी के साथ साथ लोगों को इस बात का भरोसा दिलाया जाए कि किसी के प्राण संकट में नहीं हैं, और साथ ही साथ जो उनके घर मकान दुकान हैं उन पर अगर कोई क्षति होती है तो भी उनको चिंता करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। सरकारें उनके साथ खड़ी हैं और जैसा जिसका है उसको उस रूप में आगे मुआवजा मिल जाएगा ताकि वो पुनः उसका निर्माण कर सकें।
So situation definitely worsening in Joshimath as we speak. Those are the visuals on your screens of that show the kind of situation that is prevalent in Joshimath. People in fact are seen leaving their houses as more than 600 families have been affected as a result of those cracks that have developed at their houses. In fact, latest what we're given to understand is that a survey team is there in Joshimath trying to assess the situation, trying to get a ground check. Of course, Anuj there getting us those live updates. Anuj, if you can give us a ballpark figure as to the total population in Joshimath, how many people have been displaced so far and how many more are expected to be displaced or given those temporary relief shelters by the government?
Well, Samiksha, let me tell you that most of the area is already affected or getting affected because the cracks are increasing and this is from the road to the buildings, it is reaching like that. Let me give you the sense from where I am reporting. As you can see this, we can show this to our viewers. This is the crack in the road. This is the crack in the road and this could be clearly seen. So this is the route, the normal way, but this is happening in the houses, this is happening in the hotels, in the buildings. That's something what we are seeing at this point in time. There I'll ask my video journalist to give you a sense from that particular area. So this could be clearly seen. This is the basement and the ground of this particular building, and this could be clearly seen how the crack is increasing over there, and that's something what we are seeing. So this is not limited to one place. This is not limited to one road, but this is happening across the Joshimath at this point in time. That's something what we are seeing. If I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense from that particular area, then on my right there are multiple houses. We visited them yesterday also, and we have been reporting from there where the people has already left, and some of them are there because they are not willing to go, they are not ready to leave their houses. But yes, the condition, as you were asking me that how many families are being affected, then this is almost the figure if we talk about has reached to 600. This is nearby 600 where the houses or the families if we talk about has already been affected by these cracks and the damage. On the other hand, let me tell you that the hotels, the shops, the houses, the roads, we are clearly seeing it how it is being affected, and the cracks like these are increasing. The temples have fall down, the buildings are like collapsing. That's something what we are seeing. So this exactly is the situation. I'll ask my video journalist to give you a sense from that particular area. There you can see, if we go through the version of these people, then there down, this is the project of JP. There down, this is the project of NTPC. So the locals are saying that this has been happening because of these kind of projects, and the kind of blast or the kind of preparation that has been done to build these kind of projects. This is happening because of this. Look, we are just continuously moving ahead, and let me once again give you the sense from this particular area also how the roads has got the crack. You can clearly see this is like a huge crack in middle of the road. So that's something what we are seeing when we are moving ahead. So every part of Joshimath is almost like under this kind of situation, and that's the trouble, that's the problem which is being faced by the people of Joshimath. We have seen the Chief Minister yesterday. Yes, the Chief Minister was here, but on the other hand, as being stated by the Chief Minister himself, the main focus is to vacate this place so that nobody got injured, so that everybody can be safe. But the main point here in the mind of the people is what is going to be the permanent solution of the same. Because till now, this is people are getting shifted to some shelter home or to some other arrangement which has been made by the state government. But what exactly is going to the permanent solution? That is the question in the people in the mind of the people. So this is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath. There is to wait and watch how it is going to pan out more. But yes, the people are in fear and leaving their homes and being sometime evacuated or being sometime shifted to some other places.
Yes, I know. Just a follow-up question. If you can quickly talk to us, about what do the people have to say really? What are their demands? Of course, there's a lot of fear in their minds for obvious reasons. But is there also a lot of anger when it comes to these projects which have been, which have been built in this area, which has probably led to the situation, the land subsidence situation we are seeing in the location currently?
Well, whenever we are talking to the people or the locals who are facing these problems, yes, this is the answer, that this is happening because of these kind of projects which is being built up or rather underway. We have seen 2 years back also how the people of this particular area and the nearby area has faced the problem because one of the project in Tapovan. And now this is again being the repetition of the same. Rather, the problem here people are saying is not a one-day problem, or it has not started yesterday. It is a long back problem, and these people have been requesting to the administration that they should stop. And finally the condition could be clearly seen, and we are seeing the condition, what is happening with the roads, what is happening with the buildings, with the houses, with the hotels, with the temples. So the problem here is that the people are saying that nobody is listening to them, and this is happening because of these kind of projects which is going on. I'll ask my video journalist to once again come here and give you the sense from that particular valley. If you can see, I'll ask him Surinder Shah to come this side a bit and show you that particular project. If we can zoom a bit, and that's particular the area and where the project is going on. And there the people used to say, the complaint of the people is that there are several blasts in the midnight, there are several blasts in the daylight. So because of that only this is happening. This is the problem. That's the anger within the people, why they have been not listened, why the state government or why the authorities are not listening to them. This is something what has been stated by the people of Joshimath. And yes, this is the anger. There is the anger within the people that we are suffering, we are leaving our residences, we are leaving our houses, and that's the problem which is being faced by the people.
Yes. Anuj, stay with us, and here's, in fact, let's take a look at this detailed report filed by Anuj, where he spoke to those residents voicing their concerns, as well as those measures that have been taken by the state government, where teams have been deployed. Choppers have also been kept on standby in Joshimath.
A key transit point for tourists travelling to Badrinath and Hemkund Sahib is sinking. Joshimath is sinking. Located at a height of 6,000 feet in Chamoli district, Joshimath falls in high-risk seismic zone 5. 561 houses in different areas of the town have developed cracks.
बेटा हमको कोई रहने के ठिकाना है ही नहीं, कहाँ जाऊँ हम? इतने बच्चे लोग हैं यहाँ, इतनी परेशानी हुई, किराएदार वो सारा लोग चले गए, और हम लोग कहाँ जाऊँ? हम ये सरकारी से ऑर्डर नहीं आ रहे कि तुम वहाँ कमरे में जाओ, ना हमको कोई खर लोग देखने सब आ रहे, अब कोई नहीं बोले कि तुमको ठिकाना है वहाँ सोने के लिए कमरे तुम्हारे वहाँ है, कहाँ जाऊँ हम, क्या करूँ?
It is not just houses, but even the lands have developed cracks.
Condition, let me give you a sense. You can see the cracks in the roads, I can see, and there I'll ask my video journalist to zoom it a bit, and so that we can show you properly what is happening. If we talk about this particular road, this is a normal road, and this is not limited to road. Let me take you ahead. We will also talk to the people, but there you can clearly see the kind of cracks in the road.
A temple collapsed, which has alarmed residents living under constant fear of a major disaster.
You can see this was a temple which was here, and it is down now. It has collapsed. So there you can see the condition, as we were showing you the condition earlier also, how the cracks could be clearly seen. Even I'm standing on this particular house where this particular temple was, and now you can see it has already collapsed because of these kind of cracks which could be clearly seen in whole Joshimath. That's something what I am seeing in this particular ward.
Chief Minister Dhami said that Joshimath has spiritual and cultural importance, and it is also to be kept in mind that the livelihood of people is not affected.
जो प्रभावित परिवार हैं या प्रभाव उसके आपदा के जो प्रभाव क्षेत्र में आने वाले मकान हैं, उनमें रहने वाले लोगों को सबसे पहले सुरक्षित किया जाए। बचाव का काम, राहत का कार्य, ये पूरी निगरानी में यहाँ पर हमारी SDRF की टीम, जिला प्रशासन के लोग, हमारे आपदा प्रबंधन के सचिव, कमिश्नर, सभी लोग वहाँ पर कैंप कर रहे हैं।
Meanwhile, a plea has been filed in the Supreme Court to immediately intervene to assist the repair work of Uttarakhand. It also mentions to provide urgent relief to the people of Joshimath facing extremities and danger to their life and property. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Situation worsening by the day in Joshimath, where choppers have been kept on standby. Survey teams have also been deployed to assess the situation, and this as more than 600 families have been displaced so far in Joshimath. For now, moving on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. In a mega Republic impact, Shankar Mishra, the man accused of urinating on his co-flyer on Air India's flight from New York to the national capital, was arrested from Bengaluru on Saturday. Republic accessed a picture of the Air India creep Shankar Mishra moments after his arrest in the urination case. The arrest comes based on the case that was registered on the complaint of the woman co-flyer. Following the arrest, accused Shankar Mishra was dragged to the national capital. The Delhi police had deployed a team in Karnataka's Bengaluru to catch Shankar Mishra after getting some concrete leads on his whereabouts. Shankar Mishra has been sent to 14 days judicial custody by the Patiala House Court. Police had sought 3-day police custody of the accused. However, the court denied it and sent him to judicial custody instead. Days after the harrowing incident on an Air India flight, the airline has now taken action against the pilot and crew members of that flight. The November 2022 incident had sparked a massive outrage on social media as Air India's crew did not take appropriate action when the victim cried for help. Acting against pilot and the crew, a show-cause notice has been issued against the 4 cabin crew and pilot of the airline. They are likely to be re-rostered following the pending probe. Republic has accessed eyewitness complaint letter from November 26th, the day of the incident, wherein the eyewitness wrote the letter to the pilot and crew, bringing to light the situation and exposed Air India's inaction. Swinging into action mode, Air India is now mulling a review of the alcohol serving on flight policy. This comes as the airline faces flack for its inaction in the P-Gate scandal. Taking stock of the incident, Directorate General of Civil Aviation mentioned that unruly behavior of passengers on board aircraft during flights that has been observed in recent past also reflects poorly on the pilots and the cabin crew, and that they must take appropriate action. The DGC also added that the pilot in command is responsible for the safety of the passengers and cargo carried and for the maintenance of flight discipline as well as the safety of the members of the crew. A very short break. Coming up on the other side, details from Belagavi as 2 leaders of pro-Hindu organizations shot at by miscreants. New Himachal Pradesh cabinet set to take oath today.
I'm Amandeep Dikshit reporting from Chandigarh, and this is Republic.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debate.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him, and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom story?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that we need to stand up for ourselves. And this is the triggering point of this entire movement.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान,
क्योंकि सिंस देयर वर सम पीपल लाइक अस हु वर अवेयर।
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान,
क्योंकि सिंस देयर वर सम पीपल लाइक अस हु वर अवेयर ऑफ व्हाट इज सियाचिन ग्लेशियर, वी न्यू व्हाट इट इज लाइक। मैं बिला फोंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे वापस, दे वर शॉक्ड।
Viewers, a very good morning. We are live and breaking this Sunday morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get to the top headlines we're tracking at this moment. Two leaders of pro-Hindu organizations shot at by miscreants in Belgavi. Case registered, police say CCTV of attack being screened. Situation worsens in Joshimath. More families now being evacuated in a war-like promptness. One dead, several injured as building collapses in national capital. Crosses in churches, cemetery vandalized in Mumbai. Police say probe on. New Himachal Pradesh cabinet is set to take oath today. Viewers, let's go to the top story we're tracking right now. Now, it's been many days after that 2 stampedes which were reported. Remember, one of them in Guntur. Now, the YSRCP government has appointed a panel to go ahead and inquire about the stampedes. Retired AP judge, now in fact, the justice there, the retired AP High Court Justice Reddy will head the inquiry panel, which is mandated to submit report in 1 month. So viewers, we're seeing this top update coming in where a probe panel has been formed by the YSRCP government. And what we can tell you viewers is that a very senior retired Justice Reddy will head the inquiry panel, which is mandated to submit a report in just 1 month, viewers. There was a double stampede which claimed multiple lives, and right now, viewers, we are seeing some update coming in. Remember that there were multiple stampedes which were reported. Many people had lost their lives. In fact, more than 8 people had died and several others were injured at the TDP President Chandrababu Naidu's rally. All right, let's go ahead to Samiksha is joining us live. Samiksha, very good morning to you from a Mumbai newsroom. Take us through exactly what we know so far. We know a probe panel has been formed by the YSRCP government.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. So the latest what we're given to understand is that the state government has formed a panel that would be headed by a retired judge as to probe the kind of stampedes we've seen in recent past. In fact, in just last week, 2 stampedes have been reported. One which claimed lives of 8 people, and the second one which happened near Amravati, which claimed lives of 3 people. In fact, let me read out those the key highlights here from this panel. In fact, this report, which order that has been put out, which states that the panel would be formed that would be looking into what really led to this stampede claiming lives of 3 people and 8 people. This order which states the state government of Andhra Pradesh are of the opinion that it is necessary to appoint a commission of inquiry for the purpose of making an inquiry into a definite matter of public importance herein. After specified, the above commission of inquiry shall have the following terms of reference for inquiry: circumstances leading to the stampede and the persons responsible thereof, whether there were any shortcomings in the arrangements made and any violations in the permissions granted, and if so, persons responsible therefore, and recommendations with regard to institutional mechanisms and safeguards to be in place in addition to existing institutional mechanisms and safeguards so as to prevent occurrence of such grave incidents in future. The remuneration and emoluments of the commission of inquiry to be fixed as per the norms. The commission will complete its inquiry and submit its report to the state government within a period of 1 month. So 1 month is a deadline that the state government has given to the panel that has been formed that would be looking into what really led to these stampedes. The first one, of course, which claimed lives of 8 people, and the second one which happened in Guntur near Amravati that claims lives of 3 people. Shivang.
Absolutely, Samiksha, and also take us through exactly what the government has asked the commission to do. We know that number 1 will be investigating the circumstances leading to the stampede, the persons responsible for them, and we know that some leaders, some TDP leaders are already taken into custody in connection with the stampedes.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. So, TDP-led, Chandrababu-led TDP will have a lot to answer in this regard. These 2 stampedes that we are talking about here precisely, one which claimed lives of 8 people. We saw, the kind of scenes that unfolded. There was a stampede. There were more than what the number of people really had to be at that particular location. And the second one, of course, which claimed lives of 3 people, Shivangi.
All right, Samiksha, also being joined right now by Aneri on the phone line. Aneri, let's take our viewers through exactly what this probe panel say. Now, we know for sure that the commission has been asked to make recommendations regarding the institutional mechanisms and safeguards to be in place in addition to the existing systems, so such an incident of these double stampedes does not ever happen in the future.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. We have been seeing how 2 incidents had taken place in near about 5 days of time. And then we also saw that near about 11 people lost their life in these 2 incidents of stampede, and both were being led by the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu, although the Guntur incident where we saw that was being led by, where Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest, but then the Nellore incident where 8 people lost their life there. We have seen that how there was a massive roadshow which was being carried out by Chandrababu Naidu. But now when we talk about this incident now, after this incident, we see that the Andhra Pradesh government has also come up with a GO number 1, which says that they will not allow any sort of roadshows, any sort of public meetings or to be held on the national highway, state highway or the Sarpanch roads. And that is the reason why we also see that how there's a political heat going on in the state of Andhra Pradesh, whereas we also have been seeing that now the Andhra Pradesh government, the YSRCP government in the state of Andhra Pradesh have now come up with an panel probe which will be led by the retired High Court judge of Andhra Pradesh into this matter, and they will have to submit a report within 1 week into these two incidents where 11 people lost their life and also a few others were injured. So definitely a shocking incident which happened in Nellore, in Guntur, and now we see that a political war of words have broken out in the state of Andhra Pradesh between the YSRCP and the TDP, and also at the same time now we are seeing that the Andhra Pradesh government, who had earlier come up with a GO to not putting a restriction on the public meetings and on the road shows where large gatherings are happening. And so now we also see that Andhra Pradesh government has come up with a panel to probe into this matter, and they will have to submit a report within 1 month of time. So now we'll have to wait and watch what will be the next move in this.
Absolutely, and also, take us through exactly what's been happening when it comes to the investigation. We know that many people have been detained, many TDP leaders have been detained. Who are these TDP leaders who have been detained in this investigation as it continues? This is the double stampede incident we're talking about in Andhra Pradesh.
Nellore incident, well, yes, there were cases which were registered against a few TDP leaders for not following the proper procedure, and also at the same time when we had happened to speak to the police officials there, they also had stated that TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu did not follow the route. Rather, he went, he did not follow the route which was planned accordingly, but he went straight and there was a narrow road ahead, and that led to the death of near about 8 people and few others were injured, whereas in the Guntur incident there was a massive where we had seen that there were Sankranti tokens which were being distributed, a gift token which was being distributed, and due to which we saw that how there was a stampede-like situation which led to the death of 3 people. So total 11 people lost their life, and now we see that cases have been registered against few TDP cadres and also...
All right, Aneri, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you, being joined by Kumar Reddy Patabi of the TDP on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. What is your first reaction coming in? It looks like the Andhra Pradesh government is very serious about getting to the bottom of what really happened, which led to multiple deaths.
Shivangi, good morning. As far as the incidents in Kandakur and Guntur are concerned, we've been, right from the beginning, we've been saying that there is a conspiracy behind this and innocent people have lost their lives because of the conspiracy that is hatched by the YSR Congress party. Because if you look at the flow of events in Guntur and Kandakur, they are like substantiating our suspicion. So we've been demanding a thorough inquiry, but we would have welcomed an inquiry if the government would have referred this to the CBI or a national investigative agency. That would have been more proper. Or they would have appointed a sitting High Court judge instead of a retired judge. They would have appointed a sitting High Court judge and would have ordered for an inquiry. So an inquiry needs to be done, but we would have welcomed an inquiry by the CBI or a national level investigative agency. So there is definitely a conspiracy just to stop the public meetings of Chandrababu Naidu Garu, because we've been seeing how thousands of people have been attending the meetings of Telugu Party, because the people in Andhra Pradesh are fed up with the Jagan Reddy's government. And in Kandakur also, the venue where Chandrababu Naidu Garu had organized his meeting, it is the same venue where Jagan Reddy and his mother Vijayamma also addressed meetings when they were in opposition. So that is not something new. So lack of proper police protection, and also the incidents that have happened clearly, raise suspicion. So we want an inquiry, but a thorough inquiry by a national level investigative agency like CBI. We strongly believe that it is people in the YSR Congress party who are behind this conspiracy, and innocent people have lost their lives because of the conspiracy that has been hatched. Because somehow or the other, the YSRCP wanted to stop these meetings. First, initially, they tried to stop the people from attending the meetings by blackmailing them, by saying that their welfare schemes will be cut, and in lot many other means they tried to blackmail and they tried to threaten people, and they tried to stop people from attending these meetings. But when they failed in doing that, and when people have started attending these meetings in thousands, they now hatch this conspiracy, and these stampedes are also part of the conspiracy by the YSR Congress Party that we strongly believe, and we have ample evidences to point out in such direction. So we want an inquiry, but an inquiry by an investigative agency like the CBI.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Komareddy Patabi, TDP spokesperson. Let's go back to Aneri, who's joining us as well on the phone line. Aneri, also take us through exactly what the YSRCP is saying as well, because the YSRCP had lambasted the TDP after this incident had transpired.
That's right, Shivangi. YSRCP had lashed out at the TDP chief, Chandrababu Naidu, whereas even the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh has hitted out at the TDP chief, Chandrababu Naidu, over this particular incident, Shivangi.
All right, thank you, Aneri, for joining us here on Republic TV, our correspondent getting us the top updates. Let's take a very short break, viewers. We continue to be live and breaking this Sunday morning. Coming up on the other side of this very short break, situation worsens in Joshimath, more families being evacuated in a warlike promptness. And a new Himachal Pradesh cabinet set to take oath today. Stay tuned.
I am Aneri Shah reporting from Hyderabad, and this is Republic.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. And so the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
A day after RJD leaders' controversial statement on Ram Mandir, calling it Nafrat ki Zameen, now Congress has taken a dig at the Home Minister Amit Shah. Congress's Priyanka Kharge has now tweeted, "Good to know that Ram Mandir will be ready by Jan 1st next year," requesting the Prime Minister and Amit Shah to set deadlines not just for the temple but also for filling up the government job vacancies and getting the economy on track. After all, the Ram Rajya means peace and prosperity for all. All right, viewers, so we are seeing this comment coming in right now where we are seeing a tweet. I repeat, it's a tweet where we can see, viewers, the politics over Ram Mandir continues. And this is coming in from Congress's Priyanka Kharge, who has tweeted that good to know that Ram Mandir will be ready by January 1st next year. And he's also saying that they should also be filling up government job vacancies. Let's go to Madhurima, who's joining us on the phone line. Madhurima, very good morning to you. After that comment which had come in from the RJD leader, who called it Nafrat ki Zameen, we are seeing that the political war of words over Ram Mandir is just not stopping. Madhurima.
Well, good morning to you too, Shivangi. And yes, this is indeed a very controversial statement looking into the mind.
All right, viewers, we'll get back to Madhurima, but let's have a look at the tweet which has been put out by Priyanka Kharge. It is right on your screens. And if you can read the tweet, it says, good to know that Ram Mandir will be ready by Jan 1st next year, requesting PM Modi and the Home Minister Amit Shah to set deadlines, not just for the temple, but also for filling up government job vacancies and getting the economy on track. After all, Ram Rajya means peace and prosperity for all. So we are seeing that tweet there as well, viewers, where after just a day after the RJD leader's controversial statement on Ram Mandir, remember that the RJD leader called it Nafrat ki Zameen. We are seeing another attack coming from the Congress right now, where the Congress is taking a dig at the Home Minister Amit Shah's announcement that the Ram Mandir temple will be ready very, very soon, viewers. And that tweet, once again, is on your screen. You can read the tweet as well. A short while back, just a day ago, in fact, the RJD leader had quoted controversy for labeling the Ram Janmabhoomi as a land of hatred while talking about the under construction Grand Ram Mandir, which is happening in Ayodhya, and he called it Nafrat ki Zameen. So after the RJD leader called the Ram Mandir and Ram Janmabhoomi Nafrat ki Zameen, we are seeing one more comment coming in. This time it is coming from the Congress itself, where the Congress is going ahead and it's saying a couple of things, saying that good to know that Ram Mandir will be ready by Jan 1st next year, requesting the Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah to set deadlines, not just for the temple, but also for filling up the government job vacancies and getting the economy on track. After all, Ram Rajya means peace and prosperity for all. So that's a tweet that we're seeing on your screens right now, viewers. And remember that Amit Shah has just announced that the Ram Mandir will be ready very soon. The construction for the Ram Mandir has been happening for a while now. And Amit Shah had gone ahead and he has said that the Ram Mandir will be ready soon. Remember that a lot of the portions of Ram Mandir are already constructed, and it has been, in fact, inspected by CM Yogi Adityanath couple of times. Let's go to Madhurima, who's joining us on the phone line. Madhurima, go ahead and tell us what you were telling our viewers.
Well, Shivangi, I was pressing upon the fact that Ram Mandir is attached very sentimentally to the population of our country. In fact, it was one of the main tenets in the manifesto for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And as Mr. Priyank Kharge has been pointing out that he must call for job vacancies and other. But the thing to highlight is that Amit Shah, in one of his previous addresses last year had even asserted over the fact that as and when the Ram Mandir will be inaugurated and the devotees will throng, it will bring a lot of business in the vicinity and in the state as well, as it would be a major boost to tourism.
Madhurima, I'll come back to you in a moment, Madhurima. Please hold on, because I am being joined right now by BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala. A very good morning to you, Shehzad, this Sunday morning. Now, we are seeing that one more controversy is erupting right now. Looks like the political war of words over Ram Mandir is just not stopping.
You see, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party and its leaders have a Rome mansikta, and therefore those who do Rome in the sense that do vote bank politics, they can never ever accept Ram Mandir. These are the people who oppose the existence of Shri Ram. These are the people who oppose Ram Mandir. These are the people who even went to court and said delay the Ram Mandir. They oppose the Bhumi Pujan of the Ram Mandir. They call Hindutva as ISIS and Boko Haram, and therefore this Rome mansikta, which is seen in the statements of Hussain Dalwai, in the statements of leaders from Karnataka who say Hindu is a bad word. Now you have a set of other leaders who are coming out and opposing. Instead of welcoming that, yes, Ram Mandir will be built on the Ram Janmabhoomi, you have the entire ecosystem opposing it. And therefore Priyank Kharge ji is also making a similar comment. As far as employment is concerned, I'm happy to inform Mr. Kharge that in the state he resides, Karnataka, the unemployment rate is 2.5%. And in Rajasthan, where Congress party is in power, the unemployment rate is 28.5%. In Bihar, the unemployed get lathis and dandas. So perhaps Priyank Kharge ji can tell us that when are they going to end the unemployment in their own states, and why are they opposing Ram Mandir once again?
Right, Shehzad. Well, thank you so much for joining us here, Shehzad Poonawala, the BJP, on this latest controversy which has erupted after the RJD leader called the Ram Janmabhoomi Nafrat ki Zameen. We are seeing one more attack coming in from the Congress, where the Congress has attacked Amit Shah over the Ram Mandir.
हम जिन्होंने हमारे ऊपर 200 वर्ष राज किया, इस बार उनको पछाड़कर दुनिया की पांचवी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने का काम किया है। और युवाओं के बीच में तो मैं शिवराज जी, जयशंकर जी, ये कहना चाहता हूं, ये भारत के युवाओं ने ही पिछले 8 वर्षों में भारत को दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप नेशन बनाने का काम भी किया है।
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number 1 manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number 1 also in tractors. Number 2 in buses. Number 3 in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debate.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that
खुल रहे हैं। खेलों के क्षेत्र में भारत ने ओलंपिक से लेकर कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में नए आयाम स्थापित करने का काम किया है और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के साथ ही एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत को भी पूरा करने का काम किया। आपके बीच में ही यूथ अवॉर्डीज भी हमारे बीच में हैं जो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत को आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं, स्पिरिट को आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं। और मैं तो ये कहूंगा कि आप जब आए हैं तो इस कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से बाकी युवाओं से जरूर मिलिए और उनके साथ देश को घूमने का प्रयास अवश्य कीजिए। आप जितना भारत घूमेंगे, भारत की विशेषताओं को भी जानेंगे, भारत की समस्याओं को भी जानेंगे और कहीं ना कहीं समस्याओं का समाधान करने में भी आप एक बहुत बड़ा सहयोग कर सकते हैं।
I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil reporting from Srinagar, and this is the Republic.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
what we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debate.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that we need to stand up for ourselves. And this is the triggering point of this entire movement.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
what happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे
हमारे विदेश मंत्री आदरणीय डॉक्टर एस जयशंकर जी, मिस जेनेटा मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट ऑस्ट्रेलिया, हमारी गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर, एक बार ताली बजा के उनका स्वागत कीजिए। हमारे यूथ मिनिस्टर, स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर, जिन्हें आप अभी बड़े ध्यान से सुन रहे थे, अनुराग ठाकुर जी, राज्य मंत्री हमारे निशीत प्रमाणिक जी, विदेश सचिव डॉक्टर आसफ सईद जी, सचिव युवा कार्यक्रम और खेल मंत्रालय सुश्री मीता राजीव लोचन जी, यहां उपस्थित भारत सरकार और मध्य प्रदेश सरकार के सभी मंत्री साथीगण और पूरे दुनिया से यहां पधारे हुए मेरे बहनों, मेरे भाइयों और भांजे और भांजियों, मैं मध्य प्रदेश वालों का मामा हूं तो आपका भी मामा ही हुआ। इंदौर में आपका हृदय से स्वागत, और केवल मेरी तरफ से नहीं, मध्य प्रदेश की 8.5 करोड़ जनता की ओर से आपका स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन है। और स्वागत केवल शब्दों में नहीं है, यह स्वागत आत्मीय है, यह स्वागत भावनाओं से है, और वो भावनाओं का प्रकटीकरण आप इंदौर की सड़कों पर देख रहे होंगे। विद्युत बल्ब की लड़ियों से इंदौर सजाया गया है, रंगोलियां बनाई गई है। केवल स्वागत द्वार नहीं बनाए, इंदौर की जनता ने पलक पौड़े आपके लिए बिछाए। या इंदौर में तो झगड़ा हो रहा था, झगड़ा इस बात का कि जब आ रहे हैं तो होटल में काहे को ठहरेंगे, हम अपने घर ठहराएंगे। हर एक ललायत था हमारे घर ले चलो। सचमुच में आप सब आए, मैं हृदय की गहराइयों से, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश है देश का दिल, हार्टलैंड ऑफ इंडिया, और आप हैं हमारे दिल के टुकड़े। अतिथि देवो भव की परंपरा का निर्वाह करते हुए हम एक बार फिर आपका स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। अत्यंत प्राचीन और महान राष्ट्र भारत, जब दुनिया के विकसित देशों में सभ्यता के सूर्य का उदय नहीं हुआ था, तब हमारे यहां वेदों की ऋचाएं रच दी गई थी। संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध के बाद बना, लेकिन भारत के ऋषियों ने तो हजारों साल पहले कह दिया था, अयम निजम परावेत्ति गणना लघुचेत साम, उदार चरिता नाम तू वसुदैव कुटुंबकम। ये मेरा, ये तेरा है। ये सोच छोटे दिल वालों का होता है। जो विशाल हृदय के होते हैं वो तो कहते हैं सारी दुनिया ही एक परिवार है। और प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी इसी मूल मंत्र को आत्मसात करके केवल भारत नहीं, आज दुनिया की सेवा कर रहे हैं। लेकिन युवा प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस है। मित्रों, युवा वो नहीं है जिसकी उम्र 15 साल से लेकर 30 साल की होती है। युवा वो है
जिसके पैरों में गति होती है। युवा वो है जिसके सीने में आग होती है। युवा वो है जिसकी आंखों में सपने होते हैं। और युवा वो है जो उन सपनों को साकार कर कर ही चैन की सांस लेता है। स्वामी विवेकानंद ने कहा था, वो शब्द मुझे आज याद आ रहे हैं, तुम केवल 3.5 हाथ के हड़ मास के पुतले नहीं हो, तुम ईश्वर के अंश हो, अमृत के पुत्र हो, अनंत शक्तियों के भंडार हो और अमर आनंद के भागी हो। दुनिया में कोई काम ऐसा नहीं कि जो तुम ना कर सको। और भारत के युवाओं ने दुनिया में सच में वो करके दिखाया है। कामयाबी हाथ की लकीरों से नहीं मिलती, कामयाबी माथे के पसीने से मिलती है। और वो सफलता के झंडे भारत के युवाओं ने गाड़े। दुनिया में जहां जहां गए एक अलग पहचान बनाई। और सचमुच में दुनिया के लगभग सभी देशों में अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में आज भारत का डंका अगर बजाया है तो आपने बजाया, इसलिए मैं आपका स्वागत करता हूं, आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं। एक व्यक्ति अगर सोचे, एक व्यक्ति अगर ठान ले तो दुनिया बदल सकता है। और मुझे कहते हुए गर्व है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर। मुझे 2014 याद आता है, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने हाथ में झाड़ू थामी और कहा स्वच्छ भारत, तो पूरे देश ने हाथ में झाड़ू थाम ली। और इंदौर ने तो स्वच्छता में छक्का लगा दिया, सिक्सर मारा है, लगातार 6वीं बार नंबर 1। और मध्य प्रदेश भी ओवरऑल नंबर 1। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा मेक इन इंडिया, तो सारी चीजें भारत यहां बनाने लगा। डिजिटल इंडिया, तो दुनिया का 40% डिजिटल पेमेंट आज भारत में हो रहा है। स्किल इंडिया, यूथ स्किल हो गए। आज सचमुच में अनेकों क्षेत्रों में भारत मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में दुनिया को दिशा दिखा रहा है। और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने संकल्प लिया है आत्मनिर्भर भारत का, आत्मनिर्भर भारत। और आने वाले कल में भारत को ज्ञान शक्ति, अर्थ शक्ति, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी भारत को बनाना है 2026 तक। तो अर्थ शक्ति और आत्मनिर्भर शक्ति बनाना है। इसके लिए जरूरी है इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी। और इसलिए जब मैं इनोवेशन की बात करता हूं, नवाचार, जहां तक तुम्हारे विचार जाते हैं वहां तक जाने का साहस करो, सचमुच में तुम अद्भुत काम करोगे। नवाचार क्या है? जो विचार दिमाग में आए उसको जमीन पर उतारनी तो नवाचार है। कहते न्यूटन एक पेड़ के नीचे बैठे थे, हवा चली, पेड़ हिला, फल टूटा, जमीन पे गिरा। अब ये साधारण घटना थी, लेकिन न्यूटन सोचने लगे, हवा चली, पेड़ हिला, फल टूटा, तो जमीन पे क्यों गिरा? वो ऊपर क्यों नहीं गया? वो बीच में क्यों नहीं अटका? अब वो सोच रहे थे, उत्तर मिला नहीं। तो कहते हैं आने जाने वाले लोगों को उन्होंने बुलाया और कहा एक प्रश्न का उत्तर मुझे नहीं मिल रहा है। लोगों ने कहा बताओ क्या? तो न्यूटन ने कहा हवा चली, पेड़ हिला, फल टूटा, जमीन पे गिरा। तो लोगों ने कहा जमीन पे नहीं गिरता तो कहां गिरता? बोले ऊपर क्यों नहीं गया, आसमान में क्यों नहीं अटका? तो लोगों ने कहा ये तो गड़बड़ हो गए कुछ। अरे जमाने से देखते चले आए, ऊपर से कोई फल टूटता तो नीचे ही तो गिरता है। लेकिन न्यूटन सोचते रहे, सोचते रहे और अंत में उन्होंने खोज के निकाला कि पृथ्वी में गुरुत्वाकर्षण की शक्ति होती है और इसलिए अगर कोई वस्तु टूटती है तो वो नीचे गिरती है। ये नवाचार है और भारत के नौजवान नवाचार कर रहे हैं। इनोवेटिव आइडिया आया, लेकिन एक आइडिया पर्याप्त नहीं है। उसके लिए रोड मैप, उस रोड मैप पे चलने के लिए परिश्रम, रिस्क, नदी के विपरीत दिशा में तैरने का साहस, ये करना पड़ता है, तब नवाचार के रूप में सफलता मिलती है। और सचमुच में जब मैं नवाचार की बात करता हूं तो गूगल, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, एप्पल, एडोब, IBM, मास्टर कार्ड जैसी बहुराष्ट्रीय कंपनियों के ऑफिस में अगर आप देखेंगे तो केवल भारतीय ही भारतीय नजर आएंगे।
All right, tracking the latest coming in from Joshimath, where the situation has only been going from bad to worse. 11 more families, is what we're given to understand, have been moved to safe locations as a number of houses developing cracks in the sinking town that has now risen to 603. So more than 600 families that have been affected as a result of the situation that prevails currently in Joshimath. Those visuals there coming in from Joshimath, in which you can see the people moving to those relief shelters that have been provided by the state government as a result of those cracks being seen in several of those buildings in Joshimath. In fact, relief and rescue operations have been expedited and choppers have also been kept on standby. Centre having formed an expert panel as well. Anuj reporting live from Joshimath. Anuj, all right, we'll just go across to Anuj in just a bit, but the visuals there coming in right now of those people who are moving to safer locations as a result of land subsidence being seen in Joshimath. In fact, hundreds of families have been affected as a result of prevailing situation in Joshimath. Immediate evacuation of 600 families have been ordered by the state government. In fact, remember just yesterday, Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami also visited Joshimath and did a survey of those houses that have been affected as a result of the situation in Joshimath. But the visuals there on your screens right now that paint a grim picture of the situation we are seeing unfold in Joshimath. Cracks being seen not just on those buildings but on the roads as well, which has triggered panic and fear in the minds of people. And there's also a lot of anger as it's also being said that the situation has is a result of those projects that have been built. In fact, the construction that has happened in Joshimath. Anuj, they are reporting live, joining us live. Anuj, give us the ground check. What is the latest you are learning? How many families in total have been affected and how many have been shifted to those relief shelters?
Samiksha, this is almost around 600 families who are affected by this cracks, by this problem which is going on in Joshimath. Let me tell you the fresh update. I am reporting from a mutt. This is just in front of a temple in Joshimath itself. I have with me a Mehantji of this particular mutt. He will explain us what is happening, because we are seeing now the cracks which is coming in this particular area and how it is damaging and how this is increasing. We'll try and understand from Mehanji itself. आप अगर गुरुजी बता सके कि यहाँ क्या प्रॉब्लम चल रही है?
यहाँ पर अभी यहाँ पर क्या है कि पिछले कुछ दिनों से 12-13 महीने से हल्के हल्के क्रैक चल रहे थे। अब पिछले 10-12 दिन से यहाँ पे ज़्यादा चलने लगे हैं। तो ये हॉस्पिटल के ठीक ऊपर वाला एरिया है, जो कि हॉस्पिटल 6 महीने साल
एक बार दिखाते अगर आप
ये आप देख रहे हैं, आपके सामने ये जो देख रहे हैं, ये जो क्रैक पड़े हैं, छत से पिलर अलग लटक रहे हैं, दीवारें नीचे बैठ गई हैं। और इधर पीछे की साइड में आप देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर
एक बार मैं कहूँगा अगर हमारे साथ आके एक बार दिखा सकें दर्शकों को. So that's something what we are showing to our viewers, Samiksha, that what exactly is happening. जी बताइए.
ये आप ऊपर देख रहे होंगे, ये छतों में ये जो क्रैक आई हुई हैं, ये जो दीवारें आप वो देख रहे हैं, सारे क्रैक हो गई हैं. ये बाहर से उजाला, सीधे बाहर उजाला दिख रहा है. ये एक्चुअली ये एरिया पर्टिकुलर बैठ गया है, और बैठने की वजह से जैसे बरसात में पानी वगैरह जो जैसे आता है, तो पानी के अंदर आने की वजह से ये जो कंडीशनें हुई हैं, ये इस वजह से ये कंडीशन हुई है. ये सारी में ये क्रैक, ये आप उजाला देख रहे होंगे, ये 4 इंच का गैप देख रहे हैं. इस तरह से कहीं ज़्यादा है, कहीं कम है, धीरे धीरे ये बैठ रहा है. इस तरीके की ये कंडीशन.
तो ये कब से हो रहा है? ये इसके पीछे
पहले ये धीरे धीरे पर्दे के पीछे.
Last my video journalist wants to give you the sense from there also. Look what is happening. If we talk about this particular wall, then this could be clearly seen that how the crack is increasing. Even I can feel and the moisture and the water which is coming here, and that's something what we are seeing at this point in time. And there the full full wall is being cracked. जी बताइए।
ये जो दीवारें आप देख रहे होंगे पिलरों के साथ चिपकी हुई जितनी भी दीवारें हैं ये सब बैठ रही हैं। ये पर्टिकुलर हॉस्पिटल का बैक साइड का जो एरिया है ये एरिया पहले से ही बैठ रहा था, पर अभी कुछ दिन से थोड़ा ज़्यादा होने लग गया, जिसकी वजह से ये थोड़ा सा परेशानी समस्या तो है ही है। तो अब देखो भगवान की इच्छा क्या होता है, क्या करता है।
यहाँ भी हमने देखा बाहर की साइड जहाँ अभी आप दिखा रहे थे, एक बार मैं कहूँगा कि बाहर चल के भी दिखाएं। यहाँ पे भी नीचे की तरफ
ये आप देख रहे हैं ये फर्श क्रैक, ये जो फर्श आप देख रहे हैं इसको मैं थोड़ा हटा दूँ। ये देख लीजिए ये जो ज़मीन जो है ये धीरे धीरे ये क्रैक बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। ये आप सेट वाला एरिया देख रहे होंगे, ये सेट में ये जो फॉल सीलिंग जितनी भी डैमेज हुई हैं ये सारा क्या है कि ये जो एरिया बैठने से जो टीन सेट जो बैठ गया है उसकी जो फिटिंग हिल गई है, जिससे पानी की वजह से ये सारा एरिया लगभग बर्बादी की ओर जा रहा है, डैमेज हो गया है, काफ़ी डैमेज हो गया है। अब देखते हैं कितना आगे।
हॉस्पिटल जो पीछे हॉस्पिटल है उस पर भी काफ़ी बड़ा क्रैक, मैं एक बार कहूँगा उधर की साइड चल के हम दर्शकों को अपने दिखाएंगे कि उस पर भी एक काफ़ी बड़ा क्रैक हमने देखा अभी जो आप दिखा रहे थे।
जो ये बिल्डिंग है
ये अब खाली हो चुका है हॉस्पिटल।
हाँ, ये वाली जो साइड है ये 1 साल पहले 6 महीने पहले इसे खाली कर दिया गया है
इसी वजह से।
हाँ, ये आप देख रहे होंगे कितनी बड़ी दरारें हैं इसको, हालांकि उन लोगों ने बाद में पहले इस पर लेंटर भी डाला था, फिर भी ये बैठ गया। तो ये हॉस्पिटल वाला एरिया इसी के साथ में ये बैठ रहा है। ये पहले से 6 महीने साल भर पहले पतली दरार थे, धीरे धीरे ये बढ़ता हुआ जा रहा है।
So this exactly the situation is, Samiksha. That is something what we are seeing. If we talk about this particular premises, then we have seen not limited to the tiles or the floors only, but the walls could be clearly seen how the cracks are increasing. There is an hospital just next to this particular area, this particular premises, and that particular hospital has been already vacant. And has there is no one no facilities there because the same kind of problem is going on in that very hospital also. So this is something what we are seeing in whole Joshimath at this point in time. The people are in worrisome situation. The government is taking the stock of the things what is happening on the ground. This was none other but the Chief Minister himself who was here on the ground yesterday, was doing survey with the expertise and the teams. But yes, the situation remains tense. So I'll ask my video journalist to continuously give it a sense from every area. There you can see this is the entry, and we can clearly see the kind of cracks which is coming in, the kind of cracks which could be clearly seen. So this exactly is the situation. Every building, Samiksha, every road is getting damaged now, and it is not stopping, rather increasing day and night. That's something what we are seeing on the ground. Yes, back to you.
All right, Anuj, thank you for those latest details that you're sharing with us. So, Anuj, they're reporting live from Joshimath, giving us a ground check as to the situation that prevails currently in Joshimath. Those visuals there speak for themselves. The situation prevailing in Joshimath as we speak. The families having been shifted to those temporary relief shelters, and on the other side, you can see those cracks that are being seen in several of those walls and buildings. In fact, even the roads in Joshimath. Slipping into a very short break for now, but do not go anywhere. Lots coming up on the other side of this very short break. We'll get you the latest from Belagavi as 2 leaders of pro-Hindu organizations shot at by miscreants in Belagavi. And 1 dead, several injured as building collapses in the national capital.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. And so the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant.
Correct.
So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest. India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant.
Correct.
So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
News in brief, days after terrorists targeted Dhangri village in Rajouri town, the death toll has now risen to 7. This after one more civilian succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. Meanwhile, those injured are still recuperating. Special investigation team probing the sexual harassment allegations made by junior woman coach against women's coach against Haryana Minister Sandeep Singh took possession of her clothes, including a torn t-shirt from her house. SIT also added an additional charge related to insulting the modesty of a woman to the FIR against the former Minister of Haryana. 2 people were dead and 13 injured after a mini truck fell into a deep gorge from a hill in the Chatarchura Hills in Karimganj district in Assam. Unidentified men riding a bike shot at and injured a journalist identified as Rajesh while he was returning home from his shop in Siwan, a district of Bihar. After Indian forces noticed suspicious movement near a village in Balakot sector of Pooch district of Jammu and Kashmir, forces neutralized 2 terrorists near the line of control. The bodies of the slain terrorists were found when the army launched a search operation in the area this morning. A day after Punjab Minister Fauja Singh Sarari resigned from the cabinet after an extortion controversy, BJP stepped up attack on AAP, questioning Arvind Kejriwal over his claims of corruption-free Punjab. This comes months after Sarari was embroiled in a controversy over an audio clip in which he allegedly discussed ways to trap some contractors in order to extort money.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस. They were shocked.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti. And is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces. And more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that
हाय फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम टू द गौरव आर्या शो। दोस्तों, आज मैं आपको एक खास कहानी सुनाने वाला हूं और हमारे गेस्ट भी बहुत खास हैं। आई हैव अ वेरी वेरी स्पेशल गेस्ट टुडे। द जेंटलमैन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट हैज डन समथिंग दैट यू ऑल नो अबाउट। आप सबको पता है कि उन्होंने काम क्या करा है, लेकिन काम किसने करा है ये आपको नहीं पता। इट्स माई ग्रेटेस्ट ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज टू प्रेजेंट टू यू लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल संजय कुलकर्णी, PVSM, AVSM, शौर्य चक्र, सेना मेडल, VSM एंड फॉर्मर DG इन्फेंट्री। एंड सबसे बड़ी बात, हमारी रेजिमेंट यानी कुमाऊं रेजिमेंट के हैं। सर जय हिंद, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर।
जय हिंद गौरव, ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर।
जैसे रेजिमेंट पे कहते हैं सर, राम राम।
बिल्कुल राम राम
सर। अच्छा सर, शुरुआत हम यहां से करेंगे कि आप और मैम गए यूरोप घूमने के लिए एज अ यंग कैप्टन। अब आई कांट इमेजिन इंडियन आर्मी यंग कैप्टन गोइंग टू यूरोप विथ द लेडी वाइफ। इसके पीछे की स्टोरी में दोस्तों को सुनाना चाहता हूं जो हमारे व्यूअर्स हैं सर, और बड़ी जबरदस्त स्टोरी है। तो एक तो आप यूरोप घूमने गए सर, एक सप्लायर बैठा है लंदन में, और वहां पे कुछ जनरल्स हैं आर्मी हेडक्वार्टर में। वहां पे एक अलग माहौल बना हुआ है। सियाचिन ग्लेशियर, ऑपरेशन मेघदूत, 1984। इनिशियली क्या था सर, सियाचिन में पहले ना भारत था ना पाकिस्तान था, किसी के ट्रूप्स वहां पे नहीं थे स्टेशन। सबसे पहले सियाचिन ग्लेशियर इंपॉर्टेंट है, कौन पेट्रोल लेकर गया और किसने पहले ये रिपोर्ट दी कि हाँ ऐसा हो सकता है? Who was it, sir?
Gaurav, you know how we all started it.
जी।
सबसे पहले तो कर्नल बुल कुमार,
कर्नल नरेंद्र कुमार सर,
कर्नल बुल कुमार अपने ही रेजिमेंट के, कुमाऊं रेजिमेंट के,
कुमाऊं सर,
and he is the one who actually found out he had a very good German friend, a mountaineer friend, with whom he had done river rafting. जब वो उनको मिले, then he said that he is now planning to go to again explore the Apsara ranges. So he said, मुझे नक्शे पे दिखाना. When it came to seeing the map, that is the first time Colonel Bull Kumar was alarmed कि जो जहाँ वो जा रहा है जर्मन माउंटेनियर, ये तो हमारी जगह है, लेकिन वो तो पाकिस्तान से परमिशन लेकर के उधर जा रहा है.
पाकिस्तान इंडिया में जाने की परमिशन पाकिस्तान दे रहा है.
In this mountainous terrain. Because what had happened was, Karachi agreement stated very clearly the ceasefire line that was then CFL बोलते थे कि NJ 9842 thence northwards. That means the ceasefire line NJ 9842 तो demarcated था, सब कुछ था. Then since it had not been demarcated, it said thence northwards it will follow, and whenever we get time in future, it will be properly demarcated, delineated.
Ceasefire line हो गई जो बाद में बनी line of control, sir.
You can say yes.
Somewhat like that.
Though little change because we have AGPL over here, actual ground position line and all. But notwithstanding that, up to NJ 9842, we knew it. And thereafter, when we said thence northwards, it was running along the watershed of the Soltoro ridgeline. That was our thinking, and that is what the international principle is also all about, watershed principle. Pakistan cleverly joined NJ 9842 with Karakoram Pass. So when we say Karakoram Pass, which is further to the east, you find that there's a huge gap which comes between, say, Karakoram 2, the second highest feature in the world, and the Karakoram Pass. Between these two is the Siachen Glacier.
Like a finger, sir.
Like a deep thrust,
deep thrust, sir. Yes, sir.
Into that. Correct. And adjoining it is what is popularly called the Shaksgam Valley, which Pakistan gifted to China in 1963.
तो शक्सगम वैली से पाकिस्तान ने 63 में चीन को गिफ्ट कर दी.
और उसके द्वारा उन्होंने अपना जो बॉर्डर डिस्प्यूट था चीन के साथ उसको सेटल करने की कोशिश की, और वही इलाका है जहां से यू हैव दैट खंजरा पास कमिंग. सो यू ऑल दिस CPEC जो हम लोग आज बोलते हैं, चाइना पाकिस्तान इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर, द काराकोरम हाईवे जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, उसी को चीन ने एक्सप्लॉइट करने की कोशिश की टू गेट ग्वादा. सो चाइना वाज फीलिंग uneasy and they wanted warm water entry into Indian Ocean.
So जो चाइना पाकिस्तान इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर हम आज सुनते हैं, इसका चेस का गेम बहुत पहले शुरू हो गया.
बहुत पहले, मतलब through the Karakoram Pass, and then what they call the Khunjara Pass, the Karakoram Highway, and the same Karakoram Highway now being extended to the Pak-occupied Kashmir and goes and joins Gwadar into the Indian Ocean.
Balochistan Gwadar.
So you see the kind of game and the kind of, I would say, duplicity and also the kind of perfidy which both China and Pakistan.
अच्छा सर, प्लीज अलाउ मी टू इंटरप्ट यू हियर सर. आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, कर्नल नरेंद्र कुमार, अफेक्शनेटली नोन एज कर्नल बुल कुमार इन द इंडियन आर्मी, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है, क्योंकि हमारा एरिया एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान. यानी कि पाकिस्तान क्लेम करने की कोशिश कर रहा है. जब परमिशन हम दे रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब हमारा एरिया है. फिर कर्नल बुल कुमार ने क्या करा सर?
बहुत अच्छा सवाल, क्योंकि कर्नल बुल कुमार बेचारे अकेले क्या कर सकते थे? No, he was a very senior, very respected mountaineer.
Yes, sir.
Arjun Award, attempted Mount Everest, Kanchenjunga and everything. Yes, brilliant, fantastic mountaineer. Resulting his getting to know the chief of the army staff, because General Raina was the chief of the army staff, again Kumaon Regiment. And then he was referred to MO, because MO was those days headed by Major General Chibber, who later became the Army Commander, Northern Command. And we all know that Lieutenant General Chibber was involved in Op Meghdut. So उनके पास उनको रेफर किया गया. जब वहाँ पे गए उन्होंने बताया, नक्शा खोल के बताया, they thought, अरे ये तो सच में पाकिस्तान is on doing some mischief which is going on in these higher reaches of the Karakoram and the ranges. So they found out, they said, okay, Bull Kumar volunteered himself, said, because by then he was the commandant of the high altitude warfare school at Gulmarg. So they had a school in Gulmarg, high altitude warfare school, and Sonamarg. So उन्होंने कहा कि मैं जो मेरे माउंटेन वॉरफेयर एडवांस के जो स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं उनको लेकर के जाऊंगा और लेट मी सी एंड एक्सप्लोर एज पार्ट ऑफ पेट्रोलिंग एंड सी व्हाट इट इज ऑल अबाउट. ही डिड दैट. और जब वो कर रहे थे, he went up to Indra Koal, he saw all of this Altoro ridgeline, Bilafonla, Siala, Indra Koal, सबको क्या उन्होंने ski down Indra Koal. That time the Pakistanis flew their fighter aircrafts over him. He's trying to convey messaging to India that this is our territory and not yours. So this was in 77. So imagine from 77, then 78. That time I was a student doing the mountain warfare basic course at Gulmarg when he was the commandant. तो जब ये सब हो रहा था तो हम लोग भी, as part of the courses, you're supposed to climb a peak. Yes. So we were told to climb a peak called Stok Kangri, the highest in Leh. So we were climbing that, and these mountain warfare advanced students were all set to go to Siachen Glacier. So for the first time I heard Siachen Glacier, nobody knew what it was. Nobody knew. किसी को नहीं मालूम. So we heard, we didn't even know what it was, and it was quite a hush-hush affair. So nobody ever spoke about it except for these experienced student mountaineers who had done their basic, but to go for the advanced course. तो उसके बाद हमें पता चला कि ये सब कुछ हो रहा है, and then this is how, as he is the commandant, and then as luck would have it, in 82, Fort Kumaon, we were in Dehradun those days, and we were told to go to Ladakh. So we were to go to Batalik. And since we were to occupy Batalik as a feature, I was a part of the advance party. So Batalik, so वो भी change हो गया, and we were told that we will now go to Turtuk. So Turtuk used to be generally occupied by Ladakh scouts. So they were the ones who would be in Turtuk as part of the Karakoram wing, Indus wing, and all things of those kind. The Ladakh scouts were doing it. But we went to Turtuk. So when we went to Turtuk as part of the advance party, now Turtuk is a place where you have to cross Khardungla. And Khardungla is over 18,000. Yes, sir. And those days, Khardungla को पार करना was a absolute an adventure in itself.
आजकल तो चाय मिलती है सर खरदुंगला में.
अब तो इससे
टूरिस्ट पहुंचते हैं खरदुंगला.
अभी भी मुझे याद है, on top of खरदुंगला कई बार गाड़ियां रुक जाती थी. उस वक्त 3 टन होते थे. या आजकल की गाड़ियों के माफिक तो 3 टन, वो 3 टन खराब हो गई और 3 टन टॉप खरदुंगला में जाके खराब हो गई. अब उसको ठीक करने में वक्त लगे 45 मिनट 1 घंटा. आप मानेंगे नहीं, उस हाइट के ऊपर हम थोड़ी देर इस तरह रुक जाते, एक देर सर दर्द शुरू हो जाता था. Real
it's not a very pleasant place, sir. Khardungla is not pleasant, sir.
La means a pass. Khardungla. La means a pass. 18,000 के ऊपर 18,248 feet is the height of that. उसके ऊपर से सड़क जा रही और फिर उसके बीच में ग्लेशियर है, उसके ऊपर से वो गाड़ियों को लेकर के जाना. हवा, ओ इतनी जबरदस्त हवा कि आप really you have to have lots of strength and lot of acclimatization to be able to withstand
it, sir. Sir, मैं फंस गया था सर. मैं आपको बताता हूँ कुछ साल पहले.
Yes.
I got stuck, sir. I was going to base camp, sir. So Brigadier Bhupesh Hada used to be commander, sir, at that time, sir. तो भूपेश सर ने बोला आ जा, तो मैंने बोला सर आ जाता हूँ मैं. So we got stuck in Khardungla, sir. वो thank God, and I had gone with my this thing, sir. Republic की unit थी मेरे. Thank God वहाँ पे राजरीफ की यूनिट थी सर. राजरीफ की यूनिट ने चाय पकौड़े खिलाए. तब जान में जाना. I would have gone, sir. It was horrible, sir.
Now तो fantastic arrangements. I still remember Colonel Wombat Khare, who later retires as Major General. He does all this PLI and is quite involved into all this. He used to be the commanding officer of the BRO there, and he was laying that first bridge over that glacier for us to negotiate the Khardungla. Very difficult.
तो सर हुआ क्या उसके बाद? आप गए वहाँ पे? You were told.
हम लोग जब उधर गए, that was in 82. I saw, ibex and polar bear. Polar bear was the this thing 1 and 2. And क्योंकि मैं उधर एडवांस पार्टी में था, मैंने देखा ये जो Mi-17s हैं, Mi-8s होते थे उस वक्त. They used to keep flying to Siachen, base camp, और base camp से आते थे. तो मैं कहा क्या है, तो एक बार उन्होंने कहा चल we'll take you also for this thing and show you what is Siachen Glacier. So मैं भी देख कर क्या, we flew over Bilafonla, we flew over Siala, droppings of these things for that special patrol which used to be there, called the LRP. They used to call long range patrol.
Long range patrol, sir. Yes,
because
sir.
it used to be out for about 30 days, 45 days on top of the glacier. So we used to establish Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3. Generally क्या होता है, Mount Everest जब कोई climb करता है, 3 कैंप होते हैं. Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3, then assault. No, Mount Everest. इधर कहाँ assault? It is a 76 kilometer long glacier.
Yes, sir.
About 2 to 8 kilometers wide.
Sir.
Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3, Camp 4, Camp 5, Camp 6. और हर एक कैंप एक रात. मतलब आपने आज कैंप 1 पहुंचे, वहां पे बैठे, रात काटी, फिर अगले दिन आप कैंप 2, फिर तीसरे दिन कैंप 3, इस तरीके से हम लोगों ने चलना. तो ऐसे इलाके में मैं देखा, तो एज लक वुड हैव इट इन 1983 मेरे को बोला उन्होंने, बिकॉज सिंस आई हैड डन दिस माउंटेन वॉरफेयर बेसिक एंड एडवांस कोर्सेज, दे सेड यू विल बी द 2IC और द patrol which is going there as Ibex Hunt, and the patrol leader was Major Thapa, who had led the polar bear first.
Sir.
मैं कहा ठीक है. So we started training ourselves.
ये 82 की बात है सर?
ये 82-83 की बात. 83 की बात. And training was really tough. मिस्टर किसी ने उधर टाइम बिताना है, बिकॉज एक्लिमेटाइजेशन इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग. हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड में एक बात ये है, ये कहना कि आदमी तगड़ा है, कुछ नहीं. अगर आपका
डोंट बी अ गामा इन द लैंड ऑफ लामा.
डोंट बी अ गामा इन द लैंड ऑफ लामा. आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा. और इसलिए हम लोग बार बार कहते थे, पेट में रोटी, हाथ में सोटी, चाल छोटी. दिस इज द मंत्रा कि अगर आपको हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड में आराम से जिंदगी काटनी हो. क्यों? आप जब तक आपका बॉडी एक्लिमेटाइज नहीं होगा, आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते. क्योंकि सांस लेने में दिक्कत, आपको खाने में दिक्कत, आपको सोने में दिक्कत, आपको देखने में दिक्कत, सब जगह पानी नहीं, सब जगह बर्फ ही बर्फ. खाना अगर भेजते हैं, फ्रूट्स जो होते थे जो पत्थर सख्त हो जाना, आपने पानी गर्म किया, थोड़ी देर नहीं बैठे वो फिर बर्फ बन गई. मीन एक स्टव आपके तंबू के अंदर कंटिन्यूसली ऑन, सिर्फ पानी बनाने के लिए. क्योंकि पानी नहीं होगा तो जाओगे कैसे? एंड देन दुनिया भर की परेशानियां. खाना बनाना है तो कितना भी आपको खाना है, बेस्ट चॉकलेट्स यू नेम अ थिंग, इट विल बी अवेलेबल टू यू. वो खाए कौन, उसको पिए कौन? आपको वही चाहिए. व्हाट द बॉयज यूज्ड टू सेल हॉच पॉच. मैंने कहा ये बड़ा अच्छा हॉच पॉच है. हॉच पॉच मींस खिचड़ी, बेस्ट खिचड़ी गरम गरम, उसमें बटर डालो और खाओ. दैट वाज टू बी अ स्टैंडर्ड फूड. और उसी तरीके से जीना. तो जब हमको बोला गया ट्रेनिंग, और ट्रेनिंग माउंटेनियरिंग में अगर आपको उस हाइट पे रहना है 18,000 के ऊपर, यू हैव टू रियली ट्रेन वेल, बिकॉज यू वेरियस स्टेजेस, 9,000 तक, फिर 14,000 और फिर 14,000 से ऊपर. यू हैव टू रियली ट्रेन हार्ड. 10-12 दिन का तो एक्लिमेटाइजेशन होता है. जब तक आप एक्लिमेटाइज नहीं करेंगे अपने आप को, आप नहीं रहे. इसीलिए यू रियलाइज टुडे व्हेन समबडी सेज ईस्टर्न लद्दाख में क्या हो रहा है, व्हाई द चाइनीज हैव बीन आर ऑन द बैक फुट. अपने हिंदुस्तानी सोल्जर्स आर ट्रेमेंडस. सोच ही नहीं सकते आप उस वक्त वहां पे. मतलब आप बंदे को उधर देखो और उसके बाद उसको देखो, क्योंकि आप पहचान नहीं पाओगे. दाढ़ी बना नहीं सकते हम, पानी नहीं, वो बेचारे का हुलिया बदली हो जाए,
चमड़ी जल जाती है सर.
आप किसी भी चीज को हाथ नहीं लगा सकते. अगर आपने हाथ लगा ले तो आपकी चमड़ी निकल ही जाएगी. सो यू हैव टू वेयर ग्लव. आप कहीं नंगी आंख से देख नहीं सकते, बिकॉज अगर जब तक आपने गॉगल्स नहीं डाले स्नो ब्लाइंडनेस हो जाएगा. तो ऐसे हालात में तैयार करना लड़कों को. और स्नो ब्लिजर्ड जैसे आप देख रहे हैं नॉर्थ अमेरिका में किस तरीके से तूफानी बर्फीली तूफानी हवाएं चल रही हैं, लोग मर रहे हैं. जापान में लोग मर रहे हैं, इतनी एडवांस कंट्रीज में, जबकि नॉर्मल एट सी लेवल
सर, वही मैं कहने लगा था.
सी लेवल पे हालत इतनी ये तो 18,000 और 20,000 में वो तूफानी हवा जो 100 से 150 किलोमीटर की रफ्तार से चल रही है, और बर्फ, मतलब आपकी आंखों के जो पेपड़ी है उसके ऊपर बर्फ, मूछों के ऊपर बर्फ, आईब्रोज के ऊपर, मतलब जो दिखने वाली चीजें सब आप बर्फ से ढका हुआ. इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. मतलब
अब लंदन चलते हैं सर. लंदन में क्या हो रहा है सर इस वक्त? ये सब पूरा तमाशा चल रहा है. पाकिस्तान अपनी खिचड़ी पका रहा है सर वहां पे. पाकिस्तान इज मेकिंग इट ओन प्लान दैट वील ऑक्यूपाई दिस टेरिटरी. Indians have been warned because Colonel Bull Kumar, Colonel Narendra Kumar, he says that I've seen on the map, and then he uses his regimental net. Chief of Army Staff जनरल रैना को अप्रोच करते हैं, फिर जनरल रैना बताते हैं. तो वो सब ये बैकग्राउंड में चल रहा है. लंदन में क्या हो रहा है सर इस वक्त?
बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछा, बिकॉज सम लिटिल बैकग्राउंड बताता हूँ मैं आपको. 83 में हम लोग थे उधर। तो 83 में अब क्योंकि हम लोग कुमार बेस कैंप हमने बनाया था, इट वाज यू नो विद ट्रिब्यूट टू कर्नल कुमार's mountaineering prowess and his Siachen connection. So from there I went to बेलाफोंडला in 1983 की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। बेलाफोंडला गए हम लोग। तो बेलाफोंडला में हमने वहाँ पे कुछ रैपर्स देखे, और रैपर्स देखे हमने कहा यहाँ पे रैपर्स इस पास के ऊपर इतने हाइट के ऊपर, तो रैपर्स हैड मार्किंग। नो उस वक्त एज अ यंग कैप्टन यू कैन नॉट आइडेंटिफाई ये जापानीज है या चाइनीज है, बिकॉज द स्क्रिप्ट is quite similar.
And unknown to you, sir.
Unknown, totally unknown. The Chinese script and the Japanese script, but everybody thinks it is Chinese. You know, वो script अलग ही होती है because the characters are different. Correct. So we found those rappers. So because we found those rappers, we got them and we conveyed it to our normal channel की we have found some rappers on top of बेलाफोंडला. जो CDS थे जनरल रावत, his father was then a major general and he flew in.
जनरल लक्ष्मण सिंह रावत।
हाँ, he flew in from there to find out कि क्या है। तो we came, we showed him the rappers. He said ये कहाँ मिले?
जनरल रावत फादर।
जनरल रावत फादर। He said कहाँ मिले? We told him हमें बेलाफोंडला में मिले। इसने अच्छा ये है। So that was the first time clear proof was there that Pakistanis were sponsoring foreign expeditions through बेलाफोंडला to come on to Siachen Glacier to climb all these Karakoram peaks which we call the Apsara ranges, the Teremshire glacier and all.
ठीक है सर।
तो वो जब 83 में हुआ, so obviously now जब हम लोग पेट्रोलिंग करके नीचे आए, the Pakistanis came on top of the glacier with their SSG, their Special Services Group.
उनकी जो स्पेशल फोर्सेस
हो बिल्कुल स्पेशल फोर्सेस लेकर के आए आफ्टर वी डी-इंडक्टेड, दैट वाज समटाइम इन अक्टूबर नवंबर। दे कुड नॉट लास्ट, वो टिक नहीं पाए, और वो जब टिक नहीं पाए और वापस चले गए, सो देयर कोर कमांडर ने उन्हें बताया, पाकिस्तानी कोर कमांडर ने कि भाई आप लोग अगले साल करना, अभी तो वापस आ जाओ नहीं तो सारे मर जाओगे। तो उन्होंने कहा हम नहीं टिक सकते, तो हम लोग भी वापस आ गए। तो पाकिस्तानी ने सोचा कि अगर 1982 में भी हिंदुस्तानी आए, 83 में भी आए, तो ये 84 में भी पेट्रोलिंग करने आए, ये जुलाई अगस्त के महीने में आते हैं, तो पेट्रोल उन्होंने सोचा कि हम उससे पहले मई के आसपास आकर के हाइट्स पकड़ लेंगे
फिर जब आएंगे we'll surprise them.
Fait accompli. मतलब you know possession is 90% occupation, हमने पकड़ लिया तो हमारा हो गया टाइम। तो उस हिसाब से
पाकिस्तानियों ने बोला कि हम मई के आसपास आएंगे,
मई
के आसपास ऑक्यूपाई करेंगे, क्योंकि आज तक जो हिंदुस्तानी आते थे they would come in the month of June, July, August,
absolutely
लेट आते थे, बिल्कुल। तो हम उनसे 1-2 महीना पहले आके वहां पे बैठ जाएंगे, and when they come फिर देख लेंगे हम।
और इस बात का खुलासा किया प्रेसिडेंट मुशर्रफ ने अपनी किताब इन लाइन ऑफ फायर।
अच्छा सर।
बिकॉज ही वाज एज अ कर्नल पोस्टेड इन द पाकिस्तानी एमओ ब्रांच, क्योंकि वो मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन ब्रांच पे पोस्टेड थे, उनको ये सब मालूम था कि क्या हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है। दो ही हिमसेल्फ राइट्स की मैं खुश नहीं था उनके एमओ ब्रांच में, पर वो नॉट विस्टैंडिंग दैट। तो ये सोचते हुए जब हमें 84 में जाने का उनका कहा गया, तो मेरे से पूछा गया भाई तू कैसे जाएगा। मैं कहा 83 में जैसे गया वही कपड़े डाल के जाऊंगा। तो जनरल हून कोर कमांडर थे, एंड ही हैड अ लॉट ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ हॉर्स, सो ही सेड यू पीपल विल नॉट सर्वाइव इन दिस क्लोथिंग, सो आई विल गो एंड बाय real clothing which sees through people climbing Mount Everest. जो Mount Everest को climb करने के लिए clothing का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है,
Arctic level sir, which
can withstand -40 -50 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड। वो वाला clothing अगर
स्पेशल कपड़े लाऊंगा,
स्पेशल clothing होगा तभी आप कर पाओगे। इसे ठीक है।
और आपका क्या प्लान था? कोट पार का पहन के?
हमने जो है हमारे पास, with whatever limited we had done it. So when General Hoon went for shopping in Europe and England, that is the time he found out कि clothing तो available ही नहीं है, सारा clothing पाकिस्तान ने खरीद लिया। So that gave away Pakistani hand that they were attempting to come on.
तो सर जनरल हुन गए लंदन?
वो लंदन में गए, और
जिस सप्लायर से खरीदना था उसने हाथ खड़े कर दिए, कह रहा साहब आप लेट आए हैं। पाकिस्तानियों ने तो पहले सारा ऑर्डर कर
दिया है, और उन्होंने ऑर्डर प्लेस करके गए हैं, तकरीबन 200 या 300 का ऑर्डर है, उसको सप्लाई करने में हमारे पास वक्त नहीं है। देन ही वेंट अराउंड शॉपिंग एंड देखें कहाँ फ्रांस में गए, स्विट्जरलैंड में गए, ऑस्ट्रिया में गए, कहाँ से उन्होंने फिर क्लोथिंग उठाया। और फिर आपको आश्चर्य होगा, we had decided on 13th April in 1984 at the date for occupation of Siachen Glacier. Now वो भी एक कहानी है. ब्रिगेडियर चन्ना जो कमांडर होते थे उस वक्त, उन्होंने कहा कि हम 13 अप्रैल को करें. काफियों ने सोचा यार 13 अप्रैल तो अनलकी डेट होता है, कहा 13 अप्रैल. ये बोले नहीं, बैसाखी है. इट इज द मोस्ट luckiest and the most fantastic date for Hindus, and we will take it because बैसाखी पाकिस्तान भी सेलिब्रेट करता है और हम भी सेलिब्रेट करते हैं.
पाकिस्तान also celebrates
because पंजाबी है. The Pakistan army is 94% Punjabis only. So he said they also celebrate, we also celebrate. So
or at least they know what Baisakhi is.
What Baisakhi is all about. So we will.
पता तो हो गई.
But it proved lucky for us and unlucky for them.
Yes, sir.
Because then they were to come on 1st of May. Because they were planning earlier, but then they.
ये सब पूरा शतरंज का गेम नहीं चल रहा है जैसे.
पर दोनों को नहीं मालूम है इस शतरंज के खेल में मूव क्या हो रहा है, किसी को नहीं मालूम. बट ओनली थिंग इज वी प्रीएम्प्टेड, विच अगेन मुशर्रफ राइट्स इन हिज बुक दैट इंडिया प्रीएम्प्टेड पाकिस्तान इन ऑक्यूपेशन ऑफ सियाचिन.
बेसिकली सर, भारत हर साल आता था जुलाई अगस्त में.
बिल्कुल.
पाकिस्तानियों ने बोला कि पहले क्यों जाएं, मर जाएंगे वहां पे. एसएसजी वाले वैसे ही पीछे भाग गए थे, बहुत ठंड है. तो उन्होंने बोला कि भारत आएगा जुलाई अगस्त में, हम लोग मई में आते हैं तो हम लोग उनको प्रीएम्प्ट कर लेंगे. यहाँ पे इंडियंस को पता लगा, इंडियंस ने उनको प्रीएम्प्ट करके इंडियंस आके 13 अप्रैल में बैठ गए. अच्छा सर, कितना पैदल चलना पड़ा? आप लोग हेलीकॉप्टर से गए, कैसे गए वहां पे? सियाचिन कैसे पहुंच गए सर?
जी, शुरू में टू कीप टोटल सीक्रेसी, जिससे कि पाकिस्तान को पता ना चले. पाकिस्तान को तो मालूम था. रेडियो साइलेंस बहुत जरूरी था. रेडियो साइलेंस
यानी कि रेडियो इस्तेमाल करना ही नहीं.
बिल्कुल नहीं.
वॉकी टॉकी कुछ नहीं.
हेलीकॉप्टर से रेकी नहीं करना है. अगर आप बार बार रेकी करेंगे तो उन्हें भी पता चल जाएगा कि यहाँ पे कुछ हरकत हो रही है. आवाज तो आती है, दूर दूर तक आवाज जाती है. तो हेलीकॉप्टर का रेकी नहीं. तो क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. तो हमें मालूम तो था ही. मेरे साथ भी जो लड़के थे, तकरीबन हम 30 थे. एंड बाद में हमारे मेरे कंपनी कमांडर आए मेजर संधू, VRC ऑफ 71 वॉर, और बाकी 2 अफसर फिर बाद में आए, विच बिकेम परमवीर यादव और गुसाई करके. देयर वर 2 youngsters who later joined us.
All from force, sir?
All from Force. All from Force. And then Siala के लिए there was another platoon which was under Major Bahuguna, who was supposed to go and occupy Siala, and we were to occupy Bilafondla. And subsequently, जैसे मैंने कहा, Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3 was our responsibility, and Camp 4, Camp 5, Camp 6 was the responsibility of Ladakh Scouts. So that is the way the area was distributed, responsibilities were given. Now ऐसे इसमें जब हम लोग गए, so we were not to do any aerial reconnaissance, we were not to open the radio set. So
ना बात करनी है, ना हेलीकॉप्टर से जाना, कुछ नहीं करना.
पाकिस्तान को खबर तक नहीं लगनी चाहिए कि क्या हो रहा है.
ये लोग प्लान क्या कर रहे हैं?
मोस्ट ऑफ अस आल्सो डिडंट नो. हमने सोचा 82 में भी गए, 83 में भी गए, 84 में भी ऐसे जा रहे होंगे. सो नथिंग वेरी मच. 84 में 13 अप्रैल को हमने जाना था. 12 अप्रैल को आई वॉज टेकन ऑन ए हेलीकॉप्टर टू फेमिलराइज कि भाई देख लो जो आपने 83 में देखा है सब वैसे ही है या सब. जो मेरे को ध्यान था, मैंने बिलाफोंडला देखा, सब कुछ देखा. मैं आइडिया लगाया कहाँ लैंड करना.
उम्र क्या थी उस वक्त?
हाँ जी,
उम्र क्या थी सर आपकी?
25
साल के थे.
25 साल का मैं था. 25 साल का उस वक्त उम्र. एंड देयर आफ्टर ऑल दैट वाज डन, मैं देखा सब कुछ हो गया. 12 अप्रैल को सवेरे मैं रेकी में जा रहा हूँ, और ये विंटर क्लोथिंग, स्पेशल क्लोथिंग जो बाहर से जो जनरल ने ऑर्डर किया था, वो अभी तक नहीं पहुंचा है.
अच्छा.
12 अप्रैल सवेरे का वक्त अभी तक नहीं पहुंचा है. 12 अप्रैल को तकरीबन दोपहर के बाद ये एयरफोर्स के हेलीकॉप्टर्स आए, सारा क्लोथिंग लेकर के. हम लोगों ने शाम को बांटना शुरू किया, जो प्लेटून जाना था उन्होंने बांटे. और वो कईयों ने 2 जूते उसी साइज के, उसी पाँव में, कुछ नहीं मालूम उनको उस वक्त, बिकॉज वो जूते जो है वो दिखते भी एक ही जैसे. यू कैन नॉट मेक आउट लेफ्ट और राइट. इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट बिकॉज दे ऑल लुक द सेम. वो स्की एंड हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड. लड़कों ने डाला, पहने और तैयार हो गए. 12 की शाम को स्पेशल क्लोथिंग, 13 के सवेरे 5:30 बजे हेलीकॉप्टर्स आए हमको ले जाने के लिए. अब हेलीकॉप्टर्स में, पहले हेलीकॉप्टर में मेरे को जाना था और मेरे रेडियो ऑपरेटर को जाना था, बिकॉज नॉट फॉर एनी रीजन, आई वाज फेमिलियर विद द एरिया. कोई भी हो जा सकता था, इसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं. उन्होंने कहा नहीं, बिकॉज आई हैव सीन द एरिया.
आपका एक्सपीरियंस है तो
आप जाओ. मैं कहा ठीक है मैं ये. तो जो हेलीकॉप्टर मुझे 12 तारीख को लेकर के गया था रेकी के लिए, और जहाँ मैंने सोचा कि मैं लैंड करूंगा, तो पायलट मुझे बोलता है मैं लैंड नहीं करूंगा. मैं कहा क्यों, क्या हो गया? कहते हैं लैंड करना बड़ा मुश्किल है, बिकॉज जो हमने रेकी की थी वो तकरीबन 10-1 बजे के आसपास की थी, और अब 5:30 बजे जो मौसम साफ तो जरूर था. उसने कहा कि सॉफ्ट स्नो में जब हेलीकॉप्टर लैंड करेगा कि धंस ना जाए, बिकॉज उसको मालूम नहीं था. उससे विल नॉट टेक. मैं कहा फिर व्हाट डू यू वांट मी टू डू? ही सेड यू जंप. आप हेलीकॉप्टर से यू जंप. मैं कहा ठीक है मैं जंप कर देता हूँ. मैं कहा कि मैं जंप किया और मैं अंदर ही चला गया तो आपको एक और परेशानी खड़ी हो जाएगी, मुझे निकालो. तो ऐसे करते मेरे पास आटे की छोटी सी बोरी है, उसको मैं ढकेलता हूँ. अगर वो धंस गया तो समझ जाएंगे सॉफ्ट स्नो है. अगर नहीं धंसा तो फिर मैं भी कूद जाऊँगा. मेरे मतलब काफ़ी हार्ड है. वैसे भी 5:30-6 बजे के वक्त बर्फ़ थोड़ी हार्ड ही रहती है, बिकॉज धूप आने में थोड़ा सा वक्त लगता था. तो इट वॉज हार्ड. ठीक है. उस पायलट ने कहा ठीक है मैं होवर करता हूँ, आप बोरी फेंको. उसने बोरी डाली, मैं देखा फर्स्ट क्लास बिल्कुल हार्ड है, बोरी धसी नहीं ऊपर ही दिख रही. मैंने पायलट को बोला मैं जंप कर रहा हूँ, आप होवर करो. उसने होवर किया, जंप. तो जैसे ही मैंने जंप किया, वो जो हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे साथ जो रेडियो ऑपरेटर था वो तो रेडियो सेट के साथ बैठा हुआ था. ही कांट जंप बिकॉज वो तो रेडियो सेट एक ही था. फिर उसने कहा करना. I gave him a thumbs up. मैं कहा फर्स्ट क्लास है, you can land. There is no problem. It is very hard and just no. Then he landed. When he landed, then the radio operator came out and उसके पीछे जो हेलीकॉप्टर्स आ रहे थे, then they were watching us कि ये नीचे क्या हो रहा है. उसने देखा कि ये लैंड कर गया, उसने टेक ऑफ किया, फिर दूसरा आया और फिर तीसरा आया. इस तरह करते रहे और तकरीबन 10:30-11 बजे तक हम लोग 30 जो है वो आकर के उधर बढ़ रहे. बस as luck would have it, you'll be surprised. but वो 11-11:30 के आसपास मौसम ऐसा बदली हुआ, सोच नहीं सकते आप. सवेरे मैंने लैंड किया फर्स्ट क्लास, जंप किया A1, नो प्रॉब्लम.
क्लियर स्काई सर,
वेरी क्लियर स्काई. एंड भाई 11:30-12 बजे ऐसा मौसम बदली हुआ, बिल्कुल फॉगी मिस्टी, विजिबिलिटी वर्चुअल जीरो, स्नो ब्लिजर्ड. मतलब इतनी हवा. ओ मैं कहा ये क्या हो गया अचानक. शॉक. 30 में से ऐसा मौसम रहा तकरीबन 3 दिन. हमने लैंड किया 13, 14, 15 लगातार ऐसा. उसमें हमारा एक साथी मर गया. रमेश सिंह डाइड. रमेश सिंह मेरे साथ 83 में था, एक्सपीरियंस माउंटेनियर. वो मर गया. अब वो मर गया तो सवेरे सवेरे मेरे पास लड़के आए. मैं बिलाफोंडला की ओर जा रहा था तो मेजर संधू ने मुझे बोला अरे वो तो वापस यू नो हाउ वी ऑल शाउट इन माउंटेन, बिकॉज रेडियो सेट तो खोलना नहीं था. मैंने कहा क्या हो गया, हम तो थोड़ी देर ही आगे गए, इतने धसते आगे जा रहे. बोले वापस क्या है, कहते रमेश मर गया. अरे मैं कहा कैसे हो गया ये. कहते हैं वो रात को फ्रॉस्ट इन हिज माउथ पूरा. अरे मैंने देखा जा करके. मैं कहा ये तो गया. अब मैंने कहा अब क्या करेंगे. मैं कहा रेडियो साइलेंस था, हमें बोला था बिल्कुल 5 दिन तो रेडियो
खोलना ही नहीं है.
बिकॉज आपने रेडियो खोला
पाकिस्तानियों को पता लगा
पता चल जाएगा कि गड़बड़ हो जाएगी.
इंडियन आर्मी इज देयर,
पता चल जाएगा. हमने कहा अब क्या करें, ये तो गुजर गया लड़का बेचारा.
सर
हमने कहा चलो कुछ भी हो अब तो रेडियो सेट खोल करके बताना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज हम एक तंबू में तकरीबन 3 जवान रहते थे और 2 अफसर, मैं मेजर संधू और मैं एक में, तो बाकी 3 जवान एक में, छोटे छोटे यू नो पप टेंट्स. और एक अगर उसमें से गुजर गया है तो बाकी 2 लड़कों को रात काटनी और मुश्किल हो जाएगी. और रमेश को हम बाहर रख सकते नहीं कि भाई गुजर गया है तो इसको बाहर रख दो ना. हमने कहा वो होगा नहीं, डिसरिस्पेक्ट. हमने कहा ठीक है. मैं कहा क्या, मैं टोल्ड मेजर संधू, मैं कहा रेडियो सेट खोल करके बताते. रेडियो सेट खोला, हमने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे हो गया. उन्होंने कहा ठीक है. हेलीकॉप्टर आता है नीचे. उनको लग रहा था कि कुछ तो गड़बड़ है हो रही है, क्योंकि इतना खराब मौसम, कुछ तो गड़बड़ हुई होगी ऊपर. इतना आसान तो है नहीं. जैसे ही रमेश को लेने के लिए हेलीकॉप्टर आया और हम लोग उसके बाद बिलाफोंडला की ओर जा रहे थे, यू विल बी सरप्राइज, मैं बिलाफोंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर सामने बिल्कुल. पाकिस्तान के पायलट की आंख और मेरी आंख एक दूसरे से मिल गई, बिकॉज मैं तो बैठा ही 18,000 के ऊपर था और उसका हेलीकॉप्टर उससे कितना ऊपर उठना था, थोड़ा से ऊपर. तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा. उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस. दे वर शॉक्ड, दे वर थिंकिंग यहाँ पे तो कोई नहीं आएगा, बिकॉज रेडियो सेट खोला. पाकिस्तान ने देखा ये रेडियो सेट नजदीक ही खुला है, मतलब
कुछ है गड़बड़,
हिंदुस्तान की फौज कहीं हरकत कर रही है, जाकर के देखो और पकड़ लो. वी वर ऑलरेडी ऑक्यूपाइंग बिलाफोंडला.
वहां पे लगा दिया तिरंगा. एंड that day onwards, Siachen Glacier became a part of India.
Absolutely, it was always a part of India. It only that the possession.
Physical possession, sir.
Yeah.
अच्छा सर, कौन-कौन सी यूनिट थी उसमें? कहते हैं कि और भी कुमाऊं की यूनिट्स थी और उसमें लद्दाख स्काउट्स भी थे.
See, 4 Kumaon was on top of Belafonla. Ladakh Scout subsequently, जब मौसम सुधरा, went and occupied Siala, and then 19 Kumaon which had come over there, then occupied Gyeongla. एक महीने के बाद they went and occupied Gyeongla, and then 18 Kumaon was also there who had moved to Turtuk to relieve 4 Kumaon. So you had 18 Kumaon, 4 Kumaon, 19 Kumaon, all of them milling around in that area between Turtuk and
regimental gathering हो गई सर पूरी यहाँ पे.
Absolutely, it was a great thing कि हम लोग सब के सब उधर थे.
But it's a very big thing for the regiment, sir. In the sense that very big thing.
Very big.
I mean, 3 पलटने एक साथ होना वहाँ पे.
बिल्कुल, कोई शक.
And to physically occupy Siachen Glacier, which is always part of India, but to physically occupy.
Absolutely.
वो बड़ी बात है.
और इतना ही नहीं, बाद में प्रधानमंत्री जो थी उनको बताना था कि हम लोग ऐसे से करें 1984 में.
इंदिरा जी.
हाँ, because first week of April में squadron leader राकेश शर्मा, he had a conversation when he was part of the
space mission, sir.
Space mission with Mrs. Gandhi, and she asked him, hey, हिंदुस्तान कैसे दिखता है? You know the famous answer that he gave, सारे जहाँ से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. So when Mrs. Gandhi came for recce of Siachen Glacier, she saw nothing. उस वक्त उस दिन मौसम खराब था. It was white out, बिल्कुल white out, मतलब कुछ नहीं नजर आ रहा. Probably only helicopter was flying up and down, but she saw the national flag fluttering. उसने तिरंगा झंडा देखा लहरा रहा है उधर. She obviously would have inquired कि पूरे इलाके में नजर तो कुछ नहीं आ रहा, पर तिरंगा जरूर दिख गया. वहाँ पे कौन है? तो उन्होंने कहा भाई हमारे पोस्ट है वहाँ पे. उसने कहा इतने ऐसे मौसम में पोस्ट है ये. तो Colonel Pushkar Chand was a task force commander, who was also a very good mountaineer. पैरास के थे, विकास बटालियन थी. वो विकास बटालियन भी वहाँ पे हमारे को बाद में उन्होंने रिलीव किया. तो he was asked, so since he must have been वहाँ पे youngster is there, a captain करके. उसने कहा अरे बहुत अच्छा. You will be surprised. I was given a 15 days tour of Europe as part of a user rep of a subsequent thing. और मैं फ्रांस, जर्मनी, ऑस्ट्रिया, स्विट्जरलैंड, इटली सब जगह घूम करके आया.
मैम के साथ गए?
वो शादी नहीं हुई थी, पर बाद में उसके साथ गया. अगेन व्हेन आई वेंट टू यूरोप, दैट टाइम देन आई वेंट विद हर.
अच्छा, शुरू में आप अकेले गए थे?
मैं शुरू में अकेला गया था, एंड इट वाज ऑल काइंड कर्टेसी. आई डिडंट नो, एंड आई रिमेंबर कल पुष्कर जी मुझे फोन करके बोलते, संजय तू नीचे आ. मैं कैसे मैं नीचे आ जाऊंगा, फिर मुझे ऊपर चढ़ा दोगे आप. 4-5 दिन तो मुझे नीचे आने में लगेंगे, फिर आप कहोगे ऊपर चढ़ जा. मैं कहा मैं नहीं ऐसे आऊंगा, आप बताओ मेरे को काम क्या है नीचे आने के लिए. कहता मैं नहीं बताऊंगा, काम बहुत अच्छा काम है, तो नीचे. आई नो जस्ट एज मैं सोचा सर मजाक कर रहे हैं. मैं कहा क्या हो? कहता नहीं यू आर गोइंग फॉर दिस 5 countries एंड your trip has been approved. मैं कहा then what am I supposed to do? कहता नीचे आ, तेरे को पासपोर्ट भी बनाना पड़ेगा, सब कुछ करना पड़ेगा, नीचे आ. And imagine, as luck would have it, I went around in 1984 touring these 5 countries as user rep with the other equipment that we bought. But fantastic, unbelievable. That was my first exposure, which I find that without मेरे को हमेशा लगता है कोई भी कर सकता है ये काम, कोई ऐसा कठिन काम नहीं है. लेकिन जो जवान है ना भारतीय, उनका मुकाबला करना, दे इंस्पायर यू. द जवान इंस्पायर यू, द जवान मोटिवेट यू. अगर आपको कुछ लग रहा है, आप जब देखते हैं कि वो खड़ा है, तो आपको लगता है कि मेरे को तो फिर डट के रहना ही पड़ेगा.
अच्छा, वैसे भी सब माउंटेन में भोले वैसे टफ तो होते ही सर. बॉर्न एंड ब्रॉट अप सर. वो
अभी तो
कुमाऊनी तो वहीं के पैदा हैं.
कोई शक ही नहीं है कि नॉट ओनली दे इवन लद्दाख स्काउट और उसके बाद तो अब तो सब जगह, मतलब एंटायर इंडियन आर्मी टेक्स प्राइड कि भाई हम सियाचिन के ऊपर डिप्लॉय हुए. सियाचिन में तकरीबन आउट ऑफ कहे अगर 900 से ज्यादा आज लोग सियाचिन के ऊपर जान गंवाई है हम लोगों ने. तो 900 में से तकरीबन 700 के आसपास तो मस्ट बी बैड वेदर, मौसम के कारण. वैसे पाकिस्तान में भी
people from all over the country sir. Now एक जमाने में था कि हिल ट्रूप्स वगैरह, अब तो सर लेट्स look at हनुमंतप्पा की स्टोरी.
एब्सोल्युटली. मद्रास रेजिमेंट
वो भी उतना ही तगड़ा है माउंटेन्स में ना सर.
बिल्कुल. दैट प्राइड कि मैंने सियाचिन ग्लेशियर में नौकरी की इज itself, you feel proud. क्या था, अब मैं रिटायर हो सकता हूँ सियाचिन
I have stories to tell my grandchildren वो वाला fund है.
It is really difficult. And let me tell you, it is because the Indian Army has this opportunity of serving on Siachen. When it came to serving on Eastern Ladakh, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा. The Chinese are on back foot because सबको आदत थी. ऐसे कुछ है ही नहीं, मौसम खराब हो कैसा भी हो, भारतीय जवान टिका मिलेगा.
सर उसने सियाचिन देख लिया, फिर उसके लिए गलवान इज नॉट सच अ बिग डील.
नथिंग.
मैं एक छोटी सी स्टोरी सुनाता हूँ सर बिफोर आई एंड द प्रोग्राम. सर आई वाज शूटिंग विद लद्दाख स्काउट्स. लेह में उनका रेजिमेंटल सेंटर है. मैं लद्दाख स्काउट्स से लगा हुआ सर, शूट कर रहा. एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो कैमरा में शूट नहीं कर पाया. इतना ब्यूटीफुल मोमेंट था. एक यंग रिक्रूट सर 12,000 फुट की हाइट में वो हिरन की तरह भाग रहा है. लद्दाखी, यंग लद्दाखी लड़का सर, रिक्रूट. और मेरी सांस फूल रही है. 5 कदम चल रहा हूं, मैं रुक रहा हूं, 5 कदम चल रहा हूं, वो भाग रहा है. ही वाज रनिंग लाइक अ डियर. मैंने उसको बुलाया, मैंने बोला इधर आना. मतलब दोस्त एक बात बताओ, ये 12,000 की फुट में तुम्हारे लंग्स पे दिक्कत नहीं होती? यू नो व्हाट ही सेड सर. बड़ा स्वीट सा लद्दाखी सर, बच्चा था सर.
उसको नुनुले बोलते हैं. नुनुले.
ही टोल्ड मी, मैंने बोला यार 12,000 फुट में आपको दिक्कत नहीं? कह रहा सर मैं पैदा 17,000 पे हुआ था. अब देयर इज नो लॉजिक टू काउंटर दैट लॉजिक सर. उसका गांव 17,000 पे,
चुशूल के आसपास उसका गांव.
अब उसको मजा लग रहा है सर यहाँ पे. ही इज हैविंग फन एट 12,000.
एक्चुअली द आइबेक्सेस सर, the animal that you find.
लद्दाखी सर कहीं पे भी
literally very supple,
nimble footed.
Absolutely.
तो यहाँ पे सर हम अपना प्रोग्राम खत्म करते हैं. सर थैंक यू सो मच, आपने हमें इतना वक्त दिया. दोस्तों विद लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल संजय कुलकर्णी, सियाचिन की कहानी, हम लोग बड़ा सियाचिन ग्लेशियर में ये, सियाचिन ग्लेशियर में वो, और यूट्यूब में आप वीडियोस देखते हैं, पर ज्यादातर लोगों को ये नहीं पता कि सियाचिन की स्टोरी क्या है. आप समझिए, कर्नल नरेंद्र कुमार, जिनको बुल कुमार के नाम से बड़ा फेमस है इंडियन आर्मी में, ही इज अ लेजेंड, हमारी रेजिमेंट के हैं. ही गोज एंड ही फाइंड्स, एक जर्मन दोस्त बताता है ये मैप है, मैं यहाँ पे जाने वाला हूँ. वो जनरल रैना से बात करते हैं, और जनरल रैना कुमाऊं रेजिमेंट के, क्योंकि फिर वहां तक पहुंचना है तो यू रीच द चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ. हाउ डू यू रीच द चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ? सेम रेजिमेंट के वो पहुंचते हैं. एंड उसके बाद जनरल हून जो है, जनरल हून कपड़े लेने जाते हैं, आर्कटिक क्लोथिंग. वहां पे पता लगता है कि नहीं साहब, पाकिस्तानी तो पहले से ले गए. दिमाग में घंटी घूमती कि क्या बदमाशी कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तानी. एंड देन अ वेरी यंग कैप्टन संजय कुलकर्णी स्टार्ट्स टू गो टेक 30 men और जाओ तिरंगा गाड़ो एंड फाइनली ऑक्यूपाई दैट टेरिटरी फॉर इंडिया. तो ये जबरदस्त कहानी थी जो जनरल संजय कुलकर्णी ने आपको सुनाई. दोस्तों बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्वाइन करने के लिए. मैं नेक्स्ट वीक फिर से आऊंगा अगले हफ्ते, एंड आई विल अगेन गेट यू वन हीरो हु विल टेल यू हिज स्टोरी. राइट, जैसा मैंने बोला ना दोस्तों, फौजी जो होता है ना, वो एक दिल की स्पिरिट. यू डोंट हैव टू वेयर द यूनिफॉर्म टू बी अ फौजी. जो देश के लिए काम करे, जो ईमानदारी से काम करे, वो फौजी. इट्स अ स्पिरिट, इट्स नॉट अ जॉब. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद द गौरव आर्या शो में जुड़ने के लिए, एंड आई विल कैच यू अगेन नेक्स्ट वीक.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died. Out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him, and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that we need to stand up for ourselves. And this is the triggering point of this entire movement.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. And so the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Viewers, we're live and breaking this Sunday. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Delhi court has refused to grant police custody of Shankar Mishra, arrested for allegedly urinating on an elderly woman passenger on board an Air India flight from New York to Delhi in November 2022 and remanded him to 14-day judicial custody. And joining us right now is Sugato Bhattacharjee. He was an eyewitness on that plane from New York to Delhi. I just want to welcome our guest right now because we want to get a sense of what exactly happened, what really happened on the plane, especially from a perspective of an eyewitness. So we'll be getting our guest on for us. He is joining us right now. Thank you so much for joining us, Sugato Bhattacharjee on Republic TV.
Thank you for having me. So the incidents happened close to an hour after the lunch, and what happened was we were having lunch, and I was having a discussion with the gentleman, and during lunch he had about 4 drinks, and he became a little repetitive. He asked me the same questions multiple times. So after I finished my lunch, I went and I kind of flagged the one of the male steward that, just keep an eye. And then I went to bed. I woke up with the sound, and I just saw that Mr. Mishra fell on his seat, and partly his hand hit me. So I again went to the galley. I wanted to drink some water, use the lavatory, and that's when I saw this elderly gentleman, the lady coming up, and I first thought that she has spilled some drink or water on her, and she needed help. And she was very quiet, very dignified lady. And then when she narrated, we were all shocked. And I was there. There were 2 air hostesses who cleaned her up, and then of course I went to sleep because Mr. Mishra was all passed out. And when I woke up, by that time he had sobered up. The 2 had already spoken to him. I think they have made him mediate with the victim. And the first thing he told me was, bro, I think I am in trouble. And my answer was, you are. But, the thing that bothered me and why I wrote a complaint to air and which went nowhere was that for close to 2.5 hours, a senior citizen, an elderly lady, was not given a fresh seat when 4 seats in the first class was available. And when I walked up to the senior air hostess and I said, just move her to first is empty. She said, well, it's not in my hand. I have to ask the permission from the pilot in command. And I said, so go and ask the permission. She said, well, that pilot in command is resting. PIC is resting. But even then, nothing was done. I didn't see the compassion. And that is why what prompted me to write the complaint. And what bothered me was that, an incident happened, a crime happened, and they were in no position to be mediators. They should have informed the respective authorities. They should have handed him to the authorities, and the authorities take the appropriate action like they are doing now. Instead, they didn't want to take any responsibility, and they just wanted the passengers to mediate it among themselves.
Right. And also, Mr. Bhattacharya, you narrated the entire incident. So when this incident took place, when you saw the elderly lady and she was in distress, was anybody bothered? Any of the staff members bothered about her condition?
Yes. And in every disaster, there are always heroes. And so here, there were specifically 2 very younger air hostess, Rebecca and Ruby, who went above and beyond. They wore gloves, they cleaned her up, they made her wear the business class pajamas because, all her clothes and everything was wet. But at the end of the day, it was a very simple call that should have been made by either the head of the crew, of the air hostess and the stewardess, or the pilot, and that was not done. Because in the flight, the last word is of the pilot, who is the commander of the flight, and I didn't see that compassion or that prompt action from that pilot.
Right. And Mr. Bhattacharya, so you're saying that how many hours was the plane due to land? After the incident happened to the landing of the plane, how many hours was left?
I'll say close to about 8 hours. And she was in utter distress, and that is why I asked for a complaint book. They couldn't give me a complaint book. I wrote a 2-page letter, which went nowhere. Fortunately, I had taken photographs of it, and only after the victim's daughter filed an FIR, the whole incident came. I came and I spoke to my family and friends, and I said, this happened, and I never thought this would come out, but eventually it came out.
Right. And so you're saying the elderly woman who is a complainant in this case, was she trying her best to talk to the staff members? She was definitely distressed, you're saying, right? She must be very uncomfortable. She was very uncomfortable, on that plane.
She was very uncomfortable, and all they had to do is just walk her up to the first, and the entire first class was empty, and maybe asked her to sit there. Instead, for a little bit, she was sitting in the galley, and then when one seat was vacant in business, they gave her that seat. But for a good portion of the time, they put blanket on her seat, which was urinated, and she was sitting in the same seat.
Right. And of course, this is a very, very big blow to a dignity of the customer of Air India. And, right now, strict action has been taken. Republic TV has been highlighting the story to all our viewers as well. But right now, she has said in a detailed complaint copy that even after that incident, after that terrible incident that the man urinated on the victim, she was made to sit opposite him. To describe that, what really happened, that if something like this has happened, her seat was not even changed. And that is truly, truly distressing, especially for an elderly woman. Could you explain what happened after that incident? And did the victim say, I want to change my seat? And even after that, you're saying that she was made to sit right next to him. Is that what happened?
She wanted a fresh seat, and I was the one who was advocating on her behalf. And I personally went and asked the chiefs, one of the head crew member, and I said, just take her to first. And then when I saw that they are in the mode of mediation, and Mr. Mishra was talking to her, I just recused myself. I said, there's no point dealing with it. I'll do what I morally feel right, and I'll write a complaint. I wrote a complaint, and then I had to catch a connecting flight on landing, and I just took off. But I thought as a passenger, it was my moral obligation to file a complaint and to state the facts, what happened, and to highlight that there were lapses in standard operating protocols of how a situation like this can be handled.
Right. You, of course, came up and you wrote that complaint. But what was the reaction of the other passengers on board? Were they shocked? Were they extremely shocked, or were they also trying to make sure that the situation is handled? How were the other passengers reacting on that flight?
The lady is such a decent lady, and she's an elderly lady. She's a very quiet lady. Even after the incident, she was speaking very softly. So a lot of people didn't even understand exactly what happened. And because if she would be someone who would be screaming and shouting, things would be different. Eventually, there were some passengers who understood what was going on, but because there was no confrontation as such happening, everybody kind of remained quiet. But I advocated for her seat to be changed, and they didn't do it. And that was exactly the reason I wrote the complaint. And in my complaint, my last paragraph was, it was a poor judgment call by the pilot not to assign a fresh seat to her or to take her to first.
Right. And Mr. Bhattacharya, could you also explain to us how was the Shankar Mishra behaving? Because he was completely intoxicated. He was completely intoxicated at that point of time. So do you think his behavior was because he was intoxicated? But that's not an excuse, of course, to do something like that.
But when he woke up, he had sobered up. Maybe he had... he had 4 drinks. So at times when you take too many drinks in quick successions, you don't know how a body reacts, but that's no excuse of behaving like that. And now that there's an investigation going on, I don't want to comment on that part. My complaint was that appropriate action was not taken to pacify a distressed passenger. Appropriate action was not taken or no compassion was shown.
Right. Also, let's talk a little bit about, like you said, that he was intoxicated, he had sobered up. The flight, of course, a lot of time was left for the plane to land. Did he show any remorse? Did he realize what he did mid-flight?
Yes, he did. He did, because when when he said, "Bro, I think I'm in trouble," I said, "You are." And then I could see he was utterly disturbed. He said, "I have a kid, I have a family." But what can I say? He had already done it. So this is not a happy story for anyone. This is not something I am proud to repeat. As it doesn't give me any joy to say this, because there are no winners in this story. You have a 77-year-old lady whose dignity was being played with. Just look at the young guy. He is 35. He lost his job. His family is going through hell. And as an airline, the Tata Sons invested millions, and their name is maligned. So nobody is a winner here. But what I want to say is, if they would have done what they were supposed to do, what they are trained for, things would be different, because they are trained to report the incidents like this. They are trained to take immediate action to specify distressed passenger. And whenever such confrontation happens, you don't bring the victim and the aggressor together. You put them away. I mean, these are some standard procedures that should be followed, which are not followed.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sugato Bhattacharjee. He was an eyewitness on that flight. And of course, right now, strict action has been taken, especially after Republic TV's campaign, and a big impact. Now we know Air India P-Gate accused Shankar Mishra has been sent to 14-day judicial custody. An FIR was registered against him on January 4th on the complaint of the woman to Air India, viewers. So we are, of course, tracking the story very closely. Just spoke to the eyewitness who said that the victim was completely distressed and she asked for help, but nobody came to help her, and no one even changed her seat. She wanted her seat to be changed, but she had to sit right close to the aggressor on that Air India flight. We will step away, short break. We continue to be live in breaking this Sunday. Much more coming up on the other side. In fact, we will also be tracking the other story. 2 leaders of the pro-Hindu organizations were shot at by miscreants in Belgavi. And situation worsens in Joshimath, where more families are being evacuated in a war-like promptness. Stay tuned.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number 1 manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number 1 also in tractors. Number 2 in buses. Number 3 in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti. And is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debate.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban...
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. And so the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
Alright, we begin with newsbreak coming in. This one from Rajasthan's Alwar, where Dalit families were attacked. In fact, we're given to understand that they were beaten with sticks, and which of course led to many of them sustaining those injuries. This incident, we understand, was reported on 7th of January, which is Saturday, where 12 to 15 people were injured in the attack, and stone pelting was... in fact, stones were pelted by around 30 to 40 miscreants who are alleged to be from a particular community. Republic spoke to those victims who were thrashed with sticks. The visuals there on your screens of that Dalit family that was attacked in Rajasthan's Alwar, the incident that was reported just yesterday, Saturday. Incident, of course, being reported from Rajasthan's Alwar. We're given to understand that 12 to 15 people sustained injuries in this attack, wherein stones were pelted by around 30 to 40 miscreants. In fact, they were beaten with sticks, which led to several of them sustaining injuries. The incident reportedly flared up over a dispute regarding grazing of sheep and goats. Let's listen into that exclusive reactions we are getting from those people who were thrashed by these miscreants.
झगड़ा जो हुआ, उस सारी चीजें हुई, पत्थर कितने बरसाए?
पत्थर काफी ज्यादा बरसाए थे। वहीं से पत्थर जो आप देख रहे हैं, उधर से पत्थर आए थे छतों पे से। इनका एक ही घर है यहाँ मेघवाल समाज का, बाकी सारे चारों तरफ इनके मोमडन से, तो सारे छत पे चढ़ गए थे, और जैसे कि पत्थर मारे तो ये अंदर घर में घुस गए थे। फिर वहां से कूदे, कुछ आदमी इधर से आए, तो फिर लाठी डंडा से, जैसे इनको लड़की थी एक मुक्ता नाम की, जिसके गर्भ था 4.5-5 महीने का, वो उसको यहीं पे पटक के लात घूंसों से अच्छे से लाठी दिए। एक सुरेश नाम का जो लड़का था, वो
गर्भ गिर गया सर। और दूसरा एक सुरेश नाम, कहाँ है मुक्ता, कहाँ है?
वो अलवर हॉस्पिटल में, अपने सामान्य चिकित्सा हॉस्पिटल अलवर में। और
तो मतलब एक गर्भवती महिला को इतना मारा गया कि उसका गर्भ गिर गया। दूसरा अभी ये जो पदम है आपके सामने देख रहे हैं, इनको बचने की गुहार नहीं
काफी लगाई थी सर। अभी वीडियो दिखा देते हैं आपको, काफी चिल्ला रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ जी। तो इन्होंने मतलब इनका जो
वो गर्भवती महिला चिल्ला रही थी, बावजूद उसको मारे जा रहे
थे सर। और दूसरा सुरेश भी बेचारा पड़ा था बेसुधी, फिर भी उसको लट मार रहे, फिर भी उसको जबरदस्ती लट मार गए थे। उनके पैरालाइज यहाँ सिर में चोट थी, कल दिन में उनका ऑपरेशन हुआ,
उनको पैरालाइज
हो गया सर। उनको डॉक्टर ने बोला था भैया चल तो नहीं सकता, इस साइड में इनको पैर भी नहीं हिल सकता, इस साइड से नहीं हाथ हिल सकता है। तो ऐसे डॉक्टर का उनका हमारे पास रिपोर्ट जो बोली डॉक्टर ने, तो उनका कल ऑपरेशन करा, बाकी अभी सही नहीं है, बोल भी नहीं रहे हैं फिलहाल में। शायद हो सकता है कोमे में भी ऐसा।
टोटल कितने लोग घायल हुए?
टोटल 15 लोग के करीब घायल हुए, जिसमें 5-7 आदमी को बहुत गंभीर चोट आई है, जैसे किसी का फ्रैक्चर हो गया, किसी का पैर टूटा।
आरोपियों की बात करें तो कितने आरोपी जो हैं पकड़े गए?
गिरफ्तार हैं, जो 5 गिरफ्तार है, लेकिन जो मेन जो मुलजिम थे उनको एक को भी नहीं पकड़ा गया अभी तक भी, किसी को भी। और मुलजिम भी लगभग हमारे गांव के आसपास घूमते हैं, नाइट में आ जाते हैं, ऐसे नहीं है कि वो भाई इधर से छोड़ के।
कहते हैं वो
बोल रहे हैं हम कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, बाकी धमकी भी दे रहे हैं इनको। अभी इनको कल बताया था फैसला के लिए धमकी दे रहे हैं। दूसरा ये कह रहा तुमने रिपोर्ट करके हमारे क्या बिगाड़ लिया, हमारे कुछ पकड़ थोड़ी रहे तुमने भाई, मुलजिम हमारे ऐसे ही घूमेंगे। तुमको
आया यहाँ पे
सर कोई सरपंच भी नहीं आया, जो यहाँ कांग्रेस के सरपंच है या फिर सरपंच तो सबका ही होता है, सरपंच भी नहीं आया क्योंकि सरपंच भी
पार्टी से है,
जो कांग्रेस पार्टी से सरपंच है, मोमडन ही है। और दूसरा यहाँ पे कोई नेता कांग्रेस का ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई आप चलो, क्योंकि ये मामला हाईलाइट हो गया तो ना यहाँ पे विधायक आया ना कोई पार्षद आया कांग्रेस का, कोई भी मतलब ऐसा बोले तो मतलब यहाँ कोई बच्चा नहीं आया कांग्रेस का। तो उनको तो पता है कि रली मिली भगत उनकी, वो साफिया खान जो जुबैर खान है वो उनकी वोट बैंक के हिसाब से।
एसपी आई यहाँ पे?
एसपी नहीं आई सर, एसपी नहीं है, सीओ साहब आया था देशराज गुजर जी, तो वो आए थे सर उस समय। तो उन्होंने
सुरक्षा अभी लगी हुई है?
सुरक्षा सर कल 5 लगे, लेकिन सुरक्षा तो आज है तो कल नहीं है, आज है तो कल नहीं है। लेकिन माहौल तो इनको तो बहस तो है ही ना अभी, क्योंकि जब इनको धमकी मिल रही है बराबर से।
And Amardeep is joining us live from Alwar, getting us those exclusive reports. Amardeep, हमें थोड़ा और बताइए कि ये इंसिडेंट हमें पता लग रहा है कि कल रिपोर्ट हुआ था, एफआईआर रजिस्टर हो चुकी है अगर इस केस में, और ये कौन लोग थे जिन्होंने अटैक करा था दलित फैमिलीज को अलवर में?
देखिए अभी मैं लोकेशन पे हूँ और 500 से 700 मीटर की दूरी पर ही पीड़ित परिवारों के घर हैं। और सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि मुस्लिम फैमिली पर अटैक का जो आरोप लगा है उनसे भी हमने बात की। उनका कहना है कि हमने कोई अटैक नहीं किया, हमने कोई पत्थरबाजी नहीं की। सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि जो वीडियोज़ में दिखाई दे रहा है उसमें साफ तौर से स्टोन प्लेटिंग दिखाई दे रही है, लाठी डंडे बरसते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये थी, इसमें एक और चीज़ जो दिखाई दी है जिसमें से निर्दया के तरीके से उस महिला को पीटा गया जो कि प्रेग्नेंट थी, करीब 4 से 5 महीने की। बताया जा रहा है कि उसका मिसकैरेज हुआ है क्योंकि उसको लाठी डंडों से पीटा गया था, इसी वजह से मिसकैरेज हुआ। उसको जिला अस्पताल में उसका इलाज जो है वो चल रहा है। सबसे गंभीर चीज ये है कि अब तक यहाँ सिर्फ छोटे अधिकारी आए हैं। जिले के एसपी जो है वो तेजस्विनी गौतम, वो अब तक यहाँ पे नहीं आई है। इस चीज से गंभीरता आपको पता लग सकती है कि इतना बड़ा मैटर यहाँ पे हो गया है, लेकिन यहाँ सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से, सुरक्षा के मापदंड से अभी तक किसी भी बड़े अधिकारी का यहाँ इस गांव में रुख नहीं हुआ है। इस वजह से नहीं हुआ है क्योंकि अब तक सेंसिटिव तरीके से इसको लिया ही नहीं गया। 5 आरोपी अब तक अरेस्ट हुए हैं, बाकी के आरोपी अभी जो है वो फरार चल रहे हैं। दूसरे पक्ष के परिवार वालों से भी हम मिले, लेकिन उनका कहना है कि हमने किसी भी तरीके की स्टोन प्लेटिंग नहीं की, हमने किसी भी तरीके से लाठियां डंडे नहीं बरसाए, जबकि विजुअल्स में सब कुछ साफ साफ नजर आ रहा है। दूसरी चीज है कि पीड़ित परिवार का कहना यह है कि जो स्थिति है अभी फिलहाल, 5 आरएसी के जवान जो है वो रात में लगाए गए हैं, 5 दिन में लगाए गए हैं, लेकिन इसके बावजूद अभी स्थिति यह है कि अब जब धमकियां उनको मिल रही हैं, धमकियों के बाद अब स्थिति ये हो रही है कि जब पुलिस हट जाएगी तो हमारा क्या होगा। यानी कि वो परिवार सोचने पर मजबूर है कि गांव में रहना भी है या भविष्य में नहीं रहना है। अभी कुछ हिंदूवादी संगठन जो है वो अलवर कलेक्ट्रेट पर जाएंगे और पीड़ित परिवार के साथ में एक सिंबॉलिक प्रदर्शन आज उनका करने का मन है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके के हालात अभी बने हुए हैं, डर के माहौल में ये परिवार, जो पीड़ित परिवार है वो जी रहा है। सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि अभी स्टार्टिंग में जो 5 दिन में और 5 रात में जो फोर्सेस लगाई गई है 5-5 लोगों की, वो है हैवी डिप्लॉयमेंट नहीं है। हालांकि तनाव की स्थिति अभी भी इस तरीके से बनी हुई है, ऐसा परिवार वालों का आरोप है। सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है कि अब जब तक बड़े अधिकारी यहाँ नहीं पहुंचेंगे, जब तक इस पूरे मामले की जानकारी वो नहीं जुटा लेते, जब तक ग्राउंड पे आकर के नहीं बात करते हैं, तब तक उसकी गंभीरता नहीं समझ में आएगी। और अब तक कोई भी अलवर का जिला प्रशासन का बड़ा अधिकारी, अगर बात करें अलवर के डीएम की या अलवर के एसपी की, तो वो यहाँ आकर के इस गंभीरता को नहीं समझ पा रहा है, ना ही उसने यहाँ पे विजिट की है। तो कह सकते हैं कि बड़े अधिकारी अभी जो हैं वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर पे ही बैठे हुए हैं, लेकिन छोटे अधिकारी यहाँ आए हैं, 1-2 बार चक्कर काट के गए हैं, लेकिन हालात जस के तस हैं। पीड़ित परिवार का कहना है कि डर के माहौल में हम जी रहे हैं, पुलिस आज है कल नहीं है, कल हमारे साथ में कुछ हादसा होगा तो कौन जिम्मेदार रहेगा। बहरहाल वीडियो जो है वो साफ दिखाई दे रहे हैं किस तरीके से स्टोन प्लेटिंग हो रही है, लाठी डंडे चल रहे हैं। और आरोपियों से जब हमने बात की तो उनका कहना है कि हमारी तरफ से ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ। सबसे बड़ी गंभीरता की विषय यह है कि एक प्रेग्नेंट महिला को जो है मारा जाता है, जिसका मिसकैरेज होता है, जो आज अस्पताल में भर्ती है।
Well, absolutely brutal, Amardeep, like you're telling us, this pregnant woman who suffered a miscarriage after she was beaten with sticks. अगर आप थोड़ा बात कर सकते हैं लोगों से आसपास, अगर वो हमें बता सकें किस प्रकार की डेथ थ्रेट्स उनको मिल रही हैं लोगों से, और जो इनएक्शन है पुलिस की तरफ से, उसके बारे में भी कुछ बताइए।
देखिए अभी जो पीड़ित परिवार है वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर पे जहां एसपी कलेक्ट्रेट है वहां पे धरना देने के लिए जा रहा है। चूंकि अभी सारे लोग धीरे धीरे निकल चुके हैं तो बात करना मुनासिब नहीं होगा, लेकिन हमने जब उनसे बात की सुबह और जो हमने अभी स्क्रीन पर दिखाया है वो सारे पीड़ित परिवार के लोग थे। दूसरी तरफ जो आरोपियों के परिवार थे उनकी भी हमने बात जो थी सुनी थी और दिखाई भी है। अभी उनका पीड़ित परिवार जो है वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर पे जा रहा है, कुछ हिंदुवादी संगठन वहां पे इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं। उसके बाद में वो न्याय यात्रा के तहत में 500 से 700 मीटर चल करके और एसपी कलेक्टर को अपनी पीड़ा बताएंगे कि अभी भी डर के माहौल में वो जी रहे हैं। सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है कि अभी तक किसी भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर से बड़े अधिकारी का यहाँ मूवमेंट नहीं हुआ है, ना ही कोई यहाँ पे विधायक और मंत्री पहुंचे हैं जो राज्य सरकार की तरफ से हैं, जो यहाँ पे स्थिति को भाप सके या यहाँ की डेंसिटी जो स्थिति है कि जो हालात बने हुए हैं उसको अधिकारियों के पास पहुंचा सके।
All right, Amardeep, thank you for the moment. So Amardeep reporting live from Alwar, getting us that exclusive report in which the Dalit families were beaten with sticks. In fact, a pregnant woman also suffered a miscarriage after she was beaten black and blue by a group of people there. No stern action has been taken from what we're given to understand by the police as of yet, but situation definitely tense as the family alleges, the victims allege they've been facing death threats as well. For now, a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Days after terrorists targeted a Dhangri village in Rajouri town, the death toll has now risen to 7. One more civilian reportedly succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. Meanwhile, those who were injured are still in the hospital. The special investigation team probing the sexual harassment allegations made by junior women's coach against the Haryana minister Sandeep Singh took possession of her clothes, which also includes a torn t-shirt from the victim's house. The SIT team also added an additional charge relating to insulting the modesty of a woman to the FI that's been registered against the former minister of Haryana. 2 people died and 13 others injured after a mini truck fell into a deep gorge from a hill at the Chata-Churja Hira Hills in Karibganj district in Assam. Unidentified men riding a bike shot, bike-borne assailants shot at and injured a journalist who was returning home from work. Rajesh was shot in the waist and left thigh and he is currently being treated at a hospital. After Indian Armed Forces noticed suspicious movement near a village in the Balakot sector of Pooch district in JNK, forces neutralized 2 terrorists near the line of control. The bodies of the slain terrorists were found when the army launched a search operation in the area this morning. A day after Punjab Minister Fauja Singh Sarari resigned from the cabinet after an extortion controversy, BJP has stepped up attack on the Aam Aadmi Party, questioning Arvind Kejriwal over his claims of corruption-free Punjab.
AP ka corruption ka paap has been exposed once again. Just a few months after Vijay Singla, a minister in Punjab government, was forced to resign and step down over grave corruption charges, now another minister has had to resign, Fauja Singh Sarari, whose audio tape about extortion and corruption had gone viral. The question is that Mr. Kejriwal had declared that Punjab has become corruption-free in 10 days, but this is the true state of affairs.
Sri Ram Sena Belagavi President Ravi Kumar Kokitkar and his driver were injured after miscreants allegedly shot at them in Karnataka's Belagavi. Both of them were severely injured and are currently being treated at a hospital. 11 more families in Joshimath were moved to safer locations as the number of houses developing cracks in the sinking town has now risen to 603. Meanwhile, the Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami visited Joshimath on Saturday to take stock of the situation. A very short break coming up. On the other side, we'll get you live coverage, the latest from Joshimath, where more families have been evacuated as relief measures have also been expedited. And 1 dead, several injured as building collapses in the national capital.
We try tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debate.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debate.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that we need to stand up for ourselves. And this is the triggering point of this entire movement.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. And so the revolutionaries don't have any leadership.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
Getting a news break from J&K, where massive anti-terror operations are underway as part of directions that have been issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs to go all out against terror and its infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll just put out those exclusive visuals that we have of the search operations being held by the forces in the Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir. Gursimran getting us that news break, but those visuals there on your screens of house-to-house searches being carried out by the Jawans of the 26th Rashtriya Rifles of the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Now these are joint operations, what we're given to understand, being carried out to find possible terror hideouts and those who were part of the ecosystem. Gursimran getting us those details. Gursimran, give us more details. It is a joint operation, of course. House-to-house searches being carried out to find the hideouts of those terrorists.
See, Samiksha, these searches are being launched by the 26th Rashtriya Rifles of the Indian Army that is deployed in the Kishtwar district along with the local police, and this after the directions that came from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah on the 28th of December meeting, in which clear-cut directions were passed that there needs to be a final assault on the terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, and not only the terrorist needs to be neutralized, but the entire ecosystem that is working for harboring the terrorists, that needs to be decimated. And as part of the same, now the searches have been launched in the entire upper hills and even the low-lying areas of the Kishtwar district. Important to mention that Kishtwar district is the home district of one of the longest surviving terrorists of Hizbul Mujahideen, Jahangir Saruri. He is active for more than 25 years now, and the hunt is still on to arrest him or to neutralize him at an earliest. So for the same, and for to look into that, there are possible hideouts in the area, using that the terrorists are time and again trying to revive the terrorism in the Kishtwar district, in the entire Chenab Valley, and carrying out the act of terror. These searches have been launched by the Indian Army's 26th Rashtriya Rifles along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and a thorough search is being conducted at the houses of the overground worker, the surrendered militants, and also those relatives are in Pakistan. Some of the active terrorists who are in Pakistan, their relatives are here. So there is a suspicion for the agencies that the new modus operandi that is being used by the terrorists to revive their relatives as the active terrorists, that also is being ruled out by carrying out these kind of intensified searches that are underway in the Kishtwar district. These searches have started early today morning, and they are underway. Even in the far-flung areas of the Kishtwar, the searches are also being conducted by the 26th Rashtriya Rifles.
Also, very briefly, Gursimran, now these searches are being carried out in Kishtwar district of J&K. Can we expect such searches to find out those possible hideouts in other districts of J&K as well in the coming days?
Yes. Since clear-cut directions have been passed by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah that there needs to be a complete crackdown on the terror and the terror ecosystem. So similar kind of searches and raids will follow in the entire Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir in coming days. And lastly, in the year-ender press conference, DGP Dilbag Singh has also said that we are preparing for the final assault on the terrorism. So you can expect a major crackdown that the Jammu and Kashmir has not seen even in the decades on the terrorism this year in 2023.
Absolutely. Gursimran, thank you for the moment. So Gursimran reporting live, and the visuals that we are putting on our screens of the searches being carried out. These are part of joint operations being launched by the Jawans of the 26th Rashtriya Rifles of the Indian Army along with the J&K police. Searches being carried out to find possible terror hideouts and those who are shielding those terrorists and who are part of this whole ecosystem. These searches are being carried out in the Kishtwar district of J&K. We'll get you more on the other side. Two leaders of pro-Hindu organizations shot at by miscreants in Belagavi. Also coming up on the other side, we'll get you the latest from Joshimath as situation deteriorates from bad to worse. More families being evacuated in Joshimath.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that we need to stand up for ourselves. And this is the triggering point of this entire movement.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier. We knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस. They were shocked.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
Quick roundup of news and brief from across the globe. China's State Council Joint Prevention and Control Mechanism against COVID-19 released the 10th edition of the Virus Prevention and Control Protocol. The new plan stressed on monitoring of mutated variants and prevention of severe cases of COVID-19. In Mexico City, one person died and several others were injured after two trains collided on Metro Line 3 of the city. The train driver is also critically injured. Meanwhile, 4 passengers who were trapped in the train have now been rescued. President Joe Biden's scheduled first visit to the southern border in Texas. Hundreds marched through the streets of El Paso. This comes after the president announced last week that Cubans, Nicaraguans, Haitians and Venezuelans will be expelled to Mexico if they enter US illegally. Colombian president arrived in Caracas for a meeting with his Venezuelan counterpart. The presidents discussed topics such as peace process, investments, review of bilateral trade agreement, opening of bridges linking both countries. Meanwhile, passengers warmly welcomed the starting of the first train arriving at a newly reopened crossing point on the border between Hong Kong and mainland China. The busy station had been shut close to 3 years since the beginning of the pandemic.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. And so the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes.
The history of India is a subject matter of interest and debate. Unfortunately, the debate over whether Indian history needs to be rewritten often becomes a shallow, social media-driven political debate. What is forgotten in such a social media debate is the fundamental question of whether the existing narration of Indian history is flawed. Republic Media Network believes that freedom fighters from various strands of both the Hindu right as well as the Marxist left have been disregarded in the narration of Indian history. Our network also believes that individuals and legends like Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, who posed a challenge to Nehruvian supremacy within the Congress and whose approach to the struggle for independence was different, have been cut out from Indian history. In our attempt to rekindle a discussion on presenting the true history of India, we are featuring the multifaceted Sanjeev Sanyal, whose book on Indian revolutionaries is making waves even before its release.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another episode of our restarted series, The Nation Wants to Know. And today, I have, on the first episode of The Nation Wants to Know in 2023, I have with me one of India's finest economists, one of India's finest authors, historians, speakers, and for me, one of my best friends, Sanjeev Sanyal. Sanjeev, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me on your show.
No. And I want to begin with the disclosures. We go back a really long way.
We do, to Delhi University of the early 90s.
Absolutely. Who can forget that? Who can forget that? And also at Oxford, where you were doing your degree and postgraduate degree, and I was doing my master's. So we go back more than 25 years.
Absolutely.
Wonderful to see you again.
Great to have you.
I'm so happy to see you doing well and having such a following of your own and performing so many roles both in the service of the nation as well as professionally. So
thank you.
Congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Now viewers, I will come straight to the point. And I do believe, viewers, this is a book that, first of all, it's not just a normal plug, but I'm saying this because I believe in it. I believe that this book is something which everybody, their parents and their children should read. It's a book called Revolutionaries, The Other Side, the other story of how India won its freedom. And the context setting for this is simple. The context setting is, Sanjeev, and I'd say this, that we keep talking about when are we going to rewrite our history? When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? When will we see the truth being put out? When will we see others who have not been recognized being put out? I believe we don't really need to wait for our school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. And I think your book is a big contribution in that. Why do you call it the other side of how India won its freedom?
Well, because I think there is another story to how India won its freedom. It was not granted its freedom. It grabbed its freedom. And it was not only through the non-violent movement. There was, throughout the British occupation, a armed resistance to the British. This happened right from the beginning with the Marathas and Sikhs and so on. But in the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance, which is not just within India, but spanning across the world, from California to Persia to Japan. There's this massive network that for half a century kept up this resistance. So I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
Now, can I just tell you what the popular perception of this is? Not popular, maybe flawed, but the view has been, Sanjeev, that, oh, okay, there were a few revolutionaries. There were a few people who didn't believe with the moderates. The moderates were the good guys. The revolutionaries were these unpredictable lot of people. And
extremists.
Also,
Extremists.
Extremists is the word. And also very loosely congregated. There's no real intellectual, philosophical or organizational link between any of them. So before we go into the details of that, is that perception true?
So this is exactly what I'm trying to challenge. You see, these events are quite recent. I mean, some of it is within living memory. So it's not the case that the likes of Raj Bihari Bose or Sachindranath Sanyal or Sri Aurobindo or Savarkar have been forgotten. They have not been forgotten. They are well-known names. But you get the impression that, whatever Bhagat Singh may have done or Netaji may have done is an individual act of bravery.
Peripheral role.
Yeah, some peripheral thing. There was no grander strategy and so on. That's not the case. All these people knew each other. And this effort has been going on. So, for example, the INA is not the first attempt to cause a revolt in the British Indian Army. In the First World War also, Raj Bihari Bose and Sachindranath Sanyal tried to cause such an exact same revolt called the Gadar Revolt. It failed, it's a different matter, but it wasn't the first attempt. And same Raj Bihari Bose then in the Second World War actually sets up the INA. It's not Netaji who set up the INA, it is Raj Bihari Bose who set it up. It was his second attempt. And then you have the Great Naval Revolt of 1946, same thing, basically a revolt in the British Armed Forces. This was the key thing that the revolutionaries were trying to do.
Since you mentioned the Naval Revolt, you also mentioned that you actually got to know about it in your 20s.
Absolutely.
So you never knew about it till college, and probably I never did as well. And you researched it independently on your own, and that's the flawed history that we've been reading all this while. So I take you to page 8 of your book. My first question to you is emanating from your book, and by the way, marvelous introduction out here. On the role of non-violence in achieving our freedom. Was the role of non-violence in achieving India's independence overplayed to be made to look like it's the only theme? And emanating from that, a follow-up question where you can deal with both together. Is there an opposition or an embarrassment about the role of armed resistance in achieving our freedom?
So an armed resistance is the most natural of things. Almost every other country in the world employed it to gain freedom. So nothing very unique to us. The problem is that the story that we are told in official sources is that somehow this movement in India for gaining freedom was uniquely non-violent. Mm-hmm. Now I'm challenging that. Now I'm not saying that the non-violent movement did not have a role. It did have a role. But the fact of the matter is there was also this other movement, which was a very large movement, which, by the way, didn't just involve the revolutionary networks themselves, but had links to, for example, peasant movements like the Eka movement, or the tribal revolts, for example, by Alluri Sitaramaya Raju, now made famous by RRR. So there were all these other movements that were going on, which were interconnected with each other, and they went on for a very long time. and I said, culminating, of course, in the naval revolt of 1946. But, with major revolts like the Chittagong Armory raid and other incidents, which continuously happen. So it's not something that just happened in one spark.
But my question was the role of non-violence overplayed?
Absolutely.
And why was it overplayed? Because we've all been brought up with that ideal.
Well,
that if someone slaps you on one cheek, you must turn the other cheek and get slapped on all the cheeks till the other side tires out, and then you will have a moral victory over them. My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
Absolutely overplayed. And there are many reasons for this.
By whom and why?
Well, first of all, you see, the revolutionaries were a big movement. They were even big inside the Congress, big enough that Netaji was able to defeat the Gandhians in an open election within the Congress. But what happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed, or they have died from natural causes in a few cases. Some have been sent to the gallows and so on. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it is essentially comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party, and perhaps they are human and they overplay their own role. But here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives. One example of that is R.C. Majumdar, perhaps the greatest historian India has produced in modern times. And he is simply pushed aside deliberately for bringing up other narratives of our freedom struggle.
You write here that despite their enormous contribution, virtually none of their important leaders of the revolutionary movement would have lived to see India gain independence. Many of them killed in gunfights, hanged from the gallows, or dying in prison. Aurobindo Ghosh and Vinayak Savarkar, the only two surviving senior leaders, had drifted away from the movement decades earlier. Now, you also follow up by saying that Sachindranath Sanyal, who by the way is your granduncle, and that's a link, it's a disclosure, he comes from a fantastic lineage. Sachindranath Sanyal in the 1920s had a premonition that this would happen.
Yes.
He felt that the role of all these leaders, many of whom unfortunately never were there on August 15, 1947, in his book he writes, Would Be Sidelined, and he writes in his book, and I'll quote this and I want you to talk about it. He says that the reason for writing his book, according to you, was not merely to inspire contemporary revolutionaries, but also to leave behind a personal testimony for future generations. And Sachindranath Sanyal says, I'm writing this book so that in future, a few chapters of Indian history can be correctly written. So in the 1920s, there was a sense growing that all these revolutionaries would be lost in terms of, they saw independence coming, but they felt that their contribution would be sidelined.
Absolutely.
Why was it so? Why was there this cynicism and pessimism growing?
So I don't know why he had this premonition, but he turned out to be absolutely right. I mean, he himself died in 1942.
But he wrote in the 20s.
He wrote this in the 20s. But what is happening here is, I think, he has this premonition that many of his contemporaries are just going to be killed. Himself.
Is that the reason? Or is it that the Congress party at that time, or the quote unquote the loyalists to the British Empire within the Congress party were sidelining this group?
Well, this friction within the Congress is there right from the beginning. We call it the extremists versus moderates in our textbooks, but in fact,
I completely disagree with that. I think we should not use that phrase. I love the phrase nationalists versus loyalists.
Yes, that's what the revolutionaries called it themselves.
Yeah.
Now, this friction is always there. And of course, the revolutionaries have this premonition that they might be sidelined afterwards. So they write this, but do remember that when they are writing these things, much of what they are writing is also underground. So much of their literature, you have to understand, is being distributed in large numbers, but as underground literature. Savarkar's book is brought to India in handwritten thing and then later reprinted. So they are trying to tell their story, but through underground literature. So this is also one of the reasons that sort of this premonition may have existed in their minds.
My other question to you is, who inspired the revolutionaries more? Indian figures or global events? Because you write, at one point you write, that in this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. If there's someone watching this interview tonight and the question from them goes to you, were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji, Guru Gobind Singh, inspiring the revolutionaries more in their armed resistance, or was it global events? Like for example, the success of Marxism, and its evident popularity through the 1920s and 30s. We cannot undermine the contribution of Marxist philosophy, or perhaps Irish nationalism, which was also sort of very prevalent in that period.
Absolutely. So,
which had a greater influence?
Well, the revolutionaries were characters of their own time. So, of course, they were impacted by many things: the Irish, the communism, the rise of Japan, by the way, after 1905, when they defeated the Russians. So, there were many external influences. Garibaldi and Mazzini were Italian nationalists, and so on. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And so they, Rana Pratap, Shivaji, and of course Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. Again, today's writers many often tend to be embarrassed by this, but the fact is Hindu revivalism was a very important part of how they saw themselves. The initiation rites, for example, are all about holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths to a form of Durga or Bhavani or Kali. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves. This is not to suggest that they were bigots. There were non-Hindus also in this. For example, Ashfaqullah Khan was a great revolutionary. You have Madam Bhikaji Kama, also a part of that movement. So there are others as well. But you cannot deny Hindu revivalism and Hindu nationalism is an important part of the story.
At the core of it was nationalism.
Absolutely.
At the core of it was nationalism. And I feel, again, my knowledge is so much, less, has less depth or knowledge as yours. But if I may put in my 2 bits here, that we tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh, or Bagha Jyotin, right? And is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them. We don't talk about what's connecting them. In fact, Savarkar's work on 1857 is quoted by Bhagat Singh.
Absolutely.
And is a source of inspiration for Bhagat Singh.
Absolutely.
And it may seem surreal in today's world where there are these complete bipolarities, that how could Bhagat Singh be inspired by a work written by Vinayak Savarkar? So my next question is, was Savarkar, according to your book, Savarkar and Bhagat Singh and Bagha Jyotin all part of a connected history?
Absolutely.
And are we not even writing about that history? And have generations of Indians never known about those connections?
So this book is an attempt to try and tell the story, because you see what we have done.
But answer my question on that.
So what we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens, but their lens was completely different. I mean, like for example, Bhagat Singh, his guru is Sachindranath Sanyal, who is explicitly anti-Marxist.
Yeah.
So their linkages are different. You have, of course, the Hindu right is a part of the same movement.
Yes.
Later on, from the 20s, but more particularly in the 30s, you have Marxists in there. You have a large section within the Congress who is aligned to the revolutionaries. And as I mentioned, Netaji was actually able to defeat the Gandhians inside the Congress. So there is strong linkages between all of these characters. And this, incidentally, is true to this day. So many of the streams of today's politics are derived from this revolutionary period. For example, the CPI and the RSP are derived from the Anushilan Samiti.
Yeah.
As indeed is the RSS, who is also derived from the Anushilan Samiti. So there are different streams, but they were a part of one big project of armed resistance. And they did have many things interconnected in there. So Swami Vivekananda, interestingly, is a huge inspiration across the ideological spectrum. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates?
Well, I think it's very shallow, isn't it? I mean, let's look at the intellectual roots of who are the inspirational figures who are common to all. And one name which emerges, but which I feel in the context setting of India's freedom struggle, we cannot remove the politics from the cultural revivalism. And I believe that it's very wrong to not talk about the role of Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda, in my view, and you've written about it, I'm so glad, and we are grateful to you for that, was an inspirational figure. Because as you write, and I want to quote what you write about Swami Vivekananda here. You say that although Swami Vivekananda was not a political figure, his rekindling of civilizational confidence had a huge impact across India and the political spectrum. Virtually all the branches of India's revolutionary movement would come to regard him as an inspirational figure.
Absolutely.
But then if we are to understand Swami Vivekananda, then we have to go back to Ramakrishna Paramhans, then we have to go back to another key figure of this movement, Rani Rashmoni, who pushed back the British establishment at that time. These names are not even known. In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him, and the whole idea of civilizational confidence in our history, in our Hindu history, in our Indic history, in our freedom struggle? So I feel that has been totally disregarded now.
Yes, because as I said,
I want you to answer this in as much length as you want to.
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So basically what is happening here is that you have here a country and a civilization which realizes in the late 19th century that it has been under occupation first by the British, but even before that under the Turks and Mughals and so on. And they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of course, Swami Vivekananda, but others as well, Dayanand Saraswati. You have people like Sri Aurobindo,
yes,
who are coming out there and saying that no, we are a great people. We need to stand up for ourselves.
Yes.
And so this is the triggering point of this entire movement. It has impact even on the Congress, by the way, which originally, many people forget, was set up by the British themselves as a safety valve. So it's only with the triggering of this civilizational confidence that even within the Congress, you have the Lal Bal Pal trio coming up and beginning to sort of stoke a more aggressive anti-colonial line.
Well, I mean, you mentioned the Congress being a safety valve, and that is evident to me with the fact that, I find it so upsetting that when I was in school, we used to read a paragraph or two about A.O. Hume,
yes,
whereas we never realized what A.O. Hume was, and I feel A.O. Hume was nothing but a plant by the British.
Absolutely, and
A.O. Hume, the Congress was a British experiment.
Absolutely, and there were many such experiments. So, for example, A.O. Hume creates this as a safety valve. But, for example, the Ghadarites, who had lots of Sikhs within them and operated to a large extent in places like Canada through the Gurudwaras, they were infiltrated by British intelligence. An agent called Hopkinson was infiltrated the Gurudwaras in Canada as a way of subverting nationalist ideas that were spreading through the network of Gurudwaras. And it's not very surprising that the Khalistan movement actually emerges out of those same Gurudwaras in Canada. To this day, this has an impact. So what I'm trying to say is that if we do not read this history, we do not understand why on earth is Khalistan movement in Canada of all places on. Well, because of Hopkinson. And by the way, Hopkinson was shot dead in the court by a Sikh Ghadarite called Meva Singh. And many of these initial collaborationist groups were under tremendous pressure from nationalist Sikhs and Ghadarites, etc. In the initial years, and after independence, let them be.
You think it'll ever be possible to read a history in this country where we speak the truth, where we say, for example, Sanjeev, that the Congress was set up by the British to contain the revolutionaries who through their ideas were sparking the birth of a new resistance against the British. And that will we ever have a textbook which says that AOHUM was a British plant, the Congress was a British creation, which is evident from the fact that they put a complete out and out shameless imperialist called W.C. Banerjee as their head. And W.C. Banerjee was an abject imperialist. You know, he
was a loyalist.
He was a complete British loyalist who had no affection or he didn't even live in India eventually, and he became a member of the British Parliament. But
the problem with
are we ready to speak that truth as clearly as we should?
Well, actually,
why don't we?
The tragedy is that there is more than adequate evidence for this. In their own words.
But why are we squeamish about it?
We are squeamish about it because we tend to think that somehow this has we must do this because of today's political debates.
No,
but
why do we
need?
You see, there needs to be a resetting here.
Absolutely,
there needs to be a resetting. See,
so we
have idealized these people, and with the greatest of respect, we've idealized Dadabhai Naoroji as a great freedom fighter.
Well, to be fair to Dadabhai Naoroji, given the context of the time, he was fairly outspoken for his context.
Yeah, but it's all relative. But yeah. You quote what he said in his presidential address of 1893, where he says, "I have never faltered in my faith in the British character, and have always believed that the time will come when the sentiments of the British nation and our gracious sovereign proclaimed to us in the Great Charter of the Proclamation of 1858 will be realized." I can argue here that this is embarrassingly servile, as you write yourself.
Yes,
this is embarrassing servility, and you can say it's a function of the times. He had his limitations, but is it only a function of the times?
Well, there is no doubt that there's just painful civility in the language used by the early congressmen. There's no doubt about this. I, in fact, gave this as an example that the most outspoken of them, Dadabhai Naoroji, even wrote like this. But some of the others are significantly worse.
But then when a phrase is put out, which is common at that point of time, only an expression of grammar and not an expression of intent by Savarkar in his letter, then Rahul Gandhi keeps quoting it. I mean, I think that the first copy of this book should be presented to Rahul Gandhi, not that he will have the depth to understand it in great detail.
Well, at the very least,
you get my point.
At the very least, we need to be very clear that there was a large collaborationist class in India. This collaborationist class definitely tried everything they could to undermine the revolutionary movement. One of the great tragedies of Indian history is that after 1947, after most of the revolutionaries had either been killed, jailed and eliminated, this collaborationist class after independence actually continued to be in power. And many of the intellectuals of post-independence India are actually derived from this collaboration.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debate.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces. And more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that we need to stand up for ourselves. And this is the triggering point of this entire movement.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see
I would argue that the political epicenter of a forward-looking Indian independence movement started with Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Lala Lajpat Rai and Bipin Chandra Pal. But Lal, Bal, Pal have also been undermined.
Absolutely. They've
been made a side chapter.
They were told that they're the extremists.
Why extremist? Was it extremist?
Nothing extreme about what they were asking. They were just asking for freedom.
No, they were asking,
which is a reasonable thing to ask for.
And they were nationalists.
Absolutely. So the loyalists at that time were going, I mean, after a lot of cajoling, finally in the late 20s, they began to ask for some dominion status. By which point the revolutionaries had moved on and created a constitution for the Hindustan Republican Association, asking for a democratic republic with universal suffrage.
So the role of the Hindustan Republican Association, which Bhagat Singh actually wanted to rename as the Hindustan Republican Socialist Association.
He did actually, after Sachin Sanyal was sent to jail.
After Sachin Sanyal was sent to jail, but his proposal was rejected in one of the initial meetings when he was also very young. But the role of the Hindustan Republican Association or the Hindustan Republican Socialist Association in actually demanding full freedom, universal suffrage, equality before the law, and for all citizens has never been written about.
Absolutely.
In any history book. So we've not even seen a real mention of the Hindustan Republican Socialist Association. Do you realize the kind of crime that has been committed in the name of writing history?
So absolutely, both the HRA and the HSRA are barely mentioned. Whereas they were very important characters of their time. In fact, there are debates in Young India between Sachindranath Sanyal and Gandhi, which were published as part of the debates of that time. So they were really a part of the national debate of that time. And a generation before that, Bande Mataram, Karma Yogi with Aurobindo and others writing. So these were all very well-known national figures. The debates of the time involved these revolutionaries, and yet we have quietly deleted them, and you'll get one small paragraph talking about the INA at best. and then everything else is about the Morley Minto reforms and so on.
Okay, one other point, these people who call themselves left liberal, I always say there can be nothing called left liberal, the biggest oxymoron, because the leftists can never be liberal and those who are liberal can never be leftists. But the left liberals, quote unquote left liberals, have completely removed any element of revolutionary Marxist influence in our freedom struggle. That does not just end, but it begins with the complete alienation or elimination of Bhagat Singh from the writing of the history of India. Why is that so? Why has the role of the leftists been undermined? Many of whom had tremendous sacrifices, went underground. Were they also perceived to be a threat?
Well, in the specific case of Bhagat Singh, actually he has been in some ways built up by the left as their contribution to the freedom struggle. But in fact, Bhagat Singh was a part of a movement which was almost entirely nationalist.
Yes.
His sort of guru, so to speak, was Sachindranath Sanyal, who was clearly anti-Marxist.
Yes.
And he himself in his text writes, why I'm an atheist, he mentions that almost everybody else is not a Marxist. They had to sort of make him kind of the founder of the movement, because the actual founder of the movement, who is M.N. Roy, who founded the CPI in Tashkent in 1920, he actually drifted off from the mainstream communist movement and therefore became a bit of an embarrassment. So the left had to kind of resurrect Bhagat Singh as kind of their founder, but he was not their founder at all. Even more embarrassingly, the CPI went and actually supported the British during the Second World War against the INA.
Yeah.
They have more than adequate literature of them mocking, for example, Netaji, which they will now try to be sort of brush under the carpet. Interestingly, the group that got probably the largest group of Marxist revolutionaries that were there ended up in a party that is now almost forgotten, which is the Revolutionary Socialist Party, RSP. It is today not a very important party, but there was a time when it was a significant presence, particularly in Bengal. And again, that party has more or less frittered away. So that's where it is at. And on the other end of the spectrum, of course, there is the RSS.
Yeah.
Its founder, Hegdewar, was the head of Anushilan Samiti in Maharashtra. And if you see the way the RSS is set up even today, it's directly derived from Sri Aurobindo's pamphlet called Bhavani Mandir, where he describes exactly the network of akhadas, which is what the shakhas are. So there's an enormous contribution of this movement to even understand India of today.
So viewers, if you can look at it, what Sanjeev Sanyal just said was, unfortunately, we have been looking at our history through the prism of political convenience. A servile history has been written, aimed at basically being a hagiography of the Congress leadership of a certain strand. Not that they had no contribution, but of a certain strand that's been overplayed. But in the last 2 minutes, if you just heard Sanjeev, you would have seen him refer to Bhagat Singh, Sachindranath Sanyal, Aurobindo. We've spoken about Swami Vivekananda, the intellectual roots.
Rash Bihari
Bose, Swami Dayanand, the Gatharites. And it is impossible for us to even conceive sitting here today that when Sanjeev and I were in college, we never even knew about their contribution, and we were told they were simply irritants to the larger non-violent purpose of getting our independence. We've completely... We have completely mutilated our history, Sanjeev.
Absolutely.
We have mutilated our history. And now I want to, since you mentioned Aurobindo, and I go back to what we are unfortunately embarrassed about, but which is very relevant. Aurobindo. Fascinating individual here. Aurobindo Ghosh, brought up as an Anglophile, broke away. Till a particular point, his father would not even let him read or interact
in Bengali,
right? And he goes to Britain, he studies in Cambridge, and his story, but at some point of time he rebels against his father and he follows his own heart, and it takes him a long time to find his own roots. But through Aurobindo, I want you to speak a little bit now about the role of Hindu revivalism in our freedom movement. And the reason I'm saying this to you is because it's very easily said, oh, the RSS never contributed to India's freedom struggle. It's a sweeping statement which has been made. It is my contention, but you would articulate it better, that there was a significant role of Hindu revivalism in our freedom movement, because our Hindu roots can never be separated. It can never be separated from our history. I'm quoting to you here Aurobindo Ghosh's Uttarpara speech of 1909, where Aurobindo Ghosh says the following: the Hindu nation was born with the Sanatan Dharma. With it, it moves, and with it, it grows. When the Sanatan Dharma declines, and if Sanatan Dharma were capable of perishing, with the Sanatan Dharma, it will perish. The Sanatan Dharma, that is nationalism. This is the message that I have to speak to you. You have also written here that many post-independence historians, in an act of misplaced secularism, downplay the importance of Hindu revivalism in the freedom movement in general and on the revolutions in particular. So we are faced with a very strange situation. You have these writers of history have completely blacked out the role of the communists, the Marxists, and they've also completely blacked out the role of the those who come from a Hindu revivalist tradition. Can you expand a little bit on this, the role of Hindu revivalism in our freedom movement?
So we discussed earlier about Swami Vivekananda,
Yes.
and Dayanand Saraswati and the Arya Samaj and so
Yes.
on. What happens here is you have here a character, Sri Aurobindo, or Aurobindo Ghosh as he was known then.
Yes.
He is faced with this crisis particularly because of his father, who was essentially extremely westernized and, what we could maybe even call a collaborationist class, which had developed particularly in Bengal, but other parts as well, who had benefited under British rule and in fact wanted it to be perpetuated. They had basically become brown sahibs. And so Sri Aurobindo rebels against this. He refuses to join the civil service even though he passes all the exams, and then he comes to Baroda and he begins to build this new narrative. And he becomes quite a passionate Devi worshipper at this stage in his life.
Okay.
He wants to set up this Bhavani Mandir to create this network of warrior monks. And this idea is there everywhere. You see even Savarkar, when he starts out, he gives a pledge to his temple deity of Bhavani. And you see this same imagery coming through very repeatedly in all the revolutionary sort of literature, the terminologies they use. Even the song Vande Mataram, other than the first two stanzas, the others have strong amount of Shakti imagery. So this is an important strand of our freedom struggle. It should not be very surprising because, large majority of Indians are indeed Hindu. The fact that they consider this country as their sacred land would not unnaturally have inspired their freedom movement. So I have no idea why we should be embarrassed about it. It's a factual, it's just a fact of history. And there is absolutely no reason to be downplaying it at all.
In fact, you've said also in the same page you write that many of the views held by the likes of Tilak, Savarkar and Bismil mark them out as Hindu nationalists, but readers should remember that their most trusted lieutenants were non-Hindus, John Baptista, Madam Bhikaji Kama or Ashfaqullah Khan. And you go on to say that basically the unapologetic Hindu identity of Tilak and Savarkar does not make them bigots.
Absolutely.
And that's a learning for the times.
Absolutely. For example,
so the stereotyping which is going on right now in social media, elsewhere, by people who do not go into depth, is terrible. In fact, I think when I read your book, that made them a bigger threat.
Absolutely.
To the British.
Because
the fact that they brought everyone together.
Yes. So Sachindranath Sanyal is an inspiration for Bhagat Singh. Now today, oh my God, how can somebody who belongs ideologically what we would today call to the right have inspired somebody from the left? Well, they would have probably laughed at this argument in the first place. Netaji, for example, was very much inspired by Shaktism, but he sort of, but he belongs to the left. Yes, he did. but he was also a big Durga Bhakt and inspired by Swami Vivekananda. So today's way of splintering all these people and trying to diminish them into these boxes is absolutely
In fact,
wrong.
that's the whole Indian identity. That's Bharatiyata. We soak in every tradition. We bring in the best of all the traditions. Our Hindu philosophy. We learn about Irish nationalism. We talk about the Russian Revolution of 1917. We take the best ideas and we bring them into our own context. But that's not the way in which this has been written. One point here, page 34. You very interestingly quote. I'll take a few more minutes here. You say that. When I think this is your reference to where you're writing in great detail to the support that Sayaji Gaikwad gave to Sri Aurobindo. And you talk about how the Delhi Darbar happened at that point of time, and Sayaji Rao Gaikwad was very careful to support Aurobindo but not be seen to be overtly supporting Aurobindo because he had to play a little bit of a middle role. He couldn't go fall completely foul of the British. So he went to the Delhi Darbar of 1911 when George V, I think, was visiting India. But when he went up to the dais, there was a single perfunctory bow. Then he walks back and he shows his back to the emperor. He's forced to write a letter of apology, but it was an act of defiance, I think, well thought out by Sayaji Rao Gaikwad. But Motilal Nehru, who was a witness to the event, was very upset at Sayaji Rao Gaikwad, which gives me a feeling that Motilal Nehru in 1911, unlike what the Nehru-Gandhi family, Nehru-Gandhi-Vadra family, as I described them, would like us to believe, was quite servile himself to the British. And he says to Jawaharlal, he says, I'm sorry to say that Gaikwad has fallen from the high pedestal he once occupied in public estimation.
Absolutely. So Motilal Nehru was certainly not happy about what Gaikwad did at the Delhi Darbar. Yes, Motilal Nehru did belong to what would be called the loyalist faction. But to be fair to him, there were periods in his life where he also did support the revolutionaries, for example, in the 20s when he was in the Swarajist faction as well. So
I can argue that was convenient at that point of time.
Maybe. But the fact is that he was, no doubt about it, that Motilal Nehru was a politician of his time. He was playing to whatever happened to be the audience that he was. He belonged to the moderate faction. Later on, he joined the Swarajists, who had derived from the Tilak's faction, the Lal Bal Pal faction, and so on. And at times, he did support the revolutionaries as well. But yes, at that particular instant, there is no doubt that he was a loyalist.
Let's have a transparent reading of history. Can I ask you a question here right now? First of all, Sanjeev, why does the lobby hate you? They say, why does Sanjeev Sanyal need to get into this? He's an economist, he's been a banker, he's worked with a global MNC bank, he's in the government. They're okay with, they tolerate you up to that point. When you get into history, they savagely attack you. And they say you are an interloper, you do not have a PhD in history, you do not have academic credentials in history, and therefore you should keep your mouth shut.
Well, I probably get attacked quite a lot on my economics as well. But yes, it is very often brought up that I am not trained historian. But my view is I have never claimed to be a trained historian. And there are many instances in many other fields where big changes have happened because of outsiders. I mean, for example, physics was completely transformed by Einstein, who was not a professor, but a patent office clerk when he made all those big changes. So outsiders have always changed fields. But what happens here, I think, is that I am beginning to question some very long cherished mythologies that were created particularly after independence, by eliminating from the story other narratives. For example, those of R.C. Mazumdar or Jadunath Sarkar and others. And I am very inconveniently bringing some of this back into the conversation. And in fact, adding some of my ideas as well along the way, whether it's in terms of maritime history or the origins of Indian civilization from the Saraswati and so on. And I feel that that is definitely threatening to many academic careers.
But academic history is in one place when popular history sometimes becomes more relevant. And yours, what you write here is popular history. This book is an easy read. It has all the academic footnotes, but at the end of the day, it is something which every Indian can read and probably should read. Maybe that makes you a bigger threat.
Perhaps that is the case.
Will you pull back?
I will not pull back. I have many other books in my head. Some of them are not in history. They're in other fields, including economics. So, I will keep at it.
Do you think it's the intellectual depth of the new right in this country, represented by people like you, or a Vikram Sampath, or maybe in the world of business, a Mohandas Pai? Arguments which are not just, fleeting arguments, but which are backed up with fact, a fair amount of research and original thinking, which proved to be a bigger threat to these people who have been holding the establishment for the last 70 years, and they see that as a potent threat. Hence, there was also an attack on Vikram Sampath, a pretty savage attack at the same time.
Yes, so, in India's intellectual world has been dominated by two versions of the left, the Marxist left and the Nehruvian left, for a very, very long time. And even after 1991 reforms, the intellectual space continued to be dominated by them, even if the rest of the economy and society changed. What you're seeing now is a challenge by the non-left through, of course, this is a book of history, but you also see that in the field of economics and sociology and other fields, or even for that matter in international relations, other ideas now beginning to knock on the door. And I'm not surprised that the incumbents will feel threatened by that.
Do you think our last question, since you have been a macroeconomics student and practitioner for most of your career, do you think as our economic cloud grows, our awareness of the depth of our Indic civilization needs to grow, and awareness of it needs to grow to really achieve what the Prime Minister speaks about?
Absolutely.
Being a developed nation. We can't just be developed economically and not in terms of self-awareness.
So every civilization digs deep during its period of revival. I mean, you look at the Europeans, they dug back to the classical period when they went through the Renaissance. The Chinese are currently rediscovering a lot of their own history as they emerge. I mean, whether you like their belligerence on international affairs is a different matter, but certainly their revival is heavily dependent on understanding their own history in their own terms. And our own revival, as we are going through it, will be based on a better understanding from our own lens of our own history. And I think that is an absolutely important ingredient in the story.
I think that's absolutely fantastic. Sanjeev, I have really enjoyed this. I've enjoyed catching up with you. I truly wish you and scholars like you all the very best. And I'm openly plugging for your book, which I never do. And HarperCollins, this is a paid advertisement for them. But The Revolutionaries by Sanjeev Sanyal, ladies and gentlemen, your weekend read, your month's read or your week's read. Don't miss this one. Thank you very much. Sanjeev, good meeting you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to
one
be
of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan.
We'll stop national updates. Days after terrorists targeted the Dhangri village in Rajouri town, the death toll has now gone up to 7. One more civilian reportedly succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. Meanwhile, those who were injured are still in the hospital. A special investigation team probing the sexual harassment allegations made by a junior woman coach against Haryana's Minister Sandeep Singh took possession of her clothes, including a torn t-shirt from her house. SIT also added an additional charge related to insulting the modesty of a woman to the FIR against Singh. Two people were dead and 13 others injured after a mini truck fell into a deep gorge from a hill at an area there in Karimganj district in Assam. Unidentified men riding a bike shot and injured a journalist named Rajesh when he was returning home from a shop in Siwan district of Bihar. Rajesh was shot in the waist and left thigh, and he is currently in a critical condition. After Indian Armed Forces noticed suspicious movement near a village in the area of Pooch district in Jammu and Kashmir, forces neutralized 2 terrorists near the line of control. The bodies of the slain terrorists were found when the army launched a search operation in the area this morning. A day after Punjab Minister Fauja Singh Tarari resigned from the cabinet after an extortion controversy, BJP has stepped up its attack on Aam Aadmi Party, questioning Arvind Kejriwal over his claims of corruption-free Punjab. This comes months after Tarari was embroiled in a controversy over an audio clip in which he allegedly discussed ways to trap some contractors in order to extort money.
आम आदमी पार्टी AAP का करप्शन का पाप has been exposed once again. Just a few months after Vijay Singla, a minister in Punjab government, was forced to resign and step down over grave corruption charges, now another minister has had to resign, Fauja Singh Sarari, whose audio tape about extortion and corruption had gone viral. The question is that Mr. Kejriwal had declared that Punjab has become corruption-free in 10 days, but this is the true state of affairs.
Sri Ram Sena Belgavi President Ravi Kumar Kokitkar and his driver were injured after miscreants allegedly shot at them near their village in Karnataka. Both of them were severely injured. They were admitted to a private hospital for treatment. Eleven more families in Joshimath were moved to safe locations as the number of houses developing cracks in the sinking town rose to 603 as per reports. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami visited Joshimath on Saturday to take stock of the situation.
This is Shivangi Shukla reporting from Delhi NCR, and this is Republic.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
Viewers, top headlines right now. The situation worsens in the sinking city. Joshimath evacuation underway in war-like promptness. Choppers, NDRF teams on standby. PM Modi to chair high-level review meet on Joshimath. No end to politics over Ram Mandir after RJD now Vadra Congress target centre. Dalit family targeted, stones pelted, rods hurled on women. Law and order in Rajasthan under question. Days after Rajouri terror attack, armed forces now launch all the out terror operation in the valley. Viewers, let's start with some breaking news coming in. You are watching Republic TV and we are live in breaking this Sunday. Getting in a breaking news from Tamil Nadu, DMK MLA has sparked controversy once again during a speech. DMK MLA has alleged that the BJP and the PM is behind the death of former Tamil Nadu CM Jayalalitha. That is right. The DMK MLA has right now gone ahead and we are seeing a major controversy being erupted right over there, viewers. We're getting some big news where DMK MLA has sparked a big controversy Now, during a speech, this DMK MLA has alleged the BJP and the Prime Minister is behind the death of the former Tamil Nadu CM Jayalalitha. So he's saying that the BJP and the PM has in fact been behind the death of former Tamil Nadu CM Jayalalitha. Very controversial statement coming out right now from the DMK MLA. Viewers, we're getting you all the top updates right now. Where we can tell you is that DMK MLA has made some wild allegations right now. And in fact, let's go ahead and play out what the DMK MLA has said.
அந்த அம்மா செத்து போச்சு. அந்த அம்மாவை யார் கொன்னது? மோடி தான் கொன்னுட்டார். அந்த அம்மா நான் பிரதமருக்கு நிக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லிச்சு. ஏன் பிரதமருக்கு நிக்கணும்? என்னை தவிர எவனும் நிக்க கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னான். அந்த அம்மாவை பிஜேபி தான் கொன்னது. இது பகிரங்கமாக நான் குற்றச்சாட்டை நான் சுமத்துகிறேன். அந்த அம்மா செத்து போச்சு. அந்த அம்மாவை யார் கொன்னது? மோடி தான் கொன்னுட்டார். அந்த அம்மா நான் பிரதமருக்கு நிக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லிச்சு. ஏன் பிரதமருக்கு நிக்கணும்? என்னை தவிர எவனும் நிக்க கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னான். அந்த அம்மாவை பிஜேபி தான் கொன்னது. இது பகிரங்கமாக நான் குற்றச்சாட்டை நான் சுமத்துகிறேன்.
All of you heard that, a very controversial soundbite. You heard that the DMK MLA has alleged that BJP and PM Modi have been behind the death of Jayalalitha, and this is a very controversial statement coming out right now. Very, very controversial statement. And Varshini is joining us on the phone line to help us understand this big statement which has been made by the DMK MLA, which is completely controversial. Big controversy being sparked there. Go ahead, tell us what really happened.
Well, Shivangi, if you see, this particular DMK MLA belongs to the constituency of Vilatikulam, and this MLA Markandeyan surprisingly was a part of the AIADMK party till 2017 and later on only joined the DMK. Therefore, he has been inside the AIADMK party when the demise of the former Chief Minister Jayalalitha happened. And now, after joining the DMK, he has now come up with this big allegation that he's put out. Very, very controversial speech that he's given, yesterday that happened in Tamil Nadu, and he's very, openly speaking about how PM Modi is behind the death of former Chief Minister J. Jayalalitha, and he also says that she had a vision of participating in contesting in the PM election, standing for the PM post, and that is why the BJP had killed her, is what he's openly, admitted on a stage with, giving such a speech, which has definitely created a controversy in the state. And the BJP state president Annamalai, who's also very unhappy of this kind of an allegation being put forth by the DMK men, has also tweeted stating about how anger mounts against misgovernance. DMK MLAs have resorted to lies instead of making sure that they are trying to rectify their mistakes in their governance. They are putting out such lies and fake claims on the BJP. And CM Tamil, he's also stated that the Tamil Nadu CM should be reminded that the BJP will not remain calm forever in Tamil Nadu. They will come back and give responses if they continue to keep giving out such fake allegations. So definitely this controversy has raised eyebrows for a lot of people in the state, and the BJP is also not very happy with the kind of allegations that this particular MLA has put out. The DMK has not yet reacted to this, but expectation is that they will and they have to come up with a response to this kind of an allegation put forth by their own MLA.
Right. I'm also being joined by SG Suri of the BJP. Thank you for joining us. So we're seeing that the BJP really hit out at this statement being made by the DMK MLA.
See, our state president has made it very clear that the lies cannot survive for long. But the reason why DMK has resorted to such steep gimmicks is their misgovernance is very rampant, and it is very clear for everybody to do. There is rising anger among the people because they are unable to fulfill any of their poll promises. I think they are using this as a diversionary tactic to come out of their misgovernance deeds. So I think the Chief Minister, who also holds the Home Ministry, should come out and condemn the MLA or take a legal recourse that will ensure his arrest. Otherwise, I think the law and order has gone to dogs in the state if no action is taken upon this statement.
Right. Also, we know that the BJP is saying, K. Annamalai has tweeted, when anger mounts against misgovernance, DMK MLAs have resorted to lies. That's exactly what Annamalai is saying. And CM MK Stalin should also, kind of notice what is happening there. Is that what you demand, that there should be some action being taken?
Obviously, see, this is not even a closed door meeting, it's a public meeting. So when there are absolute lies spoken, BJP as a legal entity, we are bound to take necessary action to undo that and make the particular person apologize. But still, we expect the state government and the state police to take a legitimate suo motu action. If they are not taking, then we will see how it has to be dealt.
Right. Right. Thank you so much for joining us here. SG Surya, BJP leader, for joining us on this story we are tracking right now, where a major controversy has erupted. The DMK MLA has sparked the controversy during a speech. The DMK MLA has alleged BJP and PM Modi are behind the death of a former Tamil Nadu CM Jayalalitha. Very, very big and vile allegation being made. Let's go ahead and play out that soundbite once again for our viewers.
அந்த அம்மாவை யார் கொண்டது? மோடி தான் கொண்டுட்டார். அந்த அம்மா நான் பிரதமருக்கு டிக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லிச்சு. ஏன் பிரதமருக்கு டிக்கணும்? என்னை தவிர எவனும் நிக்க கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னான். அந்த அம்மாவை பிஜேபி தான் கொண்டது. இது பகிரங்கமாக நான் குற்றச்சாட்டை நான் சுமத்துகிறேன். அந்த அம்மா செத்து போச்சு. அந்த அம்மாவை யார் கொண்டது? மோடி தான் கொண்டுட்டார். அந்த அம்மா நான் பிரதமருக்கு டிக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லிச்சு. ஏன் பிரதமருக்கு டிக்கணும்? என்னை தவிர எவனும் நிக்க கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னான். அந்த அம்மாவை பிஜேபி தான் கொண்டது. இது பகிரங்கமாக நான் குற்றச்சாட்டை நான் சுமத்துகிறேன்.
All right, viewers, so we heard that soundbite where we saw that allegation coming in, a big controversy coming in from the DMK MLA who's saying that the BJP and PM Modi are behind the death of former Tamil Nadu CM Jayalalitha. We also saw that the BJP has hit out and said that we will not remain calm when these kind of statements are being made. Let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking right now, viewers. Remember, a day after the RJD leader's controversial statement on Ram Mandir, calling it Nafrat ki Zameen, now the Congress has taken a dig at the Home Minister Amit Shah. Congress's Priyanka Kharge has tweeted in a quote here, good to know that the Ram Mandir will be ready by Jan 1st next year, requesting PM Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah to set a deadline, not just for the temple, but also for filing all the government jobs, filling them up with the vacancies which are available and getting the economy on track. After all, the Ram Rajya means peace and prosperity for all. All right, so we also have a reaction coming in from Rashid Alvi. Let's play that out.
We have respect for Ram Mandir. And Ram Mandir is being built not because of RSS or BJP. It is being built because Supreme Court has passed an order in favor of Ram Mandir. But at the same time, unemployment is a very big question. We have concern with this question. We have been raising this question that unemployment, Government of India should pay attention to this. Otherwise, in future, it may become a very, very big problem for the country.
देखिए, बीजेपी आरएसएस ने शिलान्यास से लेकर और राम मंदिर और बाबरी मस्जिद का जो विध्वंस हुआ, सही बात तो यही है कि पूरे देश की जो एकता, हिंदू की, मुसलमानों की, सिख की, ईसाई की जो तार तार हुई, वो तो जिम्मेदार तो ये लोग हैं और ये इतिहास में लिखा जाएगा। लेकिन इतिहास में सबसे सुंदर पहलू ये है कि मुसलमानों ने अपने इस देश के हिंदू भाइयों के लिए बहुत बड़ा दिल दिखाया और उन्होंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के उन सारे नुक्तों के बावजूद कि राम मंदिर के किसी मंदिर के कोई अवशेष नहीं है, मंदिर गिराने का कोई साक्ष्य नहीं है, उन्होंने बड़ा दिल करके राम मंदिर के लिए उन्होंने कहा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो कहेगा हम उसके साथ हैं। और आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट की निगरानी में राम मंदिर बन रहा है, कल उसका जो है पूरे देश के लिए दरवाज़ा खुलेगा। ये तो इतिहास का हिस्सा बन चुका है।
All right, viewers, so we saw that statement come out where politics is continuing over Ram Mandir. Remember that Amit Shah recently said that the Ram Mandir will soon be ready for all. And as they made that statement, we are seeing that multiple statements are being made. Now we have seen that the Karnataka Congress spokesperson Priyank Kharge has now slammed the Union Minister Amit Shah after he announced the date of the Ram Temple inauguration. And he has asked Shah to focus on keeping deadlines for filling job vacancies amid soaring unemployment in the country. So this is a statement which is being made, viewers, right now. And as we tell you that this statement has been made, Priyank Kharge has taken to Twitter and he's tweeted that good to know that Ram Mandir will be ready by Jan 1st next year, requesting the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah to set deadlines not just for the temple but also for filling up the government job vacancies. Let's go ahead to Madhurima is joining us live. Madhurima, take our viewers through exactly what's happening here, because we are seeing back-to-back comments coming in, politics continuing, what are words happening over Ram Mandir?
Well, yes, absolutely, Samiksha, because ever since this comment has been made, that has urged the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. Because Shivangi, we see that how the BJP is pretty miffed at this comment, as they're saying that they have always been against the Ram Temple. Also, what here needs to be noticed here is that the Congress Party has also retaliated to this urged attitude of the Bharatiya Janata Party towards the comment, alleging that Mr. Priyank Kharge did not say anything wrong, and the fact that Ram Temple is being constructed, the BJP or the RSS had nothing to do with it. It's happening because of a Supreme Court order. So this political warfare has begun once again over the Ram Temple, because we've seen that how the Home Minister of our country has high hopes from Ram Temple and the way it's going to bring development around Ayodhya as well, because he's been highlighting the fact that all the devotees, as and when they'll throng towards Ayodhya, that's also going to help the economic development of the state and of course the holy city as well. But this particular comment coming in from Priyank Kharge has definitely not gone down well with the BJP, because they have been asserting that initially they were against the construction. Then now that the Bharatiya Janata Party has been successful in fulfilling one of the promises that they made in their election manifesto in the previous general elections, the Congress is at it again, according to the BJP. So we'll have to wait and watch, Shivangi, as to how this entire controversy has snowballed and what next turn it's going to take. But as of now, the BJP is really miffed with Priyank Kharge's comment, as they are asserting that the Congress should look into their own states like Rajasthan, where according to the BJP the unemployment rate is 28%, whereas in the BJP ruled state the unemployment and the education rate is improving, as in ever since the party has started ruling those specific states. So these all very sharp comments coming in from the BJP against the Congress's comment, but the Congress remains adamant on the fact that Mr. Priyank Kharge did not say anything wrong, and that if the Ram Temple is being constructed, the BJP cannot take the credit for it, as it is happening because of a Supreme Court order. Back to you, Shivangi.
Absolutely, Madhurima. And Madhurima, also let's take our viewers through exactly what the RJD leader had said, because this is the first time we are seeing that these kind of comments come out. RJD leader had said that Ram Mandir was built on Nafrat ki Zameen. That is what he has said exactly. And the BJP once again had hit back at the RJD leader, Madhurima.
Well, yes, absolutely. Before this comment, it was the RJD's leader's comment that it is Nafrat ki Zameen. And what needs to be seen here is that Ram Temple has always been a point of a lot of debate, but the BJP has always been saying that instead of calling names to it, let's just impose faith and see that Ram Temple is a long wish of the people of Ayodhya and all the Hindu devotees, as it's the birthplace of Lord Ram. So we have to wait and watch, Shivangi, as to what really happens next now.
All right, thank you, Madhurima, for getting us all those details. So, Madhurima, on the story we're tracking right now, where we are seeing that there's a political war of words which has sparked a controversy now, where we're seeing both the RJD and we are seeing the Congress make statements when the Ram Mandir has been announced by the Home Minister Amit Shah that it will be ready soon. So after that, we're seeing a political war of words play out. But let's move ahead to the other breaking news we are getting some more breaking updates coming in right now, viewers. Samajwadi Party workers have staged a protest in Lucknow after the operator of the Samajwadi Party media cell Twitter has been arrested. Now Hazratganj police have arrested Manish Jagan Agarwal. We're getting some breaking news. I repeat, there's a protest breaking out. And this is by Samajwadi Party workers in Lucknow after the operator of the Samajwadi Party media cell has been arrested. And Hazratganj police have arrested Manish Jagan Agarwal, viewers. So, you can see the visuals coming in as well, viewers. Remember, Lucknow police had arrested Samajwadi Party worker Manish Jagan Agarwal from Hazratganj. And he's also the handler of the party's Twitter account. He has been arrested after 3 cases were registered against him at Hazratganj police station, allegedly for making objectionable remarks on Twitter through the party's social media handle. And as we tell you the story, we are seeing dramatic protests play out outside the police headquarters, where you can see that a lot of people are out there on the street.
देखिए, बिल्कुल अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त 1 नंबर गेट से यहाँ पर निकले हुए हैं। वो तस्वीरें हमने आपको दिखाई। हमने अखिलेश यादव से बात करने की भी कोशिश की, लेकिन अखिलेश यादव ने बातचीत नहीं की। अब देखना हो कि अखिलेश यादव यहाँ बाहर रुकते हैं, रुक करके अपनी जो बात है वो रखते हैं, यहाँ से सीधे वो मुख्यालय जाते हैं। और फिलहाल देखिए, कार्यकर्ताओं का जो हुजूम है वो कहीं ना कहीं कितनी भारी संख्या में कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। अखिलेश यादव सबको हाथ हिलाते हुए, हाथ दिखाते हुए वो यहाँ से निकल रहे हैं। तकरीबन 2.5 से 3 घंटे का ये वक्त जब अखिलेश यादव यहाँ पर रहे, और फिलहाल अखिलेश यादव लेकिन यहाँ से निकल चुके हैं। यहाँ से निकल करके अब वो अपने पार्टी दफ्तर की तरफ वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और मनीष जगन को लेकर के क्या चीज़ें थी, फिलहाल इसको लेकर के इस बाबत पुलिस थोड़ी देर में पुलिस की भी ब्रीफिंग होगी और अखिलेश यादव भी अपना जो है बयान वो जारी करेंगे। और देखना होगा कि उनके अंदर पुलिस से क्या बातचीत हुई है, क्योंकि वो जिस तरीके से अड़े हुए थे, वो जिस तरीके से कह रहे थे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के भी जो नेता हैं उन्होंने तमाम अभद्र जो टिप्पणियाँ हैं वो की हुई हैं और इस कारण से उनकी गिरफ्तारी की जाए। लेकिन उस बाबत पुलिस ने क्या उनको प्रतिक्रिया दी है, ये इसके लिए थोड़ा इंतज़ार करना पड़ेगा। और देखिए, पुलिस ने अपनी तरफ से अगर लोग यहाँ ज़्यादा बढ़ते या लोगों को गिरफ्तार करना पड़ता तो पुलिस ने यहाँ पर अपनी जो ट्रक है वो भी बुला ली थी कि जिससे लोगों को यहाँ से ले जाया जा सके। और ये देखिए, अब सीधे जो अखिलेश यादव की पूरी फ्लीट थी, अब वो पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर क्रॉस करते हुए अपने दफ्तर की तरफ जो है वो आगे बढ़ रही है। मनोज सिंह काका जी हैं। मनोज जी, अखिलेश जी यहाँ से निकल चुके हैं, क्या बातचीत हुई, कुछ पता चला?
माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने जो बात किया, वैधानिक बात, और ये देखिए जो सही है कि समाजवादी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को उन अपराधों में भी जेल भेजा जा रहा है जो कि अपराध नहीं है, जो बेलेबल ऑफेंस है। आप भी जानते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने 66 पे श्रेया सिंघल बनाम भारत सरकार के मामले में ये बयान दे चुकी है कि उसमें आप किसी को भी आईटी एक्ट में गिरफ्तार नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन ये सरकार जो अपराधियों पर लगातार संरक्षण दे रही है, समाजवादी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को अनावश्यक जेल भेजना
से इतर महिलाओं के खिलाफ अभद्र टिप्पणी का भी मामला था, वो भी आपने देखा होगा।
देखिए, अगर आप समग्रता के आधार पर देखें, कहीं भी अभद्र टिप्पणी उन्होंने नहीं करी है। अगर अभद्र टिप्पणी अगर देखा जाए, आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो ट्विटर हैंडल है उसको आप देखिए, क्या क्या नहीं कहा जाता हमारे नेता के बारे में। तो अखिलेश यादव जी हमेशा लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को लेके, सवालों को लेके, और समाजवादी पार्टी कभी जेल से, कभी किसी तरह के तानाशाही से नहीं डरने वाली, क्योंकि समाजवादी पार्टी ये जानती है कि हमारा जो वजूद है वो वही डॉक्टर लोहिया के सड़क से लेके सदन तक के संघर्ष से।
आज आंदोलन खत्म, क्योंकि मनीष को तो जेल भेजा जा चुका है। क्या
देखिए अब तो जब मामला सब जुडिस अब है, ये तो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी तय करेंगे। पूरे प्रदेश भर में कार्यकर्ता सड़कों पर है और समाजवादियों का आंदोलन अब खत्म होने वाला नहीं है।
समाजवादियों का आंदोलन जो है वो खत्म होने वाला नहीं है। और आईटी एक्ट के तहत उनका कहना है कि आईटी एक्ट के तहत जो एफआईआर हुई थी उसमें इस तरीके की गिरफ्तारी नहीं होनी चाहिए थी। और अगर भाषा की बात की जाए तो भाषा के तौर पर ये देखा जाए कि समग्र तौर पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के भी नेताओं का उनका ये कहना है कि उन लोगों ने भी तमाम समय पर अलग अलग समय पर अभद्र टिप्पणी की हुई है। और इस पूरी खबर पर लगातार रिपब्लिक भारत की नजर बनी हुई है। आप बने रहिए रिपब्लिक भारत के साथ।
All right, viewers, so getting those visuals for you live from Lucknow, where we are seeing SP workers clash with the police in Lucknow. This happened after the Hazratganj police arrested Manish Jagan Agarwal, viewers. And after his arrest, we are seeing that SP workers are protesting their arrest. Visuals coming in, dramatic visuals coming in from Lucknow, viewers. Remember that this person is Manish Jagan Agarwal. He is said to be the handler of the party's Twitter account. He was arrested after 3 cases were registered against him at the Hazratganj police station, allegedly for making objectionable remarks on Twitter through the party's social media handle. And we're seeing the visuals coming for all our viewers right now, where we are seeing SP staging a protest in Lucknow. The Samajwadi Party has condemned the arrest of Manish Jagan Agarwal. All right, Akhilesh Yadav was also there at the spot. Let's play out that sequence.
नहीं अभी किराया लगवाया है, सब बुलाने ही आया हूँ, अभी तुरंत लगवाया नहीं, लगवाया
वहाँ से हम मंगा लेंगे, आपने मंगाई हम मंगा लेंगे। ए विकास, अगर खुल गया हो कोई जगह खुल गई तो चाय ना बाहर से आने नहीं पियेंगे चाय, यहाँ की चाय नहीं पियेंगे, बाहर की पियेंगे, या हम अपनी लाएंगे, कब आपका ले लेंगे प्लास्टिक का जो होगा, हम नहीं पी सकते, जहर दे दोगे तब? हाँ नहीं हमें भरोसा नहीं है, सच में भरोसा नहीं है मुझे। हम बाहर से मंगा लेंगे चाय, आप भी पीजिए हम भी पीजिए, आप अपनी पीजिए हम अपनी पीजिए। अब कहाँ ले चलोगे? कहीं से बाहर
नहीं अभी किराया लगवाया है, सब बुलाने ही आया हूँ, अभी तुरंत लगवाया लगवाया
वहाँ से हम मंगा लेंगे, आपने मंगाई हम मंगा लेंगे। ए विकास, अगर खुल गया हो कोई जगह खुल गई तो चाय ना बाहर से आने नहीं पियेंगे चाय, यहाँ की चाय नहीं पियेंगे, बाहर की पियेंगे, या हम अपनी लाएंगे, कब आपका ले लेंगे प्लास्टिक का जो होगा, हम नहीं पी सकते, जहर दे दोगे तब? हाँ नहीं हमें भरोसा नहीं है, सच में भरोसा नहीं है मुझे। हम बाहर से मंगा लेंगे चाय, आप भी पीजिए हम भी पीजिए, आप अपनी पीजिए हम अपनी पीजिए। अब कहाँ ले चलोगे? कहीं से बाहर।
All right, viewers, let's go to Vivek Rai, who's with us right now. Vivek, you're there on spot and you are there talking to the protesters in Lucknow as well. What are they saying?
देखिए बिल्कुल जो प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा था वो फिलहाल खत्म हो गया, क्योंकि अखिलेश यादव धरने से जो अंदर वो पुलिस मुख्यालय के अंदर जो धरने पर वो बैठे थे वहाँ से उठ करके वो पार्टी ऑफिस की तरफ जा रहे हैं। एक बार ये तस्वीरें देखिए जो तमाम उनके यहाँ आने के बाद जो तमाम जो समाजवादी पार्टी के जो कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए थे, अखिलेश यादव के निकलने के बाद वो कार्यकर्ता भी पार्टी ऑफिस की तरफ जा रहे हैं। तकरीबन 10:30 पौने 11 के बीच में अखिलेश यादव चुपचाप पुलिस मुख्यालय पहुँच गए थे और उसके बाद से ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल जिसकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है उसको लेकर के अखिलेश यादव अपना विरोध दर्ज कराने आते, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि किस तरीके से पिछले दिनों समाजवादी पार्टी का जो ऑफिशियल ट्विटर हैंडल है उससे और उसका जो मीडिया का जो ट्विटर हैंडल है उससे किस तरीके से अलग अलग समय पर अभद्र टिप्पणियां हो रही थी। और इसी को लेकर के 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर भाजपा के नेताओं ने, संघ के नेताओं ने अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज कराई थी और उसी को लेकर के मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की आज सुबह गिरफ्तारी हुई है। और उसी गिरफ्तारी के विरोध में अखिलेश यादव यहाँ पर आए थे और यहाँ पर उन्होंने जब पुलिस से बातचीत की पुलिस मुख्यालय में तो उन्होंने कहा कि इसके अलावा अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं की बात की जाए तो उनकी भी जो भाषा शैली है वो बहुत ज़्यादा अभद्र रही है, लेकिन उसको लेकर के जो सपा के लोगों की तरफ से तहरीर दी गई उन तहरीरों पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई, उन तहरीरों पर एफआईआर नहीं दर्ज हुई और उसको लेकर के उनका कहना था कि जो भाजपा के नेता हैं उनकी भी गिरफ्तारी हो और इसी के पक्ष में थे। इसको लेकर के जो तमाम पुलिस के लोग थे वो उनको बार बार आग्रह कर रहे थे घर जाने को लेकर के, लेकिन तो उस दरमियान वो चीज़ों को लेकर के नहीं तैयार थे। फिलहाल तकरीबन 2.5-3 घंटे के बाद अखिलेश यादव पुलिस मुख्यालय से निकल करके अपने पार्टी दफ्तर की तरफ गए हैं, लेकिन अभी उनकी तरफ से भी कोई ऑफिशियल वक्तव्य नहीं निकल के सामने आए क्योंकि लेकिन हमने जब समाजवादी पार्टी के तमाम कार्यकर्ताओं से, नेताओं से बात की तो उन्होंने कहा कि अखिलेश यादव जिस भी तरफ जो भी उनका दिशा निर्देश होगा, जो भी उनका निर्देश होगा उसका पालन करेंगे और ये आंदोलन अभी खत्म होने वाला नहीं है। जी
राइट विवेक, एंड विवेक अभी क्या हो रहा है, पुलिस क्या बोल रही है? बिकॉज अपेरेंटली जो अकाउंट हैंडल करते हैं, इनका नाम है मनीष जगन अग्रवाल, उन्होंने कुछ ऑब्जेक्शनेबल ट्वीट्स किए हैं।
जब बिल्कुल मनीष जगन अग्रवाल ने पिछले लगातार 2 महीने से अलग अलग समय पर तमाम ऑब्जेक्शनेबल जो ट्वीट्स हैं वो किए थे, आपत्तिजनक ट्वीट्स किए थे और उसको लेकर के उनके खिलाफ जो FIR थी वो दर्ज हुई थी। और पुलिस ने जब अपना बयान जारी करते हुए पुलिस ने कहा है कि जो FIR यहाँ पर दर्ज हुई थी लखनऊ में 451/22 FIR, जिसमें 153 है, 153 भी, 295 ए, 298, 420, 500, 501, 504, 505(2), 506 IPC, 66, 67 और 67 ए, 67 भी IT एक्ट, इन तमाम वो धाराओं में FIR जो दर्ज थी उसको लेकर के पुलिस ने FIR दर्ज करने के बाद, विवेचना करने के बाद चार्जशीट जो है वो लगा दी और चार्जशीट फाइल होने के बाद आज मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई है। अब देखना होगा कि क्योंकि अंदर चूंकि अखिलेश यादव तकरीबन 3 घंटे से ज़्यादा तक वो अंदर मौजूद थे और उनके बीच में पुलिस के बीच में क्या बातचीत हुई है ये थोड़ी देर में क्लियर हो जाए, क्योंकि अखिलेश यादव फिलहाल जो अंदर वो धरना जो उनका चल रहा था वो धरना फिलहाल खत्म हो चुका है और अपने पार्टी दफ्तर की तरफ वो फिलहाल मूव हो चुके हैं।
Right, all right. So Vivek is getting us all the top details right now. Samajwadi Party protests are happening in Lucknow. And Vivek, एक बार फिर से हमारे viewers को बोलो और कोई reactions आ रहा है विवेक across the political lines?
देखिए बिल्कुल, अगर आपको बताऊं कि इस पूरी खबर पर पिछले 2 महीने से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं ने लगातार अलग अलग समय पर अलग अलग ट्वीट्स किए और उन्होंने लगातार अपनी आपत्तियां जो हैं वो दर्ज कराती रही, क्योंकि हमने देखा सबसे पहले एक पत्रकार को अभद्र टिप्पणी करने पर एक पत्रकार ने FIR दर्ज कराई थी इस सपा के मीडिया सेल के ऊपर। उसके बाद संघ के कार्यकर्ता ने संघ के ऊपर टिप्पणी के बाद FIR दर्ज कराई थी। फिर अभी हमने देखा कि पिछले हफ्ते एक महिला कार्यकर्ता ने, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की महिला कार्यकर्ता है, उसने अभद्र टिप्पणी को लेकर के FIR दर्ज कराई थी और इन FIRs में ये बात कही गई थी कि ये जो पूरा का पूरा मीडिया सेल चल रहा है ये अखिलेश यादव के नेतृत्व में चला। अखिलेश यादव को इन चीज़ों को लेकर के जानकारी है, क्योंकि जो भाषा है, भाषा शैली बहुत गलत है, लेकिन अगर सपा के मीडिया सेल से कोई चीज़ ट्वीट होती है, जिस मीडिया सेल के अलग अलग ट्वीट्स को जो इन गालियों से इतर बात की जाए, तो जो अलग अलग ट्वीट्स होते हैं उसको अलग अलग समय पर अखिलेश यादव भी रीट्वीट करते रहे हैं। तो इसमें यह माना जा रहा था कि अखिलेश यादव की इसमें पूरी सहमति है। और हालांकि जब आज अखिलेश यादव आए तो उन्होंने जब पुलिस सामने अपनी बात रखी तो उन्होंने ये बात कही कि जो भाषा शैली है हमने उसी भाषा शैली में जवाब दिया जिस भाषा शैली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं ने हमको पिछले 5-6 सालों में जवाब दिया है। तो वो अपनी भी चीज़ों को लेकर के अपने जो उनको लेकर के जो आपत्तिजनक ट्वीट्स हुए हैं वो उन्होंने पुलिस को दिखाया। उनका कहना है कि भाजपा के लोगों ने भी उन पर तमाम अलग अलग समय पर जो आपत्तिजनक ट्वीट्स हैं वो किए और इसलिए उनकी भी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए। लेकिन पुलिस ने फिलहाल उनको क्या आश्वासन दिया इस चीज़ों को लेकर के थोड़ी देर में ये डिटेल्स क्लियर हो जाएंगी। लेकिन फिलहाल मनीष जगन की गिरफ्तारी जो है वो हो चुकी है। पुलिस ने चार्जशीट लगा करके उनको फिलहाल जेल भेज दिया है।
All right, thank you for joining us. Vivek is getting us all the top updates right now from the police headquarters in Lucknow while the SP is staging a protest. We also have got a reaction and Akhilesh Yadav was also at the spot. He had a couple of things to say. Let's play that out.
नहीं अभी किराया लगवाया है सर, बुलाने ही आया हूँ, अभी तुरंत लगवाया लगवाया
वहाँ से हम मंगा लेंगे, आपने मंगाई हम मंगा लेंगे। ए विकास, अगर खुल गया हो कोई जगह खुल गई तो चाय ना बाहर से आने नहीं पियेंगे चाय, यहाँ की चाय नहीं पियेंगे, बाहर की पियेंगे या हम अपनी लाएंगे, कब आपका ले लेंगे प्लास्टिक का जो होगा, हम नहीं पी सकते। जहर दे दोगे तब? हाँ नहीं हमें भरोसा नहीं है, सच में भरोसा नहीं है मुझे। हम बाहर से मंगा लेंगे चाय, आप भी पीजिए हम भी पीजिए, आप अपनी पीजिए हम अपनी पीजिए। अब कहाँ ले चलोगे? नहीं तो बाहर
नहीं अभी किराया लगवाया है सर, बुलाने ही आया हूँ, अभी तुरंत लगवाया लगवाया
वहाँ से हम मंगा लेंगे, आपने मंगाई हम मंगा लेंगे। ए विकास, अगर खुल गया हो कोई जगह खुल गई तो चाय ना बाहर से आने नहीं पियेंगे चाय, यहाँ की चाय नहीं पियेंगे, बाहर की पियेंगे, या हम अपनी लाएंगे, कप आपका ले लेंगे प्लास्टिक का जो होगा। हम नहीं पी सकते, जहर दे दोगे तब? हाँ, नहीं हमें भरोसा नहीं है, सच में भरोसा नहीं है मुझे। हम बाहर से मंगा लेंगे चाय, आप भी पीजिए, हम भी पीजिए, आप अपनी पीजिए, हम अपनी पीजिए। अब कहाँ ले चलोगे? कहीं से बाहर।
So, as you just heard, those were the remarks that were being made by Akhilesh Yadav. Quite bizarre to say the least, where he says he will not have the tea that was being offered to him. Simultaneously, we are seeing those protests being staged by the Samajwadi Party workers in Lucknow. In fact, these are dramatic protests being staged. Clashes also being reported between the cops and the Samajwadi Party workers. This, of course, after Samajwadi Party worker was arrested by the cops. We have Vivek who's at the location getting us all those updates. Vivek, हमें थोड़ा बता सकते हैं उस समाजवादी पार्टी वर्कर के बारे में? All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Vivek, but continuously getting you those live updates. The dharna that is being staged by the Samajwadi Party workers as the Samajwadi Party worker, he's said to be the operator of Samajwadi Party media cell Twitter, who's now been arrested by the cops over some remarks that he had made. We yet to get more details on this tweet. In fact, those remarks that were made by the Samajwadi Party worker. But we are seeing that uproar and anger among those Samajwadi Party workers who are staging a protest against the UP cops and saying that they will continue with their stir until their demands are met. So clashes there reported between the cops and the Samajwadi Party workers, dharna there being staged by the party workers. And of course, we've just played out that soundbite of the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who refused to have that drink, the tea that was offered to him. And as we speak, those are the dramatic protests being staged outside the police headquarters. So the police there trying to control the situation as there's quite an uproar being seen among the party workers over the arrest of their party leader. All right, let's once again listen into that soundbite that came in from Akhilesh Yadav just a short while back.
नहीं अभी किराया लगवाया है, सब बुलाने ही आया हूँ, अभी तुरंत लगवाया लगवाया।
वहाँ से हम मंगा लेंगे, आपने मंगाई हम मंगा लेंगे। विकास, अगर खुल गया हो कोई जगह खुल गई तो चाय ना बाहर से आने नहीं पियेंगे चाय। यहाँ की चाय नहीं पियेंगे, बाहर की पियेंगे, या हम अपनी लाएंगे, कप आपका ले लेंगे प्लास्टिक का जो होगा। हम नहीं पी सकते, जहर दे दोगे तब? हाँ, नहीं हमें भरोसा नहीं है, सच में भरोसा नहीं है मुझे। हम बाहर से मंगा लेंगे चाय, आप भी पीजिए, हम भी पीजिए, आप अपनी पीजिए, हम अपनी पीजिए। अब कहाँ ले चलोगे? कहीं से बाहर
नहीं अभी किराया लगवाया है, सब बुलाने ही आया हूँ, अभी तुरंत लगवाया लगवाया।
वहाँ से हम मंगा लेंगे, आपने मंगाई हम मंगा लेंगे। विकास, अगर खुल गया हो कोई जगह खुल गई तो चाय ना बाहर से आने नहीं पियेंगे चाय। यहाँ की चाय नहीं पियेंगे, बाहर की पियेंगे, या हम अपनी लाएंगे, कप आपका ले लेंगे प्लास्टिक का जो होगा। हम नहीं पी सकते, जहर दे दोगे तब? हाँ, नहीं हमें भरोसा नहीं है, सच में भरोसा नहीं है मुझे। हम बाहर से मंगा लेंगे चाय, आप भी पीजिए, हम भी पीजिए, आप अपनी पीजिए, हम अपनी पीजिए। अब कहाँ ले चलोगे? कहीं से बाहर।
So there you heard the soundbite from the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who in fact refused to have that tea that was offered to him, saying that what if that drink is spiked by the officials. Of course, we are seeing those dramatic visuals coming in of the protest being staged by the Samajwadi Party workers outside the police headquarters in Lucknow as we speak. This over the arrest of Samajwadi Party worker. So a lot of Samajwadi Party workers there. A show of strength by those workers against the UP police, saying that Akhilesh saying that there is no trust that the party has on the UP cops. And this, of course, after the Samajwadi Party worker was arrested over the controversial remarks that he had made. We'll try and go across to Vivek as well, who's there at the location getting us those live updates. But just a recap of what we know so far, these are the protests being staged outside the police headquarters in Lucknow. Protests being staged by the Samajwadi Party workers there. These protests are being staged against the UP cops. In fact, just a short while back, we also got those dramatic visuals in which the Samajwadi Party workers were seen clashing with the UP cops as the cops tried to contain the situation. For now, a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Eyewitness of the recent case in which a drunk man urinated on an elderly woman on an Air India flight spoke to the public. The eyewitness narrated how the victim had to sit through the flight in that condition for over 2 hours. Speaking to Republic TV, the eyewitness of the urination case also said that the Air India staff were informed about the indecent behavior, but they failed to act promptly in the situation. Recalling the ordeal, the eyewitness further said that the victim's bag and clothes were drenched in urine. Although there were vacant seats available, the victim was made to sit on the same seat for hours at a stretch. After directions from the Ministry of Home Affairs to go all out against terror in Jammu and Kashmir, the Indian Army launched massive house-to-house search operations in Kishtwar. Jawans of 26 Rashtriya Rifles of the Indian Army, along with Jammu and Kashmir and police, are carrying out these operations in Kishtwar of J&K. Days after 2 stampedes were reported during TDP events in Nellore and Guntur, the YSRCP government has appointed a panel to inquire into the stampedes. The panel has been asked to submit the report within a month's time. The Karnataka Congress spokesperson Priyank Kharge slammed the Union Minister Amit Shah after he announced the date of Ram Temple inauguration. So after the Bihar RJD chief, Congress now questioning the centre, and this time it's Priyank Kharge who in fact asked Amit Shah to focus on keeping deadlines for filling jobs and vacancies amid soaring unemployment in the country. Reacting to the comment, Congress Rashid Alvi said that Ram Mandir was constructed because of Supreme Court's order and that the BJP and the RSS were not involved in the SC decision. The Prime Minister's office will hold a high-level meet on the Joshimath crisis amid alarm in the Uttarakhand region due to sinking of land and cracks in houses at several places. No need to, we'll get you the latest on the other side of this bulletin. No end to politics over Ram Mandir after RJD, now Vadra Congress targets centre. Dalit family targeted, stones pelted, rods hurled at women, law and order in shambles in Rajasthan.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is #1 manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. #1 also in tractors. #2 in buses. #3 in trucks. #4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be #3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
We we tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan.
So when are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
And continuously tracking the latest, we are picking up on the situation unfolding in Joshimath, which has only been deteriorating from bad to worse. Latest, what we're given to understand is that the Prime Minister has taken stock of the situation in Joshimath. He also will be chairing a high-level meet as the Joshimath crisis is only worsening. In fact, more details are just trickling in as to the number of families that are being evacuated as we speak. Remember, over 600 families have been evacuated, moved to safer locations. In fact, 2 relief camps that have been set up in Joshimath. But situation, of course, grim. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami also saying that the Prime Minister has been apprised on the latest situation unfolding in Joshimath. Before we play out those reactions from the locals as to the situation in the town, let's listen into that reaction coming in from the Uttarakhand Chief Minister.
ये घटना का समाचार आया है, उनका कार्यालय लगातार जानकारी लेता रहा है, लगातार चिंता करता रहा है और आज अभी आपसे बात से पहले माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दूरभाष पर मुझसे काफ़ी डिटेल में सारी जानकारी ली है कि कितने परिवार उसकी जद में आ रहे हैं, कितना नुकसान हुआ है, किस प्रकार से वहाँ पर पानी निकल रहा है, लोगों के विस्थापन के लिए, लोगों को सुरक्षित स्थानों पर ले जाने के लिए क्या किया गया है, राहत शिविरों में कैसे लोग रह रहे हैं, आगे कैसे उनके पुनर्वास की व्यवस्था होनी है, उन सब पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत विस्तार से चर्चा की है और उन्होंने जोशीमठ को बचाने के लिए हर संभव प्रयास जो भी होगा, हर संभव उन्होंने आश्वासन भी दिया है, विश्वास दिया है कि हर संभव वहाँ पर काम होगा उस शहर को बचाने के लिए और लोगों के लिए हर संभव सहायता का उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया है कि आप डिटेल उसका आकलन कर लीजिए, उसके बाद जो है उस पर कार्रवाई करेंगे।
Anuj, my colleague, has been there on the ground in Joshimath getting us a ground check of the situation unfolding in Joshimath. Remember, choppers have been kept on standby. In fact, relief camps have been set up for several of those families who've been forced to vacate their houses as a result of these cracks having developed in several of those homes as well as the roads. Let's take a look at this report filed by Anuj from Joshimath.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, this is something which is very scary. I'll ask my video journalist to pan a bit and show what exactly the condition of this particular house at this point in time is. There you can see the roof, there you can see the wall which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. The people has been already evacuated from here. They have been asked to move from this particular house. We'll talk to several people over here and we'll understand that what exactly the condition
condition is, what do they want to say?
पर जो भी होगा हम दबेंगे, कुछ होंगे, हम ना झोपड़ी में रहेंगे बस।
तो
क्या
खाली करने की बात हो रही है कि अब मान लीजिए छत गिर जाए।
तो अब गिर जाएगा तो कहाँ जाना, तब जाना भी कहाँ है, कहीं जाने का तो साधन भी नहीं है हमारे पास तब।
लेकिन यहाँ पे इंतजाम
पोती डेली बस ये दरार जाती है, बारिश आएगी, मौसम खराब होगा तो होता है, इतना चिंता होती है कि ये फिर धस जाएगा। तो उसमें सीमेंट डालती रहती हूँ, डिम डालती रहती हूँ। लोग जाते रहते हैं, बोलती यहाँ देखो तो हम कैसे रहेंगे, कौन करेगा किसी का, वो कोई नहीं करता है।
हमारे वहाँ हल्की हल्की दरारें तो हर जगह है। 7 फरवरी से अभी तो ये बारिश का मौसम नहीं है, अगर से बारिश आएगी तो ये पूरा जाने वाला है। हम लोग तो यहीं के रहने वाले हैं, कहाँ जाए, इतना सामान भरा है, कहाँ ले जाएंगे, ये छोटे छोटे बच्चों को कहाँ ले जाएंगे हम।
सर हम यही बोल रहे हैं कि मतलब अभी तो स्कूल भी नहीं खुली, अगर स्कूल खुलने वाले हम तो चलो कहीं चले जाएंगे, लेकिन स्कूल तो हम अपने साथ नहीं ले जा सकते हैं। सबसे पहले तो हमारे बच्चों का भविष्य है, हम उसे कहाँ ले जाएंगे। हमारे तो चलो 2 साल के, जिनके साल भर के होंगे, 6 महीने के होंगे, वो कहाँ ले जाके जाएंगे अपने बच्चों को। हम प्रशासन से यही निवेदन करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द सबको सुरक्षित और सुरक्षित स्थान पर भेज दें।
पहले ऐसे दरारें पड़ी, हमें ये लगा कि चलो गवर्नमेंट का काम है तो मतलब वैसे ही होगा, मतलब ध्यान नहीं दिया, कुछ नहीं। लेकिन पिछले अभी इस टाइम से, मतलब पिछले महीने से जब इतनी प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही हैं तो अब ये पता चल रहा है कि मतलब मेन जो कारण दरार जाने का है, ये प्रोजेक्ट जो बने हैं ना, जैसे एनटीपीसी वालों का हो गया, ये इनका हो गया तपोवन वालों का, तो इनके चक्कर में, इनके मशीनों के चक्कर में ये प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही हैं। तो सरकार से बस यही निवेदन है कि इन प्रोजेक्टों को या तो मतलब बंदी करा दो, या तो जोशीमठ वालों को अच्छे से कहीं शिफ्ट करा दो। और इतने लोगों का इतना मतलब अपना घर बनाया है, लोगों ने अपने खून पसीने से इतना घर बनाया है, तो उसका यही सरकार से मैं मतलब रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ। भले मेरा घर नहीं है यहाँ पे, फिर भी मैं इतना रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि मतलब अच्छे जगह शिफ्ट करे, बच्चों का फ्यूचर है, कई चीजें।
भले ही आप सरकारी घर में रहते हो, लेकिन उसमें भी दरारें हैं, और कब वो टूट के गिर जाए। बच्चों के साथ आप रहते हैं।
हाँ, छोटे बच्चों के साथ रहते हैं। हमारे यहाँ भी बहुत दरारें हैं, हमने रिपेयरिंग भी कराया, सेल्फ अपने खर्चे से रिपेयरिंग कराया, फिर भी दरारें। अब इस बार तो ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही है और इसलिए डर भी लग रहा है काफी। तो बस यही है कि सरकार थोड़ा सा अच्छा कदम उठाए।
बहुत परेशानी में है सर, हम लोग ये है कि कहाँ जाएं, क्या करें। सरकार ने अभी कुछ बताया नहीं। कल धामी जी भी आए थे, मुख्यमंत्री जी साहब, वो भी गए, वो भी कहाँ तक जा पाए, पर घर घर तो नहीं जा सकते, पर गए वो 1-2 जगह गए, पर उन्होंने देखा कंडीशन पर। सर अब देखो सरकार क्या करती है हमारे, यही कहना चाहेंगे सर।
डर है
बहुत ज्यादा,
जिस तरीके की कंडीशन।
जी सर, कंडीशन देख के तो ऐसा डर है कि चलो सर हम तो बड़े भाग भी जाएंगे, पर बच्चों का क्या होगा आगे, ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा सर। क्या करें सर,
क्या रिक्वेस्ट है?
हम सरकार से यही कहते हैं सर, या हमें विस्थापन दीजिए या कुछ करें सर, इसके यही कहना चाहेंगे सर हम सरकार से।
So these are the locals, these are the peoples who are facing this problem, and there we are showing it very clearly in the visuals that how scary this is and how these people are sleeping and they are in fear, they are in trouble, requesting government to come and help them. With video journalist Surendra Shah, I am Anuj, and this is Republic.
So there you heard those reactions coming in from the locals living in Joshimath. Their fear, anger, as well as the pain is quite palpable, given the fact that they've been living in fear as a result of those cracks that have developed in their homes as well as the roads. They've also said that all of this is a result of construction work which has been happening for years now in Joshimath. We have a lot of reactions as well coming in. This one coming in from the petitioner, because remember the petition has already been filed in the top court in relation to the situation unfolding in Joshimath.
जो मठ है हमारा वो खतरे की जद में आ गया है। यहाँ बहुत बड़े बड़े क्रैक्स आ रहे हैं और ये जो ऐतिहासिक शहर है, ये ऐसा बताया जाता है भूविज्ञान को दोबारा कि ये ग्लेशियर पे बसा हुआ शहर है, और जो इसका मुख्य कारण बता रहे हैं कि अब जो विकास ही इसका विनाश बन रहा है। यहाँ के जो बड़े बड़े हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट और जो बाईपास रोड बन रहे हैं, यही उसका, और जो एनटीपीसी की टनल है, जो हमारे विशेषज्ञ बता रहे हैं, वो बता रहे हैं कि पानी का रिसाव उस पर हो रहा है और तेज़ी से हो रहा है, और एकदम से उसका ये खतरे की जद में पूरा का पूरा जोशीमठ आ गया है, और उसी के साथ जो है हमारा जो ज्योतिर्मठ है वो भी इसकी जद में आ रहा है।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हम लोग जा रहे हैं, याचिका हमने दायर कर दी है। अर्जेंसी भी हम लोगों ने बताई है कि तत्काल इस पर सुनवाई की जाए। न्यायाधीशों के ऊपर है कि वो कितनी जल्दी इसको सुनते हैं और इस बारे में जो हम लोग डायरेक्शन चाह रहे हैं वो देते हैं। बात यह है कि जोशीमठ में लंबे समय से संकेत मिल रहे थे कि भूगर्भ में कुछ हलचल है और उसका अच्छा परिणाम नहीं बन सकता है, लेकिन लोग उपेक्षा करते रहे। अब एकाएक गतिविधियां भूगर्भ की तेज हो गई हैं, जिसके कारण 500 से अधिक मकानों में दरारें चौड़ी चौड़ी पड़ चुकी हैं। कई मकानों की छतें गिरने लग गई हैं। लोगों को अपना घर छोड़ करके बाहर जाना पड़ गया है, शरण लेनी पड़ गई है। पुनर्वास के बारे में हमारी सरकार योजना बना रही है, लेकिन अभी तक किसी को पता नहीं है कि आखिर हो क्या रहा है भूगर्भ में, किस कारण से ये सब कुछ हो रहा है। और जब तक ये पता नहीं कि किस कारण से हो रहा है, तब तक ये भी पता नहीं हो सकता है कि कितना तक होने वाला है। आखिर ये बात कहाँ तक जा कर के रुकेगी? क्या पूरा नगर समाप्त हो जाएगा? क्या कुछ अंश समाप्त हो जाएगा? क्या दरारें आकर के फिर धरती जहाँ की तहाँ रुक जाएगी? ये कुछ ऐसी बातें हैं जिस बारे में अभी स्पष्टता नहीं है। तो एक तो सबसे पहली ज़रूरत ये है कि इस बारे में अध्ययन जल्दी किए जाएं और एक स्पष्ट जांच सबके सामने हो कि ये बात है, और उसी के साथ साथ लोगों को इस बात का भरोसा दिलाया जाए कि किसी के प्राण संकट में नहीं हैं, और साथ ही साथ जो उनके घर मकान दुकान हैं उन पर अगर कोई क्षति होती है तो भी उनको चिंता करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। सरकारें उनके साथ खड़ी हैं और जैसा जिसका है उसको उस रूप में आगे मुआवजा मिल जाएगा ताकि वो पुनः उसका निर्माण कर सकें।
All right, so the visuals there on your screens that show the exact situation in Joshimath. There are cracks that are being seen on the roads, on those buildings. Evacuations that have also a process that has also been expedited. In fact, in the latest, 11 more families have been moved to safer locations. And amidst all this, the Prime Minister is all set to chair a high-level meet to review the situation in Joshimath. A reaction coming in from the DM of the area as well, Himanshi Khurana. Let's listen in on what she has to say on the action taken so far.
जो भी व्यक्ति अभी इन असुरक्षित क्षेत्रों में अभी शेष हैं, तो उनकी सामान की शिफ्टिंग के लिए जैसे प्रत्येक सेक्टर में सेक्टर ऑफिसर नामित किए गए हैं। उनके साथ SDRF की टीम है और साथ में हमने नगर पालिका और राजस्व विभाग से भी स्टाफ हमने अटैच किया है। तो पूरा सामान की शिफ्टिंग ताकि तत्काल रूप से और जल्दी से जल्दी हो, तो सामान शिफ्टिंग में भी हम संपूर्ण सहयोग कर।
Slipping into a short break, coming up on the other side, we'll get you live coverage from Joshimath as evacuation has been wrapped up and 11 more families moved to safer locations.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that we need to stand up for ourselves. And this is the triggering point of this entire movement.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. And so the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि
देखिए, नीतीश जी और लालू जी में चूहा बिल्ली का खेल प्रारंभ हो गया है। फिर एक बार पलटी मारने वाले हैं नीतीश कुमार, क्योंकि तय हुआ था कि 4-5 महीने के भीतर तेजस्वी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे। कल भी जो जगता बाबू का बयान आया है, या उसके पहले भी इन्होंने बयान दिया, बयान क्या था? वो कह रहे कि दही चूड़ा का तिलक लगा दिया, दिल्ली जाए वो, ताकि यहाँ गद्दी छोड़ दें। तो जगता बाबू एक बार नहीं 3-3 बार यह बयान दे चुके, और जगता बाबू जो बोलते हैं वो लालू यादव की जुबान बोलते हैं। और ये सुधाकर सिंह का जो बयान है, ये लालू यादव का बयान है। लालू यादव ही नीतीश कुमार पर दबाव बनाने के लिए जल्दी छोड़िए बिहार की गद्दी और जाइए केंद्र की राजनीति कीजिए, तेजस्वी को बनाइए बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री। और अब ये कह रहे हैं कि 2025, कौन देखा 2025 में क्या होगा? बीजेपी की सरकार बनेगी बिहार में, तेजस्वी कहाँ लौट कर आएंगे? लालू को भी मालूम है, कोई नहीं जानता है कि 2025 में क्या होगा।
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. And so the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे वापस। They were shocked.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver.
Viewers, top headlines right now. Situation worsens in the sinking city. Joshimath evacuation underway in warlike promptness. Choppers, NDRF teams on standby. PM Modi to chair a high-level review meet on Joshimath. No end to politics over Ram Mandir after RJD. Now the Vadra Congress targets the centre. Dalit family targeted, stones pelted, and even rods hurled on women. Law and order in Rajasthan under question. Days after Rajouri terror attack, armed forces have now launched all-out anti-terror operations in the valley.
you're live and breaking this Sunday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you some breaking news from Tamil Nadu. DMK MLA has sparked a big controversy. During a speech, the DMK MLA has alleged that the BJP and the PM is behind the death of the former Tamil Nadu CM, Jayalalitha. That's right, viewers. That's exactly what the DMK MLA has said, viewers. A big controversy has been sparked by the DMK MLA, where he has made a couple of wild allegations. I repeat, he has made a couple of wild allegations, sparking big controversy. In fact, let's play out that sound bite made by the DMK MLA, the statement that he has made, sparking a controversy.
அந்த அம்மா செத்து போச்சு. அந்த அம்மாவை யார் கொன்னது? மோடி தான் கொண்டுட்டார். அந்த அம்மா நான் பிரதமருக்கு நிக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லிச்சு. ஏன் பிரதமருக்கு நிக்கணும்? என்னை தவிர எவனும் நிக்க கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னான். அந்த அம்மாவை பிஜேபி தான் கொன்னது. இது பகிரங்கமாக நான் குற்றச்சாட்டை நான் சுமத்துகிறேன்.
All right, viewers, so we heard that statement, which is a big controversial statement which has come out right now. The BJP, the Tamil Nadu BJP chief as well, has tweeted and said that we will not stay calm and we will not stay quiet after that statement was made by the DMK MLA, where BJP has killed Jayalalitha. That is exactly what the DMK MLA is saying. And they have completely hit out at the DMK, asking for action from even the CM on this kind of statement which has been made with the DMK MLA. So there was a tweet, K. Annamalai's tweet, where he is saying very categorically that after the statement, we will not stay calm forever. The Tamil Nadu BJP chief has lashed at the DMK Neta and has in fact gone ahead and said that we will not stay quiet and big action should be taken, viewers. So this is the top story we're tracking right now, viewers, for you on Republic TV, where we are getting to know that the DMK MLA sparked a big controversy with his remarks against the Prime Minister, and even going ahead, I repeat, and even going ahead to make a statement such as that the Prime Minister and the BJP have been behind the death of the former Tamil Nadu CM Jayalalitha. Getting some reactions coming in, viewers, getting some reactions coming in on the story. Remember, the Tamil Nadu CM still hasn't said anything on the story, but we're getting a reaction coming in from Kiran Rijiju, who's saying, I can't believe that the DMK can stoop to this level. No one should drop own morale, their own standards, their own moral standards this far just for political gain. So this is a tweet coming in where Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has lambasted the DMK, saying, and I repeat here, that is the tweet on your screen, viewers. That is the tweet, a scathing attack on the DMK. And the tweet reads, and I quote here, I can't believe that the DMK can stoop to this level. No one should drop own moral standards this far, just for political gains. That is right, viewers. So this is the tweet coming in, a scathing remark there made on the DMK by Kiran Rijiju. And like we told you, K. Annamalai also tweeted saying that we will not stay silent when such wild allegations are being thrown against the BJP and also the Prime Minister Modi. So there we have that scathing remark by Kiran Rijiju, and the DMK has stooped to a new low, and that's also something which Kiran Rijiju has said after this big controversy has erupted. This is a story which is developing right now. We're still waiting for more reactions to come in. But for all the viewers who are watching Republic TV at this point of time, we can tell you that this news is coming from Tamil Nadu, where a DMK MLA, and that DMK MLA which you see on your screens, that is the one we are talking about. The one that you see on your screens. He has said and alleged that the BJP and the Prime Minister is behind the death of the former Tamil Nadu CM Jayalalitha. So those are the details that we've been getting on the story. A reaction, like we told you, has also come in from K. Annamalai, Tamil Nadu BJP chief, where he's saying the anger is mounting against the misgovernance and DMK MLAs have resorted to lie. So that is a tweet coming in from K. Annamalai, the Tamil Nadu BJP chief. He also putting his points forward. All right, let's go ahead to the other story we're tracking on Republic TV. Now, we're getting some more news coming in. I repeat, we're getting some more news coming in. This is a breaking news development. Now, this is coming in from Rajasthan, viewers. A Dalit family has been attacked, a woman beaten up in Alwar. That is right. We are getting some breaking news. Breaking news coming in. A Dalit family was attacked. And not just attacked, viewers. These women were beaten up in Alwar. You will always get you the visuals, of course, of the story. Very soon we'll get you all the visuals. But right now, what we can tell you, viewers, now these stones were pelted at the houses of the people belonging to the Dalit community in Rajasthan's Alwar. And this incident transpired on January 7th. That is a Saturday. The villagers were also beaten with sticks, leading to injuries. I repeat, leading to injuries. According to sources, 12 to 15 people were injured in the attack and stone pelting by around 30, I repeat, 30 to 40 people as well, viewers. So we're getting back-to-back updates right now on this story. And we also are getting to know that these miscreants, the miscreants who attacked this family, who beat up these women, these miscreants are alleged to be from a particular community. Now, those are the visuals you're getting on your screen, viewers, as well. And in fact, Republic TV has spoken to that family. Let's play out what they said.
झगड़ा जो हुआ, उस सारी चीजें हुई, पत्थर कितने बरसाए?
पत्थर काफी ज्यादा बरसाए थे। वहीं से पत्थर जो आप देख रहे हैं, उधर से पत्थर आए थे छतों पे से। इनका एक ही घर है यहाँ मेघवाल समाज का, बाकी सारे चारों तरफ इनके मोमडन से, तो सारे छत पे चढ़ गए थे। और जैसे कि पत्थर मारे तो ये अंदर घर में घुस गए थे। फिर वहां से कूदे, कुछ आदमी इधर से आए तो फिर लाठी डंडा से, जैसे इनको लड़की थी एक मुक्ता नाम की, जिसके गर्भ था 4.5-5 महीने का, वो उसको यहीं पे पटक के लात घूंसों से अच्छे से लाठी दिए। एक सुरेश नाम का जो लड़का था वो
गर्भ गिर गया
सर। और दूसरा एक सुरेश नाम,
कहाँ है मुक्ता, कहाँ है?
वो अलवर हॉस्पिटल में, अपने सामान्य चिकित्सा हॉस्पिटल अलवर में। और
तो मतलब एक गर्भवती महिला को इतना मारा गया कि उसका गर्भ गिर गया। दूसरा अभी ये जो पदम है आपके सामने देख रहे हैं, इनको बचने की गुहार नहीं
काफी लगाई थी सर। अभी वीडियो दिखा देते हैं आपको, काफी चिल्ला रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं।
All right, let's go to Amardeep. Amardeep is joining us live right now. Amardeep, just take us through exactly what the victims have told Republic, and do we even know who these miscreants are?
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि पीड़ित परिवार जो है, पीड़ित गांव के जो लोग हैं, दलित परिवार के जो लोग हैं, वो अब यहाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर पे एसपी ऑफिस के सामने जो है प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, धरना दे रहे हैं। आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं, महिलाएं भी हैं, बच्चे भी हैं और बुजुर्ग जो लोग हैं वो भी यहाँ पे शामिल है। सामने पुलिस अधिकारी जो है वो बातचीत कर रहे हैं, इनको कन्विंस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि जिस एसपी को जिम्मेदारी जिले की दी जाती है, वो एसपी अब तक गाँव में नहीं पहुँचती। रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी उनकी बनती है कि इतना बड़ा मामला होने के बाद उनको वहाँ पहुँचना चाहिए था, लेकिन अभी तक वहाँ पर नहीं पहुँची है। सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि यहाँ पे जो महिलाएं हैं वो भी यहाँ आई हुई हैं, पीड़ित महिलाएं जो हैं जिनके साथ मार पिटाई हुई थी। बुजुर्ग जो हैं उस गांव के दलित परिवार के, वो यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं और इनका कहना ये है कि जब तक हमें यहाँ एक रिस्पांस नहीं मिल जाता, एक श्योरिटी नहीं मिल जाती सुरक्षा की, तब तक हम यहाँ से नहीं जाएंगे गांव में, क्योंकि हमारे साथ जो हो रहा है वो बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ के साथ में एक मॉब आई थी, उसने हमला किया था और जिस तरीके से हमें पीटा गया वो है। कुछ लोग हैं, इनसे बातचीत करेंगे। बाबा, उस दिन क्या हुआ था और क्यों झगड़ा ज़्यादा बड़ा? अब क्या धमकी मिल रही है? अभी भी
धमकी मिल रही है उनकी। अगर और जो मारेंगा काय दिन तमने और छोड़ेंगे ना। पुलिस शासन तो पाछे आती रहेगी। अच्छा। इतने तो तुमने खूब मार लेंगे, धाप के ही नहीं।
अभी भी धमकी?
हाँ, अब भी धमकी दे रहा है।
हाँ।
ये इनका कहना यह है कि तुम बेचो कहो, हमारे आगे क्या औकात है तुम्हारी। अच्छा। मतलब हम तो जो करना चाहेंगे वो हो जाएगा, ना तुम्हारी पुलिस कुछ कर सके, ना कोई त्योहारा और कोई कर सके। हाँ, सब कुछ जो है कहा नाम है हमारी तो राज्य सरकार भी है, जो है राज्य है, कांग्रेस को राज है, तुम कर कहा सको। ये सच्ची मार तो 13 डोला 365।
अच्छा, इस तरीके की बातें करते हैं। आपने देखा कि दलित परिवारों को किस तरीके से कोसा जाता है और यहाँ पे कुछ और लोग मौजूद हैं। अभी भी डर का माहौल है?
हाँ जी, अब भी है। हाँ जी,
अभी भी डर लग रहा है?
हाँ जी।
कितना डर है वहाँ पे?
बहुत डर है साहब, रात और दिन नींद नहीं आ रही साहब।
रात और दिन को नींद नहीं आ रही?
हाँ जी।
लेकिन गाँव में तो पुलिस लगी हुई है।
नहीं साहब, उनको कोई डर नहीं है।
कोई डर नहीं है?
है जी,
बिल्कुल। कि अभी भी पूरा डर बना हुआ है?
हाँ जी, पूरा डर है जी।
पानी की समस्या बता रहे थे।
पानी रास्ता सब बंद कर रखे हैं, डर इतना बना हुआ है, चूल्हा नहीं से लग रहा है, खाने नहीं खा रहे हमारे आदमी जो जयपुर तक भर्ती हुए पड़े। हमको बड़े अफसोस की बात है।
आपका पानी भी बंद कर दिया?
पानी भी बंद कर दिया, रास्ते बंद कर दिए और बच्चा को भी धमकी देते हैं, छोटे छोटे इनको बाहर भीतर नहीं जाने दे रहे हैं जो। हाँ,
मतलब आपका पानी बंद कर दिया, आपका रास्ता बंद?
हाँ, रास्ता भी बंद कर दिया, पानी भी बंद कर रहे हैं और भी धमकी भी मिल रही है अभी तो।
क्या धमकी दे रहे हैं?
ये मिल रही है कि हम जेल में से छूट करके आ जाएंगे, हम जब दोबारा से फिर ऐसा ही करना चाहते हैं वो लोग।
मतलब दलितों पे कंटिन्यू इस तरीके से अत्याचार?
हाँ, अत्याचार बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है।
पहुंचा एसपी वगैरह कोई या एमएलए वगैरह कोई पहुंचा?
अब बाद में तो जब
एमएलए वगैरह कोई पहुंचा कि नहीं पहुंचा?
अभी ना पहुंचा साहब,
अभी कोई नहीं पहुंचा।
लड़ाई होने के बाद में भी पुलिस बाद में गई,
कोई नहीं पहुंची?
नहीं पहुंचे साहब।
अभी कोई नहीं पहुंचा गाँव?
नहीं पहुंचे साहब।
देखिए गांव में कोई नहीं पहुंचा, ना ही विधायक, स्थानीय विधायक जो साफिया खान है कांग्रेस से, वो भी नहीं पहुंची। मंत्री जो यहां से अलवर से आते हैं टीकाराम जूली, वो नहीं पहुंचे। इसके अलावा इन लोगों का आरोप है कि सरकारी जो पानी है वो बंद कर दिया गया है और इनको प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है, डराया जा रहा है, धमकाया जा रहा है कि केस वापस ले लें, इस तरीके का आरोप है। कुछ महिलाएं हैं, इनसे बात करेंगे हम लोग। कितना डर अभी है गांव में और क्यों आप लोग यहाँ आना पड़ा आपको?
हमको डर है, यहाँ जब आए हैं हम डर है जब ही तो आया है हम। हमारा सारा अकेला परिवार पे, महिलाओं पे सब हमला बोल दिया इतना मेवन चढ़ के।
अच्छा।
और फिर हम घर में घुस के मारा है भीतर। हमारा सारा पशु, भैंस, भेड़, बकरी ऐसे पत्थरन से उछट पड़ा है।
आपको सबको मारा अंदर? अंदर घुस के मारा है?
अंदर घुस के, हमारा घर में घुस के।
सपिया गई है, उनको बढ़ाओ दे का आई है सपिया।
कौन है विधायक?
हाँ, सपिया भी देकर मारो, मेवन ने सुकैदी मारो, इन चिमार ने मारो।
1000 हिंदू मर जाएंगे तो कोई दिक्कत ना है। मर जाएंगे तो मार दो, एक आध हिंदू मैं आप संभाल लूंगी।
किसने बोला ये? किसने बोला?
सपिया ने बोला ये।
साफिया खान कौन है?
साफिया खान जो मंत्री बनी पड़े, कौन बनी पड़ी?
विधायक?
हाँ, विधायक।
अच्छा, विधायक ये कह रही है?
हाँ, उनसे मेवन से मार दो, एक आध हिंदू को मैं आप संभाल लूंगी।
उनको सरपंच है, हमारे घर का पानी भरा पड़ा है, खुद चल के देखो ना। हमको पानी पीने को शेरपुर बास में मंदिर में पानी ला रहे हैं हम, और हमारा बालक छोटा ने मारता ही रहा 3-4 साल से। थाप थप्पड़ दे ले हम, फिर ज्यादा कुबद ना बढ़ा, बालक न अपना ने हम ही समझा ले। हमारे साथ खूब तंगी
हर वक्त अच्छी मार ढेड़ कह के नहीं बोले हैं, गाड़ी गुप्तार दे में निकलन, जब भी गाड़ी गुप्तार दे के चले हमको कौद हुए पड़ो। और अभी तो हमको हमला है हमारे ऊपर, मेवन को
डर लग रहा है अभी?
हाँ, डर लग रहा है हमको।
आदमी की तो लाश अभी मत दियो। एक रवि है और 2-4 आदमी और गोड़ में है, 3-4 आदमी, इनकी लाश भी नहीं देनी मार के।
तो इस तरीके से है। दूसरा आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कुछ लोग जो हैं हिंदूवादी संगठन से बैठे हुए हैं, पुलिस अधिकारी यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, कन्विंस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि जिस तरीके से आपने सुना दलित परिवारों को, ये वो परिवार हैं जो उस गांव में रह रहे हैं। इनका आरोप ये है कि इनका पानी बंद कर दिया गया है, रास्ता रोक दिया है, गर्भ में जो प्रेग्नेंट महिला थी उसका जो मिसकैरेज हुआ है उसी लड़ाई झगड़े में हुआ है। ये तमाम ये आरोप इन परिवारों के हैं और इनको जो कहना है, ये कह रहे हैं कि हमारी सुनने के लिए अभी कोई नहीं आया, सरकार की तरफ से किसी भी तरीके की कोई मदद नहीं है, वहाँ पहुँचा नहीं है कोई भी डेलीगेशन सरकार की तरफ से, ना ही स्थानीय विधायक वहाँ पे पहुँची है, ना ही कोई मंत्री पहुँचा है। हम कहें तो कहें किससे? सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि सवालों के कहीं ना कहीं सवालों से भागते हुए अलवर एसपी की जो मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि अलवर एसपी को वहां पहुंचना चाहिए था जब इतनी बड़ी घटना हुई, तो वो अभी तक वहां नहीं पहुंची हैं। इसलिए अब यहां पे इनका आना शुरू हुआ है और अब एसपी ऑफिस की तस्वीरें आप देख सकती हैं, अलवर एसपी ऑफिस, जहां पे ये लोग इकट्ठा होकर के अपनी बात रख रहे हैं। कह रहे हैं कि जब तक हम नहीं जाएंगे, जब तक हम लोग यहाँ से एक आश्वासन नहीं मिल जाता, सिक्योरिटी नहीं मिल जाती सुरक्षा की, क्योंकि वहाँ अभी भी डर का माहौल है। बहरहाल वहाँ पे पुलिस लगी हुई है, गाँव में तैनात है, लेकिन बावजूद इसके अभी भी डर इनके जहन में बना हुआ है कि किसी तरीके की कोई और वारदात वहां पे नहीं हो जाए या किसी और तरीके की दिक्कत और परेशानियों का सामना इनको ना करना पड़े।
Well, Amardeep, stay on with us. I know you're getting reactions as well on the story, but we have one more sound bite of the victim. Let's play that out.
चला का मेंढा, तभी क्या हमने मेंढा अभी लिया है। जब उन्होंने जाते ही पूंछ काट ली और पापा को बता दिया तुम्हारा मेंढा की पूंछ काट गई। जब उन्हें चांटिया से पूंछ काटी, पापा ने बोला अभी मेरा मेंढा गया 2 मिनट पहले, इतनी जल्दी पूंछ तुमने क्यों काटी? उन्होंने बोला कि अब तो मेंढा की पूंछ काटी, हम तुम्हारे भी काट देंगे। चाचा कह रहा है ऐसे बदतमीजी से क्यों बोल रहा, तुम गलती भी कर रहे हो फिर वो भी नहीं कर रहे हो। जब उन्हें बोली तुम्हें जो करना जो करिए, अच्छी मार मार के बात करना, गाड़ी भी दी उन्हें चाचा को। पापा ने फिर वह कर दी, रिपोर्ट कर दी। उन्हें कही तुम रिपोर्ट करे, जो तुम पे हुए जो कर लियो।
फिर क्या हुआ था?
फिर पापा ने रिपोर्ट कर दी तो उस दिन कुछ भी नहीं करा। फिर दूसरे दिन पापा घर पे कोई भी नहीं थे, हम दो बहन यार गए और घर पे भाई भी था, मम्मी और एक लड़की, 3 या परिवार में। तो पीछे से घुस गया वह घर में, मार पिटाई करी। पापा की भैया की टांग तोड़ दी, मैं भैया को ऊपर पड़ गई तो उनने एक ने पकड़ के खींच दिया, दूसरा ने लात मारी। जब चाचा की टेंट फोड़ दी, जो भी उनको पूरा हथियार था, पहले से प्लान था उसका, जैसे जांटिया भी, कस्सी भी, लाठी भी, जो भी।
आपके साथ भी मारपीट की? आपके साथ भी मारपीट की?
हाँ, मैं भाई को पड़ के बचाने को, जब एक ने हाथ से खींच दिया, पत्थर उत्तर भी लगा, मेरे 2-4 चोटों से भी लगी। फिर एक ने लात मारी जो उसे पता नहीं जान कैसे मारी। जब उस नुकने से ब्लीडिंग चालू होगी तो मैंने उस दिन कुछ भी नहीं कहा, घर का कुछ नहीं बताया, क्योंकि सारा परिवार हॉस्पिटल भर्ती हो चुका था उस टाइम पे। जब दूसरे
कितने महीने का बच्चा था आपका?
ये 2.5-3 महीना का बच्चा था।
फिर क्या हुआ?
2.5-3 में फिर मैंने दूसरे दिन मम्मी को बताया, जब मम्मी ने हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती कराया।
कितने दिन हो गए आपको हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती?
मैं 6-7 दिन आ गई।
All right, viewers, I'm going to go back to Amardeep. Amardeep is joining us live, getting us a second-to-second update. Amardeep, ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ. This is not the first time this has happened. We have seen this last year itself. We have seen how a Dalit family of 6, including 3 women, they were attacked as well. Not the first time, Amardeep, we are seeing such a case.
बिल्कुल ये पहली दफ़ा नहीं है इस तरीके का केसेस। अलवर में इससे पहले भी बहुत सारे केसेस आए हैं। नारेबाजी आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं हो रही है, और ये तमाम वो लोग हैं जो लगातार प्रताड़ित हैं एक विशेष समुदाय से। इनका कहना ये है कि कब तक हम लोग इस तरीके की चीज़ों को झेलते रहेंगे, कब तक हम लोग अन्याय को झेलते रहेंगे। लोग आते हैं और मॉब में आते हैं और आ करके मारपीट करके जाते हैं। अब यहाँ पे प्रशासन के खिलाफ और एसपी के खिलाफ जो है नारेबाजी हो रही है। आप देख सकते हैं इसमें महिलाएं भी हैं, पीड़ित परिवार की महिलाएं हैं। उस गाँव के ये दलित बुजुर्ग लोग बैठे हुए हैं जो यहाँ पे हैं। इनका कहना यह है कि अब तक कोई भी राजनेता हमारे यहाँ पे मिलने के लिए नहीं पहुँचा है, कोई भी दलित संगठन हमारे यहाँ मिलने के नहीं पहुँचा है, कोई भी सरकार का जो मंत्री हो वो उनका हाल पूछने के लिए नहीं पहुँचा है। मजबूरन इन्हें यहाँ का रुख करना पड़ा है और एसपी ऑफिस पे आकर के ये बताना चाहते हैं कि वहाँ हमें डर लग रहा है, क्योंकि वहाँ स्थिति ये है कि जब सुरक्षा हटेगी तो इनका हाल क्या होगा, ये किस तरीके से वहाँ रहेंगे, क्योंकि लगातार धमकियाँ अभी भी मिल रही है। 36 लोगों में से महज 5 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उसके बाद बाकी लोग फरार हैं। पुलिस जो है अब तक उन लोगों को अरेस्ट नहीं कर पाई है, डिटेन नहीं कर पाई है जिन लोगों को मेन आरोपी बनाया गया है इनकी तरफ से। इनका कहना यह है कि हमारी स्थिति जो है वो ये है कि अभी हमारे साथ क्या घटेगा हम कुछ नहीं जानते, भविष्य हमारा क्या रहेगा हमें कुछ नहीं पता है, लेकिन हालात जो बन रहे हैं उस हालात को देखते हुए हमें ये पता है कि हमारे साथ अगर अब न्याय नहीं हुआ तो हमें कभी भी न्याय नहीं मिल पाएगा। अभी हिंदूवादी संगठन से जुड़े हुए कुछ लोग जो हैं वो भी यहाँ पे आए हैं और वो उनका आना शुरू हुआ है, तो वो यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, बातचीत कर रहे हैं और पानी की बात की लेकर के यहाँ पे सारी चीज़ों को लेकर के बातचीत कर रहे थे कि पानी जो है इनका वो भी बंद कर दिया गया है, ऐसा इनका आरोप है।
All right, Amardeep is getting us top updates. Thank you, Amardeep, for getting us all the top updates right now. And the victim saying that we are living in constant fear. Amardeep, keep us updated on this story. Let's move ahead, viewers, to the other news we're tracking. Much more coming up on the other side. We continue to be live and breaking this Sunday afternoon. No end to politics over Ram Mandir. After RJD, now the Vadra Congress targets the centre. And days after a Rajori terror attack, armed forces have now launched all-out anti-terror operations in the Valley. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
the revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
There are rumors that Pakistan has,
This is Abhishek Kapoor reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic.
Viewers, we are live and breaking, getting you some top updates coming in. Now, this is coming in from West Bengal. Breaking news coming in from West Bengal on the cash for jobs scam right now. Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee's judicial custody has been extended till February 7th. That is right, viewers. Getting some news coming in right now, viewers, on the cash for jobs scam. The cash for jobs scam. Also, the West Bengal teacher recruitment scam, which had exposed the corruption. The corruption which was ongoing when it comes to jobs, when it comes to teacher recruitment. Now, we can tell you, viewers, we've got an update on that story. Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, who both are accused, their judicial custody has been extended till February 7th. Remember, a special CBI court has extended the judicial custody of former State Education Minister Partho Chatterjee in connection with the West Bengal School Service Commission recruitment scam. His associate Arpita Mukherjee's custody has also been extended till the same date. Partho and Arpita, they were produced virtually before the special CBI court. The court has directed the superintendent of the Presidency Correctional Home to supply adequate medicines after Partho and Arpita made a complaint. So we're getting this breaking news coming in right now on the story, where we are learning is that the judicial custody of the West Bengal Education Minister, the former minister, and also his aide, their judicial custody right now has been extended to February 7th. And similar extension was ordered for his close associate and co-accused Arpita Mukherjee. So viewers, we're getting this breaking update coming in right now on the cash for job scam story. And this is coming in from West Bengal, viewers. West Bengal will be, of course, joined by our colleagues from Republic Bangla to help us understand, what could happen next in this story, because we've been following this story very, very closely on Republic TV. But right now, viewers, getting you top updates on the recruitment scam. All right. Let's move ahead for now, viewers. Let's move ahead right now. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. And we are learning that NIA teams from National Capital are carrying out raids. I repeat, NIA teams are carrying out raids. Mega NIA raids are happening, and this is happening in Srinagar in connection with terror conspiracy case, viewers. We're getting these updates coming in. Remember that NIA has been carrying out raids across multiple states as well. Let's go to Gursimran. Gursimran, what are we learning about this raid happening?
out raids in the Srinagar and in the nearby areas. In the Habakadal, the raids are also going on, and the raids are being conducted by the National Capital Team, the Delhi team of the National Investigation Agency that landed in the Srinagar yesterday evening, we are getting to know. And this is in connection with the terror conspiracy that is hashed by the terror groups to destabilize peace. This includes the recruitment as well as the radicalization of youth, that how youth is being radicalized and is now asked to carry out the act of terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Pertinent to mention that the terror groups, be it the umbrella groups like the DRF or the People's Anti-Fascist Front, that have now been banned under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act.
All right, okay. Okay, Gursimran, we are running out of time. Time for a very short break, viewers. But we continue to be live and breaking this Sunday afternoon. Stay tuned.
I'm Gursimran Singh in Jammu, and this is Republic.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him, and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that we need to stand up for ourselves. And this is the triggering point of this entire movement.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed, or they have died from natural causes. And so the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress.
The Indo-France strategic dialogue took place very recently. India was represented by Shri Ajit Doval Kirti Chakra, the National Security Advisor to the Government of India, and Mr. Emmanuel Bon, who is the Principal Advisor to the President of the Republic of France. He met with the National Security Advisor, and Mr. Bon also met with the Prime Minister and the External Affairs Minister. What they discussed could well pave way for the future of India and France's partnership. Hi, I'm Major Gauravari and you're watching Checkmate. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding this Indo-France summit that happened, what has actually happened here is that France and India have reiterated their bonds of friendship, and they have identified certain areas which they would like to target and sharp focus on. And one of these areas, very interestingly, is France telling India that we respect and we believe in this concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And what we are going to do is we're going to help India, we're going to share technology with you. And we are also going to make cutting edge stuff right here in India. Which means that France, an expert in fighter aircraft manufacturing, we already have the Rafale. France, which is an expert in nuclear submarines. France is a nuclear power and also an expert in making nuclear submarines. All this could happen in the future where France comes to India with its technology, uses Indian shipbuilding yards to make nuclear submarines, transfer technology to India. India already has nuclear technology for making submarines, and you've all heard of INS Arihant and INS Arigat. But we need more. We need attack submarines, something that France has mastered a long way back. Also about Rafales, we're hearing rumors, and I don't know if this is true or not, but hearing rumors that India wants more of Rafales. But India says that we will buy Rafales, but they have to be manufactured in India. This could be, and this is purely my guess, my analysis, this could be one of the things on the plate as far as the Indo-France strategic dialogue is concerned. The other things discussed in this dialogue, in this summit of sorts, was that while Mr. Bond met Prime Minister Modi and he met Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, they spoke about partnering in space. So when you speak about partnering in space, essentially it boils down to the fact that ISRO is a world-class space agency. ISRO is able to successfully send missions to Mars, to the moon. We've all heard of Chandrayaan and Gaganyaan, and we know how over 100 satellites were sent into space on a single ISRO rocket, and done very cheaply at that. This is something that is very attractive to the world, and India is coming up as one of the space powers of the world, and this would be attractive for France. So India and France partner in space. India and France will also partner in energy. They will partner in defense, and there are so many other fields that were discussed. But especially with regard to energy, with regard to space, and with regard to defense, I think this is a very positive step. In France, India has a solid partner who has stood by India throughout decades. We've already used fixed-wing aircraft of France for a very long time in India, and after the Rafale, that partnership, that friendship was solidified. Now it remains to be seen how they take this forward. They're also talking about partnering in Eurasia. They're talking about partnering in the Indo-Pacific, in the Global South, because India seeks to take leadership of the Global South, and this is where France comes in. France is part of the United Nations Security Council. The 5 permanent members of the UNSC include France, and look forward to a lot of naval exercises, a lot of air exercises, and a lot of army exercises between the defense forces, the armed forces of France and India. What I think is going to happen is Indian aircraft carriers and French aircraft carriers, submarines and their frigates and their destroyers will come together in this region, and they will take part in the exercises, bilaterals maybe, of France and India. We're talking about Rafales from India, Sukhois from India, and Rafales from France, going through various maneuvers. And also, what I anticipate is that Indian Army Special Forces and the French Special Forces doing a lot of exercises, the infantry doing a lot of exercises together. Now, obviously Europe is spooked. And that is because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, because the entire Europe is next door. So if the war spills out of Ukraine, then you don't know where it will go. You can never say with war, you can never say with, hardcore kinetic conflicts where the conflict will go. Sometimes it just spirals out of control. It cannot be contained. And history has shown us that conflicts cannot be contained. And obviously France, England, Germany, all these nations are spooked by the Russian aggression in Ukraine. And this aggression, this war does not seem to be ending anytime soon, though President Putin has declared a 36-hour ceasefire for festivities, religious festivities. Now the point here is simple. The point here is that who understands Russia the best in this region? It is India. India has had a 75-year-old partnership with Russia. India has Russian weapons and equipment. Even today, 60 to 68% of Indian equipment used by the armed forces is Russian. So if you want to understand Russian technology, if you want to understand how Russia thinks, what Russia's strategies are, and how Russia can actually go into battle what Russia would think from that perspective, there is no country better than India, because India has trained with the Russians and has been training for decades and decades now. As I said, all our T-90s and our T-72s and our S-400s and even the AK-47s that we use, and not limited to these platforms. There are just more and more in the Navy, in the Air Force, in the Army. There are even enough and more platforms which say that the Russians and the Indians have had a very close partnership, and the world wants to understand, not from the point of view of waging war, just from the point of view of understanding how the Russians function. And I think India could play a very, very important part in this entire partnership. Friends, another interesting news is India partnering with Bangladesh, in defense production and supplies. Now, Bangladesh has shown interest, and let me read from here. Bangladesh has shown interest in specialist vehicles from Tata and Mahindra, Tejas combat aircraft and Dhruv light helicopters, and also the fact that the Mi-17 helicopter, Anatov AN-32 transport aircraft and MiG-29 jets. Now, India has maintenance facilities for all these aircraft. India has maintenance facilities built over decades, the kind that Bangladesh does not have. And I think primarily outside of Russia, India has the best maintenance facilities for Russian weapon platforms. And that goes without saying, because India, for a long, long time, was the country that purchased the maximum Russian weaponry. And as I said, 60 to 68% of our armed forces still use Russian equipment. And this is what is attractive. So they say that we want to talk to Tata, we want to talk to Mahindra for specialized vehicles for the Bangladesh army. That is one part of it. The second part is they say that we like the Tejas aircraft and maybe we want to explore this relationship further. Now, Tejas is a single engine fighter aircraft. It is the latest in its class, isn't very expensive. Tejas is a tried and tested platform because the Indian Air Force uses it, and the Indian Air Force has got its own credibility. Now, a lot of countries have started showing interest in Tejas, and that usually happens when you come up with your own indigenous platform. So this is not something like the Pakistanis trying to sell the JF-17 Thunder, because that is essentially what China has given to Pakistan. It's not Pakistan's platform. It is a Chinese platform given on loan to Pakistan, which Pakistan is trying to palm off as its own. But the fact of the matter is, Tejas is our very own platform, and Tejas is something that interests Bangladesh. Now, there was also a $500 million line of credit regarding defense, which India had facilitated Bangladesh with. And India should do this because the more our neighbors buy from us, the closer the relationship. We have very long and historical ties going right up to 1971. Though the ties in United Bengal are much, much older, and the Bengali language itself, people say, is around 1500 years old, 1500 years old. The thing is that Bangladesh is one of our most powerful and closest neighbors. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar. These are the neighbors with which we've had, essentially friendly relations, give or take. There have been ups and downs, no doubt, but those have been diplomatic ups and downs. We have not fought wars, unlike the case with China and Pakistan. So if Bangladesh starts buying Indian equipment, it stands to reason that there will be maintenance contracts. It stands to reason that there will be training, obviously. So let us say Bangladesh decides to buy the Tejas. So that will mean years of training. That will mean Indian pilots going to Bangladesh and Bangladeshi pilots coming to India and training. There will be cross training. There will be joint training, maintenance. This, makes the countries, in the sense, closer, gets the countries closer. There is partnership, and also the fact that India can then effectively counter China. So I'm not saying that because of this China will disappear from Bangladesh. That's not going to happen. But what will happen is that there will be another stakeholder in the region. It will not be a free highway for the Chinese to zoom on. There will be another power engaging with Bangladesh on equal terms. And this is what we have tried to tell Bangladesh, for a very, very long time, that India and Bangladesh are brothers, and India is not the elder brother. We are not your elder brothers. We are equal. Bangladesh and India are equal. And I have said this before, and many Indian Army veterans have also said this, that we also owe the 1971 victory to the Mukti Bahini. And though we don't speak about it so often, but we should. And so our ties with Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, his daughter, who's the current, Prime Minister of Bangladesh, and other people within Bangladesh are cultural, they are deep, they are friendly, and this is just one more step by which we can actually, go forward and partner with Bangladesh and be better friends, be better neighbors. And there is so much that Bangladesh can give us. Bangladesh is one of the world leaders in textiles, and we can gain from Bangladesh, and Bangladesh can gain from us. Now, coming to Pakistan, my favorite topic, what has happened in Pakistan is there are rumors, and I cannot say for a fact that this has happened, but there are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So, the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it. And one of the reasons why there is a wave of these attacks happening inside Pakistan, though Afghan Taliban is not directly responsible, but you can say that the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan swears loyalty to the Afghan Taliban, and whatever they're doing is with the blessings of the Afghan Taliban, and this is what is happening. So I don't know if the Pakistani Air Force has conducted airstrikes inside Afghanistan, but the fact of the matter is that soon one day they will have to. And why? On this very program a few months back, I had told you that the United States of America had given $450 million assistance for F-16 fighter aircraft to Pakistan. So Pakistan already has a fleet, it has squadrons of F-16 aircraft, but obviously the spare parts and the maintenance has to come from the United States of America because they manufacture this aircraft. Pakistan does not. So what happened was that America said, all right, your fleet is almost getting grounded, we will give you this much assistance. They gave assistance. Imran Khan has always supported the TTP. If you look at his statements in the past, even after the horrific APS massacre, in which more than 132 children were killed, more than 140 people were killed, out of them 132 children, Army Public School, Peshawar. Imran Khan was the only person in all of Pakistan who was saying, let's talk to the Taliban. When a top Taliban commander was killed in a drone strike, he actually justified revenge attacks on Pakistani armed forces by saying that this Taliban commander, this Tehreek-e-Taliban commander was a peace-loving man and you killed him, which is why they are targeting you.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फोंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century,
And this is something now, I would like you to listen to this very, very closely. I've been saying this for a long time. When Imran Khan went on record and in front of that foreign journalist, he said, on being asked whether you will give drone bases to America, Imran Khan had said, absolutely not. And he said, we will not give it. The fact of the matter is, America never asked Pakistan for those bases. And there are so many people within Pakistan who have said that if America did ask you for bases, I'm sure there is a letter, there is some sort of message, there is a diplomatic cable. Because when you ask for such things, it's noted somewhere. Imran Khan was not able to produce any document. And that absolutely not was fabricated by the trolls of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, and they gave Imran Khan an aura of defiance that here is one man, an upright guy, who's standing up against a superpower called America. Now, there is a great deal of anti-Americanism in America, for some reason which I have not been able to decipher, because it is on American aid and American help that Pakistan has survived so long. But having said that, let us analyze this a bit. Now, Imran Khan says absolutely not. I will not give you drone bases. Suddenly, the State Department, 3-4 days back, makes a comment that, in view of all these terrorist attacks happening on Pakistan, Pakistan has every right to defend itself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join the dots. America never wanted drone bases from Pakistan. What they did was, they gave $450 million to Pakistan and they purchased the services of the Pakistan Air Force. So, if Pakistan has not conducted these airstrikes today, I would like to make a prediction that Pakistan will conduct airstrikes. If it has already not done so, Pakistan will conduct airstrikes in future. Pakistan will send its F-16s deep inside Afghan territory. The targets, the grid coordinates of the targets, the latitude and the longitude will be decided by the CIA. The Americans are going to do it. They're going to send it to the Pakistanis and the Pakistanis will bomb those targets. It is 1979 to 89 all over again. It is the war on terror after 9/11 all over again. Pakistan has sold its services to the highest bidder. Now, there are 2-3 fallouts. Why is this happening? This is happening because Pakistan desperately needs America to survive. Saudi Arabia can only give so much money. You see, China has literally stopped the China-Pakistan economic corridor, and China has said, listen, we are no longer interested. Their engineers have pulled back from various projects, citing security concerns. America is the only country in the world which will give Pakistan money for wishy-washy reasons like democracy and women's rights and children's rights. China doesn't do that. And why do I call this wishy-washy? Because Pakistan will take the money, they'll siphon off the money, buy luxury apartments in Dubai and in London, and women's rights and children's rights will remain a wishy-washy dream. It's not going to happen in Pakistan. But America, under some excuse or the other, keeps on giving Pakistan money. Strengthening of democracy. Imagine, America would like to give Pakistan money for strengthening democracy in Pakistan. What interest would America have in a democratic Pakistan? Or what interest would anybody have in Pakistan, forget democratic or autocratic? But America gives money. Why? Because America needs somebody to do that dirty work in Afghanistan. And there is no more willing a partner than Pakistan. Pervez Musharraf, General Pervez Musharraf, former Chief of Army Staff and President, while President of Pakistan, in an interview given to a journalist inside the President out of Pakistan, said that his own unit, the Special Services Group, and he used the word mercenaries for his own regiment, which is shocking for me as an ex-army officer. How can you use such a word? The word mercenary is derogatory to us soldiers. And he said that yes, they were mercenaries, they went and fought inside Afghanistan. Essentially, the Pakistani army, even then, and he was talking about the period from 79 to 89, the Pakistani army took money. The Pakistan army took money from the United States of America to fight against the Russians. And its soldiers were freelancing. So, this is exactly what Pakistan has done right now. What Pakistan has done is taken money from the Americans, and Americans provide the target. What the Pakistanis will do is also bomb Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, but they will also bomb targets of Al-Qaeda, and they will bomb the Islamic State Khorasan chapter inside Afghanistan. Under this all-encompassing agenda of war on terror, that we are under attack, we are under threat. You see how the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan is, it's acting against us. Now, recently, within the Taliban, some faction of the Taliban has said that the attack on the Pakistani ambassador or the attack on the Pakistani embassy was actually carried out by the Islamic State. And a section of the Taliban said that we have killed those people. Very convenient. So what does this do? This gives Pakistan a handle to tell the world that, hey, listen, it is the Islamic State that is attacking us. It is the Islamic State that is attacking the state of Pakistan, and we need to respond. Now, where is the Islamic State? Khorasan chapter, it is inside Afghanistan. So essentially, Pakistan takes American money, makes America's enemies its own enemies, and then targets America's enemies for America. And Imran Khan, that pinnacle of fakery, says absolutely not. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know where this is going. In another very interesting development, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which is a de facto terror outfit, says that they will target the Pakistan Muslim League Noon, of which, Nawaz Sharif and Shahbaz Sharif are the head. It's a family-owned enterprise. And they will target the PPP, Pakistan People's Party, whose head is Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, again a family-owned enterprise. But the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan will not target the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. Why? Now, there are 2-3 reasons why this is happening, and I'd like to explain them to you. Number one, Imran Khan has always supported the TTP. If you look at his statements in the past, even after the horrific APS massacre, in which more than 132 children were killed, more than 140 people were killed, out of them 132 children, Army Public School, Peshawar. Imran Khan was the only person in all of Pakistan who was saying, let's talk to the Taliban. When a top Taliban commander was killed in a drone strike, he actually justified revenge attacks on Pakistani armed forces by saying that this Taliban commander, this Tehreek-e-Taliban commander, was a peace-loving man, and you killed him, which is why they are targeting you. And well done. This Imran Khan will never be attacked by terrorists simply because this man can go on the floor of the Pakistan Parliament, the National Assembly, and say that Osama bin Laden is a martyr. Imran Khan is the poster boy of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Imran Khan is the poster boy of the Afghan Taliban. They will never do anything against Imran Khan Niazi. Imran Khan believes in their philosophy. Imran Khan believes in what they have to say and what they do. Imran Khan will never condemn the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, irrespective of the number of Pakistanis that they kill. In another news out of Pakistan, and very interesting, the Pakistani Senate has written to the Nobel Peace Prize Committee and told them that there is no better candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize than Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey. And they say why. The reasons given are very interesting. They said that there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation about Islam. And Tayyip Erdogan has actually dedicated his entire life to clearing up these misconceptions, and therefore he must be given the Nobel Prize. This is obviously another Pakistani hook under the guise of Islam to extract money from Turkey and to be in the good books of Erdogan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is right out of the Pakistani playbook. Do you remember that dictator, that very famous dictator, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi? Gaddafi gave Pakistan money, and so they named a stadium after Gaddafi in Pakistan, Gaddafi Stadium, where cricket matches happen. Very famous. Faisalabad was named after King Faisal. So anybody who gives money to Pakistan, Pakistan will change its foreign policy. It's morally flexible, that nation. So here, they see a ray of hope. They see a ray of hope. And why are they doing this? Why are the Pakistanis doing this? This is also to extract money, not just from Turkey, because Turkey doesn't have too much to spare. This is essentially a hook for Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia and the erstwhile Ottoman Empire, Turkey, have been at war for a long time. And in fact, during the First World War, you must have heard about the cavalry charge, the famous cavalry charge of the Jodhpur Lancers in the Haifa port. This was the Indian Army's action against the Ottoman Empire. And after that, the Ottoman Empire crashed, and so many things happened in this world. But the problem always has been that the Ottomans and the Saudis were never friends. What Tayyip Erdogan wants today is the leadership of the Muslim world. He sees himself as the next Khalifa, the leader of all the Muslims in the world. That position is currently held by Saudi Arabia. Now, this is something that Turkey cannot accept. Turkey wants that position. Pakistan is playing Turkey against Saudi Arabia. Pakistan has almost no foreign exchange reserves. Before 20th of January, Pakistan needs to give, in terms of repayment of loans, $1.5 billion. For a country that just has $5.8 billion in its kitty, this is like a punch to the guts. Now you have the current army chief, General Asim Munir, in Saudi Arabia, begging for money. And the Saudis say, we have already given you so much of money, of which there is no accounting. First get an okay by the IMF. Once you come into the IMF program, we will give you money. But the Pakistanis desperately need some money. And what do Pakistanis do? What do the Pakistanis do against the very people whom they say are their closest friend and Muslim brothers, the Arabs? They actually throw a hook. The Pakistani Senate says that we will nominate, and they have actually nominated Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey, for the Nobel Peace Prize. This is signaling to the Saudis that if you don't give us money, you know where we will go. Thank you for watching this episode of Checkmate, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back again next week. Till then, have a great weekend.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres, you are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti. And is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
With Newsbreak coming in, this one in relation to a statement that has been put out by Tata Sons chairman responding to the controversy. And just to read out the statement that has been issued by N. Chandrasekharan, chairman of the Tata Sons, on the Air India P-Gate controversy, where he says that the incident on Air India flight on 26th of November has been a matter of personal anguish to me and my colleagues at Air India. He goes on to say that Air India's response should have been much swifter. We fell short of addressing the situation the way it should have been. Not just this, in fact, N. Chandrasekharan also goes on to say that the Tata Group and Air India stand by the safety and well-being of our passengers and crew with full conviction. We will review and repair every process to prevent or address any incidents of such unruly nature. So, Tata Sons chairman there admitting that Air India's response should have been much swifter. We have Harsha also joining us live. Harsha, if you can quickly read out that statement once again. Tata Sons chairman admitting to the fact that there could have been a swifter action on part of Air India.
Exactly, Samiksha. We know that this entire incident happened on 26th of November, and then on 27th of November, the victim lady wrote directly to the Tata Group chairman, and after that we saw a series of events that came into the light after Air India went and lodged a complaint. But yesterday there was a statement from the side of Campbell Wilson and from the side of DGCA. But this is a statement which is coming from Tata Group chairman himself, N. Chandrasekhar, who writes that this matter has been of personal anguish to me and my colleagues at Air India. Air India should have been much swifter. That means they should have responded well at that time, which they didn't. He's saying we fell short of addressing the situation the way it should have been, but it wasn't dealt that way by the Air India's crew members. He also said the Tata Group and the Air India stand by the safety and well-being of our passengers and crew with full conviction. We will review and repair every process to prevent or address any incidents of such unruly nature. That means now Air India internal inquiry has also been set up. They have taken action against the 4 crew member and 1 pilot. Show cause notices have been issued and those have been de-rostered also. Investigation is also going on against few staff members also if they were responsible with the lapses or not. So this was a very serious matter. Now Shankar, who is the accused, has been arrested. He is in the 14-day judicial custody. But still, the depth of this entire incident has to be investigated. Because of this, Air India crew member and pilot were also called at the ICI airport for getting their statement recorded, and the statement has been taken also by the ICI DCP, and also the co-passengers who have been identified 3 will sooner join the investigation.
Yes. Harsha, stay with us, and just for our viewers who are just tuning in, a statement that has now been issued by Tata Sons chairman, where he has admitted to the fact that Air India's response should have been much swifter. He goes on to say that we feel short of addressing the situation and that we will review and repair every process. Fell short of addressing situation the way it should have been dealt with. So that's the first response coming in from Tata Sons chairman, where he has admitted that the action was late on part of Air India and that there could have been a swifter action on part of the airlines. Harsha, as we put out that statement that has been issued by Tata Sons chairman, talk to us about, has there been any apology till now by the airlines? Because clearly there were lapses on part of the airline and they clearly failed to act at that particular time when this incident happened and the victim brought this to the notice of the airlines.
Samiksha, there have not been public apologies from the side of Air India, but yes, yesterday the statement which came from the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson, he wrote that he is deeply apologizing on the behalf of Air India, and they regret and they are pained with this incident which has come in light. Therefore, he stated what measures Air India has taken in regard to this incident. The flight tickets have been compensated, the action against the crew member has been taken, and they will also review their alcohol policy, and they are also trying to issue fresh guidelines to their staff and crew members. So we can say that a media statement was given on the behalf of Air India, where they were apologizing to the victims, to the affected passenger who have to go through all this. But Samiksha, this all incident got reported after the victim only wrote to the Tata Group chairman. Before that, Air India themselves didn't took cognizance of this entire incident. And when that chairman exactly wrote to the officials of the Air India, then the Air India General Manager, Legal Department, A.M. Kulkarni, went to the IGI police station, lodged a complaint on behalf of the victim on 28th of December. That was the time when this entire incident came into light. That means after the chairman took cognizance of this, then the officials thought that this has to be reported. Before that, no one thought that this was a serious matter, and they should have dealt with it very seriously and thought of the victim with what trauma she has gone through. Her modesty was outweighed. She didn't feel safer and comforted that entire flight. Samiksha.
Yes, Harsha, stay with us. We have Shivangi also joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Shivangi, once again, for our viewers also who are just tuning in, if you can read out that statement that has been issued by the Tata Sons chairman, and also talk to us whether any response has come in from the airlines as of yet, any public apology to the victim who suffered in this airline?
Samiksha, I'm having a little trouble understanding your voice right now, but this is a very big breaking update we've got on Republic TV, because this is very important because Republic TV has had a mega campaign. You know, for days on end, we also had a segment where we asked our callers to call in and talk about experiences they had. And a lot of our callers told us that in various flights, various airlines, they've suffered the same thing. So this kind of statement coming in from the Tata Sons, that really shows, you know how important that these kind of issues are for a common citizen, and these are the kind of things that should be avoided at all costs. Let me just go through what the statement says right now. Tata Sons chairman has issued a statement and responded, "It's a matter of personal anguish to me. Air India's response should have been much swifter, and we fell short of addressing the situation." So finally we are seeing that the Tata Sons is going ahead and said and admitting, I repeat, they're admitting that we went short. Remember that the complainant had written a letter to the chairman of Tata, and where she detailed every anguish that she went through, even saying that after they landed in Delhi, she asked that Shankar Mishra should be arrested as soon as possible, and he was not even arrested, Samiksha. So these are the details we're getting right now, and looks like Tata Sons is going to take serious cognizance of the lapses, and they've admitted the lapses by Air India. Samiksha, back to you.
All right, Shivangi, thank you for those details. So as Shivangi was telling us, in fact, reading out that statement that has been issued by the Tata Sons chairman, where he has admitted to the fact that yes, there was a delay on part of the airline to act swiftly, and that it could have been dealt in a better manner. Let's get started with Superfast 50. Eyewitness of the recent case in which a drunk man urinated on an elderly woman on an Air India flight spoke to the public. The eyewitness narrated how the victim had to sit through the flight in that condition for over 2 hours. Speaking to Republic TV, the eyewitness of the urination case also said that the Air India staff was informed about the incident, but they did not take prompt action. Recalling the ordeal, the eyewitness further said that the victim's bag and clothes were soaked in urine. Although there were vacant seats available, the victim was made to sit on the same seat. The Prime Minister's office will hold a high-level meeting on the Joshimath crisis amid alarm in the Uttarakhand region. Due to the land subsidence, several people have been asked to shift to relief camps. Meanwhile, the Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami said that the study was going on, to assess the situation in Joshimath, further adding that the Prime Minister's office is continuously taking stock of the situation in Joshimath. Meanwhile, 11 more families in Joshimath were moved to safer locations as the number of houses developing cracks in the sinking town has now risen to 603 as per reports. Upon directions from the Ministry of Home Affairs to go all out against terror in J&K, the Indian Army launched, along with in a joint operation with the J&K police, launched massive house-to-house search operations in Kishtwar of J&K. After the Indian Armed Forces noticed suspicious movement near a village in Balakot sector of Pooch district in J&K, forces neutralized 2 terrorists near the line of control. Days after 2 incidents of stampede were reported during the TDP events in Nellore and Guntur, the YSRCP government appointed a panel to inquire into the incidents. The panel has been asked to submit their report within a month's time. Speaking exclusively to Republic TV, BJP leader Sushil Modi said that it's a matter of time that the JDU will be decimated and Nitish Kumar will be ousted from the CM's post. Sushil Modi further said that many JDU leaders are feeling suffocated and that they are in touch with the BJP. In a shocking incident that has been reported from the national capital, a 17-year-old girl allegedly shot at a 50-year-old grocery shop owner in the national capital. The lady was shot at. The injured lady has been identified as Kushida in the hospital. The Lucknow police meanwhile arrested Samajwadi Party worker Manish Jagan from Hazratganj area. We are given to understand that the party worker handles the party's Twitter account. Meanwhile, the Samajwadi Party leader staged a protest outside the police headquarters in Lucknow.
After Lucknow police arrested the Samajwadi Party worker Manish Agarwal, Samajwadi Party workers held protests in Lucknow condemning the arrest of the party worker. And post the arrest of the Samajwadi Party leader Manish Agarwal, the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav reached the police headquarters in Lucknow and was seen engaging in a verbal spat with the cops and even refused to the tea that was offered to him by the police officials.
बाहर की पिएंगे या हम अपनी लाएंगे, कब आपका ले लेंगे प्लास्टिक का जो होगा, हम नहीं पी सकते, जहर दे दोगे तब? हाँ नहीं हमें भरोसा नहीं है, सच में भरोसा नहीं है मुझे। हम बाहर से मंगा लेंगे, चाहे आप भी पीजिए हम भी पीजिए, आप अपनी पीजिए हम अपनी पीजिए।
Now, responding to the protest in Lucknow, the BJP spokesperson Rakesh Tripathi said that the Samajwadi Party was openly protesting abusers and condemning the protests that broke out outside the Lucknow police headquarters.
समाजवादी पार्टी मीडिया सेल के वेरीफाइड हैंडल के द्वारा पिछले 1 महीने से ज्यादा समय से नेताओं के विरुद्ध, पत्रकारों के विरुद्ध, महिलाओं के विरुद्ध बेहद अपमानजनक ऐसी भाषा का प्रयोग किया जा रहा था जिससे सांप्रदायिक सद्भाव बिगड़ जाए, दंगा भड़काने की साजिश हो रही थी। और आज जब एफआईआर दर्ज होकर के गिरफ्तारी होती है तो स्वयं अखिलेश यादव जी, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री, बचाव में उतर आते हैं और पुलिस मुख्यालय तक पहुंच जाते हैं। इससे पता चल जाता है कि समाजवादी पार्टी के द्वारा ये गाली गलौज पूरी तरह से संरक्षित की गई थी।
Now, several people were injured after Dalit families were targeted in Alwar in Rajasthan. Stones were pelted at and even rods were hurled on the women. Questions have now been raised over the law and order situation in the state of Rajasthan. After the Dalit families were assaulted in Alwar of Rajasthan, the deceased family, in fact, the victims staged protest in Alwar demanding action against the miscreants. The Karnataka Congress spokesperson Priyank Kharge slammed the Union Minister Amit Shah after he announced the date of Ram Temple inauguration. Priyank Kharge asked Shah to focus on keeping deadlines for filling job vacancies amid soaring unemployment in the country. Responding to the comment, Congress leader Rashid Alvi said that Ram Mandir was constructed because of Supreme Court and that the BJP and the RSS were not involved in the Supreme Court decision.
We have respect for Ram Mandir. And Ram Mandir is being built not because of RSS.
A special CBI court extended the judicial custody of former State Education Minister Partha Chatterjee till 7th of February in connection with the West Bengal school service recruitment scam. Meanwhile, the DMK MLA has sparked massive controversy. Addressing a speech, the DMK leader alleged that the BJP and the Prime Minister are behind the death of former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalitha. Condemning the statement made by the DMK Neta, Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju said that no one should drop moral standards for political gains. Days after terrorists targeted the Dhangeri village in Rajouri town, the death toll has now risen to 7. One more civilian reportedly succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. Meanwhile, the special investigation team probing the sexual harassment allegations made by a junior women's coach against the Haryana Minister Sandeep Singh took possession of her clothes, including a torn t-shirt from her house. Meanwhile, the SIT team also added that an additional charge related to insulting the modesty of a woman to the FIR has been filed against the former Minister of Haryana. Meanwhile, 2 people were dead and 13 others injured after a mini truck fell into a deep gorge from a hill at the Garod area of Chatu Chura Hills in Karimganj area of Assam. Unidentified miscreants in a bike in fact shot at a journalist who was returning home. Rajesh, who was shot at, is recuperating from his condition. A day after Punjab Minister Fauja Singh Sarari resigned from the cabinet after an extortion controversy, BJP stepped up attack on the Aam Aadmi Party, questioning Arvind Kejriwal over his claims of corruption-free Punjab. Meanwhile, Sri Ram Sena Belagavi chief Ravi Kumar and his driver were injured after miscreants allegedly shot at them near the Hindalga village in Karnataka. Both of them were severely injured. They have now been admitted to the hospital for further treatment. Meanwhile, a cold wave gripped north and northwest India. Weather conditions being monitored. Congress leader, meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi said that the Bharat Jodo Yatra led by him had received an overwhelming response in the entire country, further adding that the foot march was against hatred and fear being spread in society. And in news from across the globe, China's State Council Joint Prevention and Control Mechanism against COVID-19 has released the 10th edition of the Virus Prevention and Control Protocol. The new plan stressed on monitoring of mutated variants and prevention of severe cases. One person died and several others were injured after two trains collided on Metro Line 3 of the Mexico City. Among those injured, the train driver was critically injured. Meanwhile, 4 passengers who were trapped in the train have now been rescued. President Joe Biden, meanwhile, has scheduled first visit to the southern border in Texas. In fact, we're given to understand that hundreds also were seen marching through the streets of El Paso. This comes after the president announced last week that Nicaraguans, Haitians as well as Venezuelans will be expelled and sent to Mexico if they try to enter the US illegally. Meanwhile, Colombian president arrived in Caracas for a meeting with his Venezuelan counterpart. The presidents discussed, in fact, the two leaders discussed topics ranging from peace process investments and review of bilateral trade agreement, among others. Meanwhile, passengers warmly welcomed the start of the first train arriving at a newly reopened crossing point on the border between Hong Kong and mainland China. The busy station had been shut close to 3 years since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. Tens of thousands of Catholics participated in the first walk of the faith on Sunday in Manila on the eve of the annual Fest of Black Nazarene. The event marked the first such celebration since the start of the pandemic. Meanwhile, thousands of Israelis took to streets to protest against Prime Minister Netanyahu's new government. The protesters said that the new year government policies threaten democracy and freedom. The demonstrators held anti-government banners and waved rainbow flags, while some others held signs reading Palestinian Lives Matter. Ukrainian President Zelensky said that the Russian military continues to strike Ukrainian positions despite the declared ceasefire. Ukrainian officials denounced the unilateral 36-hour pause as a ploy and said it appeared to have been ignored by some of Moscow's forces. Meanwhile, a 6-year-old student shot at and was injured a teacher at his school in Virginia during an altercation inside a first-grade classroom. No students were injured in this shooting. Meanwhile, one police officer was killed and 17 were wounded in Mexico after an organized criminal group stormed the city in reprisal of the detention of the son of drug lord. The street was seen filled with vehicles and looted shops. And from the world of sports, Sneshish Ganguly, the president of the Cricket Association of Bengal, said that the iconic venue of Eden Gardens is ready to host the second ODI of the 3-match series between India and Sri Lanka. Following his side's 91-run over Sri Lanka in the third T20I, Indian spinner Chahal expressed admiration for Surya Kumar Yadav's explosive knockout, saying that he's happy to be in the same team as him. Meanwhile, Jessica Pegula kicked off the United Cup final by giving the United States a 1-0 lead over Italy with a 6-4 and 6-2 defeat of Martina at Ken Roosevelt Arena in Sydney. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes claimed his team had some good things going after the Kansas City Chiefs were qualified for the playoffs with a 31-13 win over the Las Vegas Raiders. Pep Guardiola said that Manchester City's FA Cup third round tie at home to Chelsea on Sunday will be different from the 1-0 win they achieved in the Premier League. Meanwhile, Carlo Ancelotti neatly summed up his team's performance on Saturday, admitting they did not perform as Real Madrid lost for only the second time this season, a 2-1 defeat in the Spanish league. Meanwhile, Colin Morikawa shot an 8 under par 65 on Saturday to take a commanding 6-shot lead heading into the final round of the Tournament of Champions in Hawaii. Toyota's Nasir Etiyar remained in the lead of the 2023 Dakar Rally following the 7th stage on Saturday, while Audi endured another day to forget in Saudi Arabia. Atletico Madrid head coach dropped a hint that 19-year-old midfielder Pablo Barrios could start against Barcelona as he looked ahead to Sunday's visit of the Spanish league's leaders for the event. After leading France to another World Cup final, coach will sign up for another shot at the title, prolonging his contract to June 2026.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that we need to stand up for ourselves. And this is the triggering point of this entire movement.
My question to you was,
all right, we are also getting these dramatic visuals that are coming in from MP's Morena, where a police official was seen brutally dragging an elderly woman. So these visuals coming in right now, where you can see the police official dragging a woman by her hair to the car. We do not yet know what is the reason for this unruly behavior, but definitely something which would require the police to answer as to what really led the police to drag this elderly woman to the car. But Satya Vijay getting us the story. But we have a reaction, in fact, the soundbite coming in from the victim's son. Let's listen in as to what really transpired and led to this action on part of police.
मारा पीट करने के चक्कर में माताजी ने बचाया था, तो मेरी माताजी को भी बहुत मारा है और मेरी माताजी बेहोश हो गई थी और मेरी मिसेज का इतना मारा, उल्टा सीधा गाली दिया और गाड़ी के पहिए भी निकल गया मेरी। मातवसिया थाने में दोनों सिपाही हैं, अशोक और सैलू गुर्जर, ये दोनों ने इतना अत्याचार किया हमारे ऊपर कैसा कोई नहीं कर सकता है। इसलिए मेरा निवेदन है कि हमारे जो मारपीट के कारण हमें इतनी ठेस पहुंच रही है कि हमारे को कोई इंसान बहुत बोलने दे रहेगा तुमने पुलिस वाले से वो किया, मगर पुलिस वाले हमारे को मारा पीटा। इसलिए चाहता हूँ सर, मेरे को सत्य सच अपना कार्रवाई चाहता हूँ।
All right, we also have Satya Vijay getting us those details. Satya Vijay, what exactly is the reason behind this incident? What is a justification? Is there even a justification that the police can give for this behavior in which the woman was dragged by her hair and taken to the car?
जी हाँ, देखिए ये शर्मसार करने वाली तस्वीरें मध्य प्रदेश के मुरैना की है, जहाँ पर कि बरी का पूरा गांव है और उस गांव में पुलिस कर्मियों का ये अमानवीय चेहरा देखने को मिला है। पुलिसकर्मी एक व्यक्ति को, साहेब सिंह नाम के व्यक्ति को पकड़ने गई थी, लेकिन जब वो शख्स जो है पुलिस से कहने लगी वो कुछ देर में पुलिस के साथ जाएगा, इस दौरान पुलिसकर्मियों ने उसके साथ मारपीट की और मारपीट से रोकने के लिए जब उसकी वृद्ध माँ और पत्नी पुलिस से बहस कर रहे थे, इसी दौरान पुलिस जबरन उस वृद्ध महिला को डायल 100 में घसीटते हुए ले जाते हुए नजर आई है। ये वीडियो काफी तेजी से वायरल हो रहा है, जिसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि डायल 100 में तैनात जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो महिला को, वृद्ध महिला को, बुजुर्ग महिला को जबरन घसीटते हुए ले जा रहे हैं। पुलिस को अगर किसी को गिरफ्तार करना या अरेस्ट करना है तो उसकी एक प्रोसेस होती है। इस तरह से वृद्ध महिला को घसीटना, उसकी साहेब सिंह नाम के व्यक्ति को उसकी पत्नी को गाली बकना, ये एक बड़े सवाल खड़े कर रहा है, क्योंकि पूरा जो घटनाक्रम है उससे पुलिस की किरकिरी होते दिख रही है।
Yes, Satya Vijay, thank you for getting us all those details. So this incident that has come to light from MP's Morena, where you can see the elderly woman in her late 70s who's seen being dragged by the police officials. We'll slip into a very short break for now, but news breaks to continue. On the other side of this very short break, major political face-off in Tamil Nadu as DMK MLA in the most bizarre claim says that the BJP and Prime Minister Modi killed Jayalalitha. Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Sushil Modi's big claim says many JDU leaders in touch with BJP and JDU will be finished in next 5 months.
My question to you was that generations of Indians, you and me, have grown up feeling that all that brought us was a passive, non-violent resistance. Now, was that overplayed?
What happens at independence is that most of these big leaders of the revolutionary movement have essentially been killed or they have died from natural causes. So the revolutionaries don't have any leadership left. So when India becomes free, it comes to be ruled by one faction of the Congress party. Here is where I think they really went wrong. They deliberately go out there and suppress alternative narratives.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार, उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है। एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान।
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फोंडला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे और वापस। They were shocked.
When are our children going to see the real history of India put before them? I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses.
Top headlines at 3:30. Major political face-off in Tamil Nadu. DMK MLA in the most bizarre claim says that BJP and Prime Minister Modi killed Jayalalitha.
नीतीश कुमार पर दबाव बनाने के लिए जल्दी छोड़िए बिहार की गद्दी और जाइए केंद्र की राजनीति कीजिए, तेजस्वी को बनाइए बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री.
Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Sushil Modi's big claim says many JDU leaders in touch with BJP and JDU will be finished in next 5 months. And situation worsens in the sinking city Joshimath. Prime Minister Modi to chair high-level review meet in Joshimath. No end to politics over Ram Mandir after RJD. Now Vadra Congress targets centre. Dalit family targeted, stones pelted, rods hurled on women. Law and order situation in Rajasthan under question. And days after Rajouri terror attack, armed forces launch all-out anti-terror operations in Kishtwar. And we start with the Republic exclusive remarks that have come in from the former Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Sushil Modi, where he in an exclusive interaction with Republic says that many JDU leaders are in touch with the BJP and that it's a matter of time that the JDU will be completely decimated in the state of Bihar. So, big claim there that's been made by Sushil Modi, who says that several of the JDU leaders are in touch with the party and that the JDU will be decimated in the state of Bihar. So, cracks clearly visible in the Mahagathbandhan in Bihar, and Sushil Modi there making a claim that several of these JDU leaders are in touch with the BJP. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation we had with Sushil Modi.
देखिए, नीतीश जी और लालू जी में चूहा बिल्ली का खेल प्रारंभ हो गया है. फिर एक बार पलटी मारने वाले हैं नीतीश कुमार, क्योंकि तय हुआ था कि 4-5 महीने के भीतर तेजस्वी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे. कल भी जो जगता बाबू का बयान आया है या उसके पहले भी इन्होंने बयान दिया. बयान क्या था? वो कह रहे कि दही चूड़ा का तिलक लगा दिया, दिल्ली जाए वो, ताकि यहाँ गद्दी छोड़ दें. तो जगता बाबू एक बार नहीं 3-3 बार यह बयान दे चुके, और जगता बाबू जो बोलते हैं वो लालू यादव की जुबान बोलते हैं. और ये सुधाकर सिंह का जो बयान है ये लालू यादव का बयान है. लालू यादव ही नीतीश कुमार पर दबाव बनाने के लिए जल्दी छोड़िए बिहार की गद्दी और जाइए केंद्र की राजनीति कीजिए, तेजस्वी को बनाइए बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री. और अब ये कह रहे हैं कि 2025 कौन देखा 2025 में क्या होगा. बीजेपी की सरकार बनेगी बिहार में, तेजस्वी कहाँ लौट कर आएंगे. लालू को भी मालूम है, कोई नहीं जानता है कि 2025 में क्या होगा.
Operation by Indian Army. 2 terrorists were neutralized this morning along the LOC in the Poonch district. The army is on an operation to nab the terrorists of Rajouri terror attack, where the toll has now risen to 7, with another person succumbing to injuries.
Indian Army has killed 2 terrorists that were trying to sneak into the Indian territory in the Balakot sector of the Mendra subdivision of the Poonch district. This came days after the Rajouri terror attack, in which 7 people have lost their life, leaving 13 injured. And the army was on the alert following the high alert that has been sounded, and 2 suspected movement was traced, after which the Indian Army opened the fire and 2 terrorists have been gunned down. The terrorists were carrying a huge cache of arms and ammunition, including the rifles and other explosives.
Meanwhile, searches are being conducted in the Poonch district by joint security forces where 2 terrorists have been neutralized. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, we cut across to those dramatic visuals that have been coming in from Lucknow, where the Samajwadi Party workers have been staging a protest against the UP cops. So, mega face-off there that's being seen. Clashes being reported between the Samajwadi Party workers and the UP cops over the arrest of Samajwadi Party worker. In fact, we are given to understand that the Samajwadi Party worker was arrested after he made several indecent remarks on the social media handle. Let's listen into that reaction coming in on this protest.
साथियों, वो पीछे से कह रहे आप ही के साथी है। एक राजनीतिक दल के सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा पत्रकार बंधु और बीजेपी के प्रवक्ताओं के विरुद्ध काफ़ी सारे ऑफेंसिव ट्वीट किए जा रहे थे, जिसमें उनके परिवार जनों के प्रति भी आपत्तिजनक और अभद्र टिप्पणियां की जा रही थी। ऐसी लगातार शिकायतें प्राप्त हो रही थी। इन शिकायतों के पश्चात उसकी जांच की गई और अभियोग पंजीकृत किए गए। अभियोग पंजीकृत कराने के बाद उन सभी विवेचनाओं की गंभीरता से विवेचना करते हुए इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस को इकट्ठा किया गया। सर्विस प्रोवाइडर से सभी जानकारी प्राप्त की गई और तत्पश्चात आज मनीष जगन अग्रवाल जो उस ट्विटर हैंडल को ऑपरेट कर रहे थे, उनके विरुद्ध कार्रवाई की गई है। उनको गिरफ्तार करके उनके विरुद्ध वैधानिक कार्रवाई की गई है। आगे भी इस तरह का अगर कोई प्रकरण आता है तो इसमें इसी प्रकार की कार्रवाई की जाएगी। आज समाजवादी पार्टी द्वारा एक कंप्लेंट दी गई डॉक्टर रीचा राजपूत के विरुद्ध। उसमें भी ये कहा गया है कि कुछ आपत्तिजनक ट्वीट उसमें मेंशन किए गए हैं। उसमें अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया है। उसमें भी इसी प्रकार से प्रॉपर तफ्तीश की जाएगी, विवेचना करके वैधानिक कार्रवाई की जाएगी। सरकार की ये प्राथमिकता रही है कि महिलाओं के प्रति जहाँ पर भी अभद्र भाषा का प्रयोग हुआ है उसमें सभी प्रकरणों में कार्रवाई की जाएगी और ठोस पुख्ता कार्रवाई सभी प्रकरणों में की जाएगी। अगर आपको कुछ पूछना हो तो पूछ सकते हैं।
मनीष जगन की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उसमें 2 नामजद अभियुक्त और हैं, उनकी गिरफ्तारी को लेकर सब
जैसा मैंने आपसे कहा कि विवेचना करने के बाद, सबूत इकट्ठा करने के बाद, एविडेंस इकट्ठा करने के बाद कार्रवाई की जाती है। सभी के विरुद्ध एक एक करके कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
सपा मीडिया सेल के विरुद्ध 2-3 एफआईआर पहले भी हुई थी, उन मामलों में भी तफ्तीश हो रही है, उसको गिरफ्तारी होगी।
4 अभियोगों में इस समय विवेचना प्रचलित है और इनमें जितने सारे ऑफेंसिव कमेंट किए गए हैं, अभद्र टिप्पणियां की गई है महिलाओं के प्रति, परिवारों के प्रति, उन सभी में जांच की जाएगी, सबूत इकट्ठा किए जाएंगे और कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
सर, आज क्या शांति भंग की आशंका में गिरफ्तारी हुई है मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की?
ये सारे जो ऑफेंसिव ट्वीट्स हैं, इससे शांति भंग की आशंका थी, इसलिए ये कार्रवाई की गई है। जो अभियोग पंजीकृत है, उन अभियोगों में जो सबूत इकट्ठा है उसमें न्यायालय के समक्ष उसमें रखा जाएगा और उन संबंधितों के वारंट बनवाए जाएंगे, उसमें कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
पुलिस मुख्यालय में जो आज प्रदर्शन हुआ है, उसको लेकर भी सब पुलिस को एफआईआर करेगी?
इस समय ऐसा कोई नहीं है। अगर कोई शिकायत आती है तो जरूर कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
आपको लगता है कहीं लोकल कितनी है, टोटल एफआईआर कितनी है?
इस समय 4 एफआईआर है, जिसमें 2 में वो नामजद है, 2 में जो एफआईआर है उसमें ट्विटर हैंडल का नाम है, उसमें जांच की जाएगी और फिर उसके पीछे कौन है उसको देख के कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
सर, जो ऋचा राजपूत के खिलाफ एफआईआर है तो माना जाए उसमें भी गिरफ्तारी हो सकती है?
मैंने आपसे कहा कि ये 10-12 दिन की विवेचना के पश्चात, सबूत इकट्ठा करने के पश्चात कार्रवाई की गई है। आज जो अभियोग पंजीकृत हुआ है उसमें भी सभी सबूत इकट्ठा किए जाएंगे, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस और सर्विस प्रोवाइडर से जानकारी की जाएगी। वो ट्विटर अकाउंट वेरीफाइड है, किसने यूज़ किया है, इन सबके सबूत इकट्ठा करने के पश्चात वही वैधानिक कार्रवाई उनके विरुद्ध भी की जाएगी।
क्या सर लखनऊ के लालू पुलिस जो सूचना होती है लालू की, क्या वो बहुत अच्छी नहीं है, कमजोर था, नहीं मिल पाए जितने लोग?
देखिए, हम सभी प्रकार की इस तरह की जो परिस्थितियां हैं उसको निपटने के लिए तैयार पहले भी हैं, इस समय भी है और आगे भी रहेंगे। इसमें कहीं इस तरह की बात नहीं है कि कोई सूचना नहीं थी, हम पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं।
समाजवादी पार्टी को पहले सूचना थी, वहां पर इतनी भारी संख्या में लोग जा रहे हैं।
पुलिस के वहां पर प्रबंध हमेशा रहते हैं और है, आगे भी रहेंगे और भी उसको पुख्ता किया जाएगा।
वो तो मुख्यालय वाला प्रबंधन रहते हैं, मगर इतने लोग पहुंचे उसके बाद।
All right, we'll slip into a short break for now, but news breaks to continue on the other side of a very short break. It's a major political face-off in Tamil Nadu. DMK Neta in the most bizarre claim says BJP and Prime Minister Modi conspired to kill Jayalalitha. And situation worsens in the sinking city Joshimath. Prime Minister Modi to chair high-level review meet on Joshimath.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events?
The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves, holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number 4 in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number 3, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti. And is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
Akhilesh Yadav insulted the UP police when he reached Lucknow police headquarters this morning. When offered tea by the cops, Akhilesh denied to have it and said this.
वहाँ से हम मंगा लेंगे, आपने मंगाई हम मंगा लेंगे। विकास, अगर खुल गया हो, कोई जगह खुल गई तो चाय ना बाहर से आने नहीं पियेंगे चाय। यहाँ की चाय नहीं पियेंगे, बाहर की पियेंगे, या हम अपनी लाएंगे, कब आपका ले लेंगे प्लास्टिक का जो होगा। हम नहीं पी सकते, जहर दे दोगे तब? हाँ, नहीं हमें भरोसा नहीं है, सच में भरोसा नहीं है मुझे।
Not only did Akhilesh refuse to have the tea, he also raised suspicions and said that the tea might be poisoned.
यहाँ की चाय नहीं पियेंगे, बाहर की पियेंगे, या हम अपनी लाएंगे, कब आपका ले लेंगे प्लास्टिक का जो होगा। हम नहीं पी सकते, जहर दे दोगे तब? हाँ नहीं हमें भरोसा नहीं है।
ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
हम बाहर से मंगा लेंगे चाहे, आप पीजिए, हम पीजिए, आप अपनी पीजिए, हम अपनी पीजिए।
And getting in the latest from Rajasthan's Alwar, where the families, the victims staged protest after the Dalit families were brutally assaulted by a group of miscreants. In fact, we're given to understand that the incident was reported on 7th of January, which is Saturday. Several people sustained injuries in this attack, which happened on the Dalit families. Let's listen into those reactions coming in from the victims as a result of this incident, which happened on 7th of January.
झगड़ा जो हुआ, उस सारी चीज जो हुई, पत्थर कितने बरसाए?
पत्थर काफी ज्यादा बरसाए थे। वहीं से पत्थर जो आप देख रहे हैं, उधर से पत्थर आए थे छतों पे से। इनका एक ही घर है यहाँ मेघवाल समाज का, बाकी सारे चारों तरफ इनके मोमडन से, तो सारे छत पे चढ़ गए थे। और जैसे कि पत्थर मारे तो ये अंदर घर में घुस गए थे। फिर वहां से कूदे, कुछ आदमी इधर से आए, तो फिर लाठी डंडा से, जैसे इनको लड़की थी एक मुक्ता नाम की, जिसके गर्भ था 4.5-5 महीने का, वो उसको यहीं पे पटक के लात घूंसों से अच्छे से लाठी दिए। एक सुरेश नाम का जो लड़का था वो
गर्भ गिर गया सर।
और दूसरा एक सुरेश नाम,
कहाँ है मुक्ता, कहाँ है?
वो अलवर हॉस्पिटल में, अपने सामान्य चिकित्सा हॉस्पिटल अलवर में। और
तो मतलब एक गर्भवती महिला को इतना मारा गया कि उसका गर्भ गिर गया।
दूसरा, अभी ये जो पदम है आपके सामने देख रहे हैं, इनको
बचने की गुहार नहीं
काफी लगाई थी सर। अभी वीडियो दिखा देते हैं आपको, काफी चिल्ला रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ जी। तो इन्होंने को मतलब इनका जो
वो गर्भवती महिला चिल्ला रही थी, बावजूद उसको मारे जा
रहे थे सर। और दूसरा सुरेश भी बेचारा पड़ा था बेसुधी, फिर भी उसको लठ मार रहे, फिर भी उसको जबरदस्ती लठ मार गए थे। उनके पैरालाइज यहाँ सिर में चोट थी, कल दिन में उनका ऑपरेशन हुआ,
उनको पैरालाइज
हो गया सर। उनको डॉक्टर ने बोला था भैया चल तो नहीं सकता, इस साइड में इनको पैर भी नहीं हिल सकता, इस साइड से नहीं हाथ हिल सकता है। तो ऐसे डॉक्टर का उनका हमारे पास रिपोर्ट जो बोली डॉक्टर ने, तो उनका कल ऑपरेशन करा, बाकी अभी सही नहीं है, बोल भी नहीं रहे हैं फिलहाल में। शायद हो सकता है कोमे में भी ऐसा।
टोटल कितने लोग घायल हुए?
टोटल 15 लोग के करीब घायल हुए, जिसमें से 5-7 आदमी को बहुत गंभीर चोट आई है। जैसे किसी का फ्रैक्चर हो गया, किसी का पैर टूटा।
आरोपियों की बात करें तो कितने आरोपी जो हैं पकड़े गए?
गिरफ्तार हैं, जो 5 गिरफ्तार है, लेकिन जो मेन जो मुलजिम थे उनको एक को भी नहीं पकड़ा गया अभी तक भी, किसी को भी। और मुलजिम भी लगभग हमारे गांव के आसपास घूमते हैं, नाइट में आ जाते हैं, ऐसे नहीं है कि वो भाई इधर से छोड़ के
कहते हैं।
बोल रहे हैं हम कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, बाकी धमकी भी दे रहे हैं इनको। अभी इनको कल बताया था फैसला के लिए धमकी दे रहे हैं। दूसरा ये कह रहा तुमने रिपोर्ट करके हमारा क्या बिगाड़ लिया, हमारे कुछ पकड़ थोड़ी रहे तुमने, भाई मुलजिम हमारे ऐसे घूमेंगे तुम।
आया यहाँ पे
सर कोई सरपंच भी नहीं आया, जो यहाँ कांग्रेस के सरपंच है, यहाँ पर सरपंच तो सबका ही होता है, सरपंच भी नहीं आया, क्योंकि सरपंच भी
पार्टी से है,
वो कांग्रेस पार्टी से सरपंच है, मोमडन ही है। और दूसरा यहाँ पे कोई नेता कांग्रेस का ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई आप चलो, क्योंकि ये मामला हाईलाइट हो गया तो ना यहाँ पे विधायक आया, ना कोई पार्षद आया कांग्रेस का, कोई भी मतलब ऐसा बोले तो मतलब यहाँ कोई बच्चा नहीं आया कांग्रेस का। तो उनको तो पता है कि रली मिली भगत उनकी, वो साफिया खान जो जुबैर खान है, वो उनकी वोट बैंक के हिसाब से।
एसपी आई यहाँ पे?
एसपी नहीं आई सर, एसपी नहीं है, सीओ साहब आया था देशराज गुजर जी, तो वो आए थे सर उस समय। तो उन्होंने
सुरक्षा अभी लगी हुई है?
सुरक्षा सर कल 5 लगे, लेकिन सुरक्षा तो आज है तो कल नहीं है, आज है तो कल नहीं है। लेकिन माहौल तो इनको तो बहस तो है ही ना अभी, क्योंकि जब इनको धमकी मिल रही है बराबर से।
उसकी भेड़ में चला का मेंढा, तभी कि हमने मेंढा अभी लिया। जब उन्होंने जाते ही पूंछ काट ली और पापा को बता दिया तुम्हारा मेंढा की पूंछ काट गई। जब उन्होंने चांटिया से पूंछ काटी, पापा ने बोला अभी मेरा मेंढा गया 2 मिनट पहले, कितनी जल्दी पूंछ तुमने क्यों काटी? उन्होंने बोला कि अब तो मेंढा की पूंछ काटी, हम तुम्हारी भी काट देंगे। चाचा कह रहा है ऐसे बदतमीजी से क्यों बोल रहा, तुम गलती भी कर रहे हो, फिर वो भी नहीं कर रहे हो। जब उन्हें बोली तुम्हें जो करना जो करिए, अच्छी मार के करना गाड़ी। पापा ने फिर वह कर दी, रिपोर्ट कर दी। उन्होंने कही तुम रिपोर्ट करे, जो तुम पे हुए जो कर लियो।
फिर क्या हुआ था?
फिर पापा ने रिपोर्ट कर दी, तो उस दिन कुछ भी नहीं करा। फिर दूसरे दिन पापा घर पे कोई भी नहीं थे, हम दो बहन यार गए, और घर पे भाई भी था, मम्मी और एक लड़की, 3 या परिवार में। तो पीछे से घुस गया वह घर में, मार पिटाई करी। पापा की भैया की टांग तोड़ दी, मैं भैया को ऊपर पड़ गई, तो उनने एक ने पकड़ के खींच दिया, दूसरा ने लात मारी। जब चाचा की टेंट फोड़ती, जो उनको पूरा हथियार था, पहले से प्लान था उसका, जैसे चांट या भी, कस्सी भी, लाठी भी, जो भी।
आपके साथ भी मारपीट की? आपके साथ भी मारपीट की?
हाँ, मैं भाई को पड़ के बचाने को, जब एक ने हाथ से खींच दिया, पत्थर उत्तर भी लगा, मेरे 2-4 चोटों से भी लगी, फिर एक ने लात मारी जो उसे पता नहीं जान कैसे मारी। जब उस नुकने से ब्लीडिंग चालू होगी तो मैंने उस दिन कुछ भी नहीं कहा, घर का कुछ नहीं बताया, क्योंकि सारा परिवार हॉस्पिटल भर्ती हो चुका था उस टाइम पे। जब दूसरे
कितने महीने का बच्चा था आप?
ये 2.5-3 महीना का बच्चा था।
फिर क्या हुआ?
2.5-3 में फिर मैंने दूसरे दिन मम्मी को बताया, जब मम्मी ने हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती कराया।
कितने दिन हो गए आपको हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती?
मैं 6-7 दिन आ गई।
All right, so these visuals which show how the women were beaten up with sticks, the incident having been reported from Rajasthan's Alwar, and despite a complaint being raised, no action has been initiated against the accused as of yet. But these visuals there that speak for themselves on the torture that the Dalit families were subjected to in this particular area in Rajasthan's Alwar. In fact, not just this, what is even more shocking is that a pregnant woman suffered a miscarriage after she was beaten with sticks by the mob. So the Dalit houses that were attacked by the mob in Rajasthan's Alwar. A victim on record saying that no action has been taken by the police despite a complaint been filed in this case, and that the victims are constantly living in fear in this particular area. So the visuals there coming in right now from that particular day when the Dalit families were brutally tortured. They were subjected to this torture. They were beaten with sticks by a group of people. We do not yet know as to what really was the reason for this behavior and what really led to the mob getting violent and beating the families with sticks. But what we're given to understand is that no action has been initiated against the accused as of yet, and those victims, they're on record saying that even though they have flagged their concerns, even though they've raised a complaint, no action has been taken by the family police. In fact, the Dalit family also, they're alleging that they've been getting threats as well, and narrating the horror of that particular day on camera, saying that no action has been taken. They were subjected to this torture by a group of people, and that they are living in constant fear. They've even gone on to say that they are receiving threats by these miscreants, and even as they've flagged their concerns, no action has been taken by the Rajasthan police as of yet. We are also given to understand that the families, the victims there have been staging protest, have been staging dharna, demanding action against the accused. Yet no word coming in from the officials as of yet.
In this revolution of ideas, obviously there were various influences. Were Indian figures like Chhatrapati Shivaji inspiring the revolutionaries more, or was it global events? The revolutionaries were characters of their own time. But a very important inspiration was also the long history of India's resistance to foreign occupation. And of course, Hindu revivalism is an important part of it. How they saw themselves holding the Gita in one hand, a revolver in the other hand, and making oaths. So you can see Hinduism, particularly the Shakti strand of Hinduism, having a deep influence on the way many of these revolutionaries saw themselves.
Principal Secretary of Prime Minister Mr. P.K. Mishra is now going to hold a very important meeting today, and this is regarding the Joshimath. We are reporting from the Joshimath, and we are continuously seeing how the cracks are increasing, not only on the roads but in the houses, in the other buildings, in the temples and everywhere. And the people are asked to leave their homes because they do not have any other option but in fear just to leave their homes and being shifted or evacuated to the shelter home which has been provided by the state government. So this exactly is the problem which is going on in the Joshimath. Today it is going to be a very, very important meeting because the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister is going to chair the meeting with the senior officials of Government of India. Along with that, the officials from Uttarakhand is also going to join that particular meeting which is going to be chaired by the Principal Secretary 2 p.m. So in this very particular meeting, all the things is going to be discussed, that what exactly the reason would have been that the Joshimath is facing this kind of problem.
All right, news break coming in. This one from the national capital, where we're given to understand that a fire broke out in Okhla Phase 1 of the national capital. The visuals there coming in right now of the fire tenders who are there at the location. The message that was received, in fact, the alarm that was raised at around 3 p.m. Just an hour back. No casualty or injuries have been reported as a result of this fire that broke out. But we're given to understand that this fire was reported at in the Okhla Phase 1 area of the national capital. The fire was reported at the 3rd and the 4th floor in an electronic factory. So there you can see the fire tenders who are there at the spot trying to douse the fire. But we're given to understand that the fire broke out in the 3rd and the 4th floor in an electronic factory in the Okhla Phase 1 area of the national capital. A very short break coming up. On the other side, we'll get you ground reports from Joshimath as situation worsens in the town. Prime Minister Modi to chair high-level review meet on Joshimath. Also details coming up on the other side after Dalit families targeted, stone pelted and rods hurled on women. Law and order situation in Rajasthan calls for a toss.
We tried to draw a complete divide between, say, Savarkar, Bhagat Singh or Bagha Jyoti, and is that the right thing to do? Because there was something that connected them. We look at what divides them.
What we are trying to do is to see this history from today's ideological lens. But their lens was completely different. They were a part of one big project. So I think we are not doing justice to this movement by trying to carve them up into small bits and pieces based on, today's ideological debates.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So the Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we have done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
In your view, what was the role of Swami Vivekananda and others like him and the whole idea of a civilizational confidence in our freedom struggle?
So what we are trying to do is to try to secularize and sanitize this history for a certain line of ideological bent. So you have here a country and a civilization, and they have been in this continuous state of warfare. So you have the likes of Swami Vivekananda who are coming out there and saying that we need to stand up for ourselves. And this is the triggering point of this entire movement.
My question to you, children going to see the real history of India put before them. I believe we don't really need to wait for school textbooks to be changed, because that can't be the only source of our knowledge and information. When are we going to rewrite our history?
There is another story to how India grabbed its freedom. It was not only through the non-violent movement. In the 20th century, with the revolutionaries, you see this really strong armed resistance. I think this story needs to be told. Sadly, it is barely mentioned in our textbooks.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
There are rumors that Pakistan has, conducted airstrikes in Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. So The Foreign Office of Pakistan has come out and said, this is untrue, this is fake news, we've done nothing of the sort. But if you remember last year, Pakistan did conduct airstrikes inside Afghanistan in two different provinces, and more than 40 people died, out of them 15 or 16 were children. So the Pakistani Air Force actually killed children inside Afghanistan, and the Taliban condemned it.
Top headlines at 4 p.m. Major political face-off in Tamil Nadu. DMK Neta, in the most bizarre claim, says that BJP and Prime Minister Modi killed Jayalalitha.
नीतीश कुमार पर दबाव बनाने के लिए जल्दी छोड़िए बिहार की गद्दी और जाइए केंद्र की राजनीति कीजिए, तेजस्वी को बनाइए बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री।
Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Sushil Modi's big claim says many JDU leaders in touch with BJP and JDU, and that JDU will be finished in next 5 months. Situation worsens in the sinking city Joshimath. Prime Minister Modi to chair a high-level review meet on Joshimath. No end to politics over Ram Mandir after RJD. Now Vadra Congress targets the centre. Dalit family targeted, stones pelted, rods hurled at women. Law and order in Rajasthan goes for a toss. Days after Rajouri terror attack, armed forces launched all-out anti-terror operations in Kishtwar. Alright, we start with Newsbreak coming in. This one from Tamil Nadu, where a massive political fight has now broken out between the BJP and the DMK after the DMK MLA made controversial remarks. In fact, these remarks that were made by the DMK MLA while he was giving a speech in which he's alleged that the BJP and Prime Minister Modi is behind the death of former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalitha. In fact, now the AIADMK has jumped into the controversy and has hit out at the DMK Neta for his remarks. Let's first listen into that controversial remark that has come in from the DMK Neta, and then we play out that reaction that has come in from the AIADMK.
அந்தம்மா செத்து போச்சு. அந்த அம்மாவை யார் கொன்னது? மோடி தான் கொன்னுட்டார். அந்த அம்மா நான் பிரதமருக்கு டிக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லிச்சு. ஏன் பிரதமருக்கு டிக்கணும்? என்னை தவிர எவனும் நிக்க கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னான். அந்த அம்மாவை பிஜேபி தான் கொன்னது. இது பகிரங்கமாக நான் குற்றச்சாட்டை நான் சுமத்துகிறேன். அந்த அம்மா செத்து போச்சு. மோடி தான் கொன்னுட்டார். அந்த அம்மா நான் பிரதமருக்கு டிக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லிச்சு. ஏன் பிரதமருக்கு டிக்கணும்? என்னை தவிர எவனும் நிக்க கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னான். அந்த அம்மாவை பிஜேபி தான் கொன்னது. இது பகிரங்கமாக நான் குற்றச்சாட்டை நான் சுமத்துகிறேன்.
Our leader Amma's demise, when OPS started that Dharma Yudham, Mr. Markandeyan was with OPS, and he is one such person who moved to DMK post the merger and alliance, trying to have his fortune and luck in DMK. He became an MLA. If he has so much of credible information, why didn't he depose himself before this Armusami commission? So trying to play petty politics by pleasing his master Stalin, by talking ill about an incident and talking ill about BJP, shows the level to what level DMK can stoop low to gain political mileage and advantage. So many such people are been there for their own personal benefits and mileage, setting aside the party ideology and the welfare of the people. People like Markandeyan are more interested about their own self rather than people welfare. and ideology of the party. So they keep hopping between one party to another for their own personal benefits and interests.
Right, there you heard a reaction that has come in from Kovai Satyan, who has hit out at the DMK Neta. And just to give a recap of this remark that was made by the DMK Neta while he was addressing a speech in which he stated, in fact alleged that the BJP and Prime Minister Modi is behind the death of former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalitha. So a massive backlash there that the DMK Neta is facing for his controversial remarks, where he alleged that the BJP and the Prime Minister connived and conspired and hatched a conspiracy to get Jayalalitha killed, the former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, saying that it was the BJP and the Prime Minister who got Jayalalitha killed. Reaction, of course, coming in, this one from Kovai Satyan, who has hit out at the DMK Neta for the kind of remarks he's made on the BJP and the Prime Minister. In fact, just to read out what the DMK Neta said, where he said, and I quote once again, who killed Jayalalitha? She was killed because she challenged Modi, and that it was BJP who killed Jayalalitha. These remarks coming in from the DMK MLA while he was giving a speech in Tamil Nadu.
அந்த அம்மா செத்து போச்சு. அந்த அம்மாவை யார் கொண்டது? மோடி தான் கொண்டுட்டார். அந்த அம்மா நான் பிரதமருக்கு நிக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லிச்சு. ஏன் பிரதமருக்கு நிக்கணும்? என்னை தவிர எவனும் நிக்க கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னான். அந்த அம்மாவை பிஜேபி தான் கொண்டது. இது பகிரங்கமாக நான் குற்றச்சாட்டை நான் சுமத்துகிறேன்.
Kovai Satyan joining us on the phone line. Sir, thank you for speaking to us this Sunday afternoon. If I can get your first reaction to this remark coming in from the DMK Neta, where he says that it was a conspiracy that was hatched by the BJP to get the former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister killed.
This is unwarranted and uncalled for at this juncture. And the MLA, Markandeyan, was O. Paneerselvam's loyalist during his Dharma Yudham days. After the demise of the Amma, when Mr. OPS wanted to have a commission inquiring into the demise of our leader, he was a loyalist of Mr. OPS. Then switched camp for his personal ambitions and benefits. This is uncalled for and unwanted for at this juncture. And this MLA is a pawn in the hands of incompetent Mr. Stalin to divert the attention from this issue.
But why would you think that this remark has come in at this juncture, making that big claim that Prime Minister Modi, in fact, he's even called out Prime Minister Modi, saying that it was a conspiracy that was hatched, wherein the Prime Minister connived to get Jayalalitha killed?
It's unwanted for. The point is, when the commission sought extension, the inquiry commission ran into several years, running into the demise, hospitalization that might have been given. If he has such a strong evidence, he could have disposed himself. Why have the hands of he making the statement just take away the attention of people from a large daily ratio to army.
All right, and also just before we let you go, one quick reaction. How exactly are you going to take this up? Will you be demanding an apology from the DMK? Because for now, there's no apology or no regret that has come in from this particular Neta at this point in time.
Anything that is against the law and order, any DMK Neta taking law and order into their hands will never show any remorse or regrets in open. That's their culture. And Mr. Stalin will definitely not act on this issue as well. There are many issues. Only after public approach, only after any other stronger opposition, he will act. And we as AIDMK definitely demand apology from this MLA and wants Mr. Stalin to take actions.
Yes. All right, stay with us. Kowai Satyan, AIADMK leader, speaking to Republic. We have BJP Shehzad Poonawala also joining us. The AIADMK demanding an apology. Is that the primary demand of the BJP and the AIADMK? An unconditional apology from the DMK over these remarks that were made by this particular leader, saying that the BJP, in fact, the Prime Minister connived and hatched a conspiracy to get Lalita killed.
This shows the frustration of DMK because of the family-run firm in the governance. And you can see the BJP rising in Tamil Nadu day by day. It has resorted to this low level of politics where it targets the person seated on a constitutional position and makes the most scandalous and deplorable, despicable, baseless allegations. We all know the respect Prime Minister Modi had for our dear leader Jayalalitha ji, and today we not only demand apology, we also demand that will Mr. Stalin take action against this leader, or is this the mindset and level of politics that the DMK is endorsing and patronizing?
All right, thank you for speaking to us. So BJP there also demanding stringent action against the DMK leader who made these remarks. But for now, remember, there's no word that has come in yet from the DMK responding to the kind of backlash that this particular leader, GV Markadyan, who is facing for the remarks he'd made while he was addressing the speech, where he's mincing the words there and clearly alleging that the BJP, the Prime Minister, connived to get Jayalalitha killed. These remarks that have drawn massive criticism from the AIADMK as well as the BJP. All right, shifting focus to another big story that we've been tracking, this one coming in from UP's Lucknow, where it's a major political face-off between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh, following the arrest of the Samajwadi Party leader. Now, we're given to understand that the Samajwadi Party leader was arrested after he had put out certain indecent statements, which led to his arrest by the UP cops, as a result of which the Samajwadi Party workers were also seen staging a protest outside the police headquarters in Lucknow. Those visuals in which you can see it's a massive show of strength by the Samajwadi Party workers who are trying to break through those, trying to cross those barricades while the police is trying to control that situation. So anger there among this party leaders following the arrest of the Neta. This, of course, after he posted a certain tweet which has led to his arrest. In fact, let's also play out that reaction that has come in from the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who was offered tea by the policeman, which he refused to drink, saying that it was poisoned, in which he claimed that the drink could be poisoned. Let's listen into that reaction.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में न्याय की उम्मीद मत करिए। पुलिस प्रशासन उसके साथ है जो अन्याय कर रहा है, झूठ बोल रहा है। जो सच बोलेगा वो सजा पाएगा। और ये घटना कोई एक दिन की नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जानबूझ करके गलत भाषा इस्तेमाल कराती है, गलत भाषा लिखवाती है सोशल मीडिया पर, जिससे दूसरे लोग भी उन्हें जवाब दें। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपने लोगों को भाषा सही इस्तेमाल करें और उनका दूसरों के प्रति अगर गलत भाषा का इस्तेमाल होगा तो दूसरे ने भी गलत भाषा का इस्तेमाल हुआ है और किया है। पुलिस प्रशासन से लेकर के सब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता बन के काम कर रहे हैं। उन्हें नियम, कानून, न्याय से दूर दूर का कोई रिश्ता नहीं है। पुलिस अधिकारी कोई जिम्मेदार नहीं था। हमारी जो मांग थी कि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जिन लोगों ने गलत भाषा का इस्तेमाल किया उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई हो, और उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया है कि उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होगी।
कौन-कौन लोग हैं वो लोग?
हमने तहरीर दी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में न्याय की उम्मीद मत करिए। पुलिस प्रशासन उसके साथ है जो अन्याय कर रहा है झूठ बोल रहा है, जो सच बोलेगा वो सजा पाएगा। और ये घटना कोई एक दिन की नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जानबूझ करके गलत भाषा इस्तेमाल कराती है, गलत भाषा लिखवाती है सोशल मीडिया पर, जिससे दूसरे लोग भी उन्हें जवाब दें। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपने लोगों को भाषा सही इस्तेमाल करें और उनका दूसरों के प्रति अगर गलत भाषा का इस्तेमाल होगा तो दूसरे ने भी गलत भाषा का इस्तेमाल हुआ है और किया है। पुलिस प्रशासन से लेकर के सब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता बन के काम कर रहे हैं। उन्हें नियम कानून न्याय से दूर दूर का कोई रिश्ता नहीं है। पुलिस अधिकारी कोई जिम्मेदार नहीं था। हमारी जो मांग थी कि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जिन लोगों ने गलत भाषा का इस्तेमाल किया उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई हो, और उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया है कि उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होगी।
कौन कौन लोग हैं वो लोग?
हमने तहरीर दी है।
माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने जो बात किया वैधानिक बात, और ये देखिए जो सही है कि समाजवादी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को उन अपराधों में भी जेल भेजा जा रहा है जो कि अपराध नहीं है, जो बेलेबल ऑफेंस है। आप भी जानते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने 66 पे श्रेया सिंघल बनाम भारत सरकार के मामले में ये बयान दे चुकी है कि उसमें आप किसी को भी आईटी एक्ट में गिरफ्तार नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन ये सरकार जो अपराधियों पर लगातार संरक्षण दे रही है, समाजवादी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को अनावश्यक जेल भेजा
से इतर महिलाओं के खिलाफ अभद्र टिप्पणी का भी मामला था, वो भी आपने देखा होगा।
देखिए, अगर आप समग्रता के आधार पर देखें, कहीं भी अभद्र टिप्पणी उन्होंने नहीं करी है। अगर अभद्र टिप्पणी अगर देखा जाए, आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो ट्विटर हैंडल है उसको आप देखिए, क्या क्या नहीं कहा जाता हमारे नेता के बारे में। तो अखिलेश यादव जी हमेशा लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को लेके, सवालों को लेके, और समाजवादी पार्टी कभी जेल से, कभी किसी तरह के तानाशाही से नहीं डरने वाली, क्योंकि समाजवादी पार्टी ये जानती है कि हमारा जो वजूद है वो वही डॉक्टर लोहिया के सड़क से लेके सदन तक के संघर्ष है।
आज आंदोलन खत्म, क्योंकि मनीष को तो जेल भेजा जा चुका है। क्या
देखिए अब तो जब मामला सब जुडिस अब है, ये तो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी तय करेंगे। पूरे प्रदेश भर में कार्यकर्ता सड़कों पर है और समाजवादियों का आंदोलन अब खत्म होने वाला नहीं है।